Hi, this is Paul. This very long video that you're about to watch, if you continue on, is the collection of all of my conversations with Mary Cohen. I am about to Mary is in her last days. I talked to her husband and was on speakerphone with her. She couldn't respond. She can't talk much. Her death is quite imminent. I'll do a separate memorial video for her on the channel, but my conversations with her were so wonderful and so enlightening, and she was just such an interesting conversation partner that I thought it might be worthwhile, instead of just doing a little playlist, to actually take all of our conversations and put them together in one video and one podcast. So here are my 5 recordings. These are the 5 I could find. I think there are all of them. My 5 conversations with Mary Cohen, the last of which is with myself and John Vervaeke, in which we talk about the knife and the fork and the spoon as daddy, mommy, and child, and um, her parabolic way of knowing. So I hope you enjoy this. Mary will definitely be missed. You know the drill. So
I
here
do.
we go. I am recording. So tell me a little bit about yourself, Mary.
Well, let's see. I live in Georgia. I'm a homeschooling grandmother, and I'll get into a little bit of that later on. I have 9 grandkids, and my husband and I have 1-acre property that we're trying to use as productively as possible. We try and grow as much food as we can. We have chickens, and so we do a lot of that kind of stuff. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a great education. And so that's sort of how we live. My husband's actually an engineer, so we couldn't possibly support ourselves off of our acre, but, but he has his income, and then I have all the home economic stuff that I'm trying to have going on. So that's pretty much how we live. I
Wonderful.
really want to start off by telling you how much I love and appreciate what you're doing.
Oh, thank
Um,
you.
and like I told you in the email, I'm going to give you a little love, and you're just going to have to put up with it. So, um, I started watching you almost, I think, from your very first video that you did about Jordan Peterson.
Huh.
I started watching you. And I know I actually communicated with you early on before you became rich and famous here with all your thousands of subscribers. and and one of the things I would just want to tell you, that one of the videos that touched my heart so much was the one where you talked about the defeated lobsters and your
Mm,
service to the people in the Dominican Republic, I think it was.
yeah.
And you mentioned about how, it's all well and fine, Jordan Peterson talking about the hierarchies and climbing the hierarchies and the status and all that. And, a little bit of like stoicism that he has going on in his approach to things, but that there are these people that they are never going to climb the hierarchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They've either started off on the rung so far down, and maybe nutritional deficiencies in their mother before they were born. They may have mental handicaps. They may have physical handicaps, or a combination with a social structure that's oppressive, and they're never going to get up that hierarchy.
No.
You
No.
know,
No.
and Jordan Peterson, he says we don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
We don't know what to do about the fact that hierarchies dispossess people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and you came right back and you said, well, Jesus knew what to do about it.
That's right. That's
He
right.
knows what to do with those dispossessed people. He
That's right.
tells us how to treat them.
That's
And
right.
he tells us, yes, we can't change the fact that hierarchies will dispossess people, but we have an approach and a way through Christianity of dealing with those people that are the defeated lobsters that really answers that issue.
Yeah.
And I just love that. I mean, that just moved me to tears. I thought that was just absolutely beautiful. And I do very much appreciate your openness about your sister's passing and the way you've shared about that, because I think that sets a great example of people to see the difference that faith in Christ really makes for us as Christians. I thought that has just been really amazing. I love the way you communicate with people, because to me, you're setting an example for all of us Christians in how to listen to people and speak to people about our faith. I think it's hysterical when somebody will say something to you and you go, oh, well, that's really a little bit of a heretical thing that you're saying. And then you'll just laugh. And you're not like, oh, well, here, I must correct you right now on this point. I think that's just terrific. I just love that. The point about, you're dealing with your sister's passing, it opened up to me. I started thinking about the way you approached it as saying that how a death in the family or a death of anyone close to us is in a way an education about the human condition.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really good. And it prompted me to think about, I actually, I lost a daughter who was 22 years old in a car accident in 2005 on Thanksgiving morning.
Oh.
She was coming home from work. She had worked all night. She's coming home, apparently fell asleep at the wheel of her car, and she drove up under a parked tractor trailer and was killed instantly.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
Yeah, it was very it was a very devastating thing for our family. But there's some things that I just really remember about that event. Like my daughter-in-law, who was only a few years older than her and had already a couple of children, she spent a couple of days in my house, and every time I would look at her, she would shake her head and she'd say, "You never know. You never know. You just never know." And it was like I watched her processing in that way and realized, why is she saying this over and over? It's because she's trying to absorb it deep into her soul. And I could see that, that process happening with her. And really, it was one of the reasons it was such a great shock is the daughter who passed, her younger sister was in the Marines and was in Iraq. So of course, I was worried about the one in the war zone, and I lost the one that was living in my house less than a mile from my home. So, that was in itself kind of this weird sort of inversion of what my concerns were. And then another thing that I noticed, my daughter had a lot of friends. She's very active in our parish with the youth group. There were hundreds of people at her funeral. One of the things that I observed was her nieces and her friends and going into her room, up into her bedroom, and just sitting there crying together amongst all of her things. And then they would come down, out of the bedroom with a t-shirt or a sweater or a stuffed animal, and they'd say, "Is it okay if I have this?" And, I could have been like, "No, don't touch her things, leave them." But I realized, why did they want those things? Because they were gonna make them feel closer to her. And so I freely said, yes, you can, whatever you want, you can take. And, just to give them that little bit of comfort of just being able to hold close to them something that belonged to her. And it reminded me of how we are, I'm Catholic, so how we are in the church with the relics of the saints. That these holy people who have passed on before us, we still want to keep them.
You know the drill. So here we go. I am recording. So tell me a little bit about yourself, Mary.
Well, let's see. I live in Georgia. I'm a homeschooling grandmother, and I'll get into a little bit of that later on. I have 9 grandkids, and my husband and I have 1 acre property that we're trying to use as productively as possible. We try and grow as much food as we can. We have chickens, and so we do a lot of that kind of stuff. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a great education. And so that's sort of how we live. My husband's actually an engineer, so we couldn't possibly support ourselves off of our acre, but he has his income, and then I have all the home economic stuff that I'm trying to have going on. So that's pretty much how we live. I really want to start off by telling you how much I love and appreciate what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
And like I told you in the email, I'm going to give you a little love, and you're just going to have to put up with it. So, you know, I started watching you almost, I think, from your very first video that you did about Jordan Peterson.
Huh.
I started watching you. And I know I actually communicated with you early on before you became rich and famous here with all your thousands of subscribers. And one of the things, I would just want to tell you that one of the videos that touched my heart so much was the one where you talked about the defeated lobsters and your service to the people in the Dominican Republic, I think it was.
Yeah.
And you mentioned about how, you know, it's all well and fine, Jordan Peterson talking about the hierarchies and climbing the hierarchies and the status and all that. And, you know, a little bit of like stoicism that he has going on in his approach to things, but that there are these people that they are never going to climb the hierarchy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they've either started off on the rung so far down, and maybe nutritional deficiencies in their mother before they were born. They may have mental handicaps. They may have physical handicaps, or a combination with a social structure that's oppressive, and they're never going to get up that hierarchy.
No.
You know,
No.
and Jordan Peterson, you know, he says, we don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
We don't know what to do about the fact that hierarchies dispossess people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and you came right back and you said, well, Jesus knew what to do about it.
That's right.
He knows what to do with those dispossessed people. He tells us how to treat them.
That's
And
right.
he tells us, yes, we can't change the fact that hierarchies will dispossess people, but we have an approach and a way through Christianity of dealing with those people that are the defeated lobsters that really answers that issue.
Yeah.
And I just love that. I mean, that just moved me to tears. I thought that was just absolutely beautiful. And I do very much appreciate your openness about your sister's passing and the way you've shared about that, because I think that sets a great example of people to see the difference that faith in Christ really makes for us as Christians. I thought that has just been really amazing. I love the way you communicate with people, because to me, you're setting an example for all of us Christians in how to listen to people and speak to people about our faith. You know, I think it's hysterical when somebody will say something to you and you go, oh, well, that's really a little bit of a heretical thing that you're saying. And then you'll just laugh. And you're not like, oh, well, here, I must correct you right now on this part. You know? I think that's just terrific. I just love that. The point about, you know, you're dealing with your sister's passing, it opened up to me. I started thinking about the way you approached it, as saying that how a death in the family or a death of anyone close to us is in a way an education about the human condition.
Yeah.
You know, and I thought that was really good. And it prompted me to think about, I actually, I lost a daughter who was 22 years old in a car accident in 2005 on Thanksgiving morning.
Oh.
She was coming home from work. She had worked all night. She's coming home, apparently fell asleep at the wheel of her car, and she drove up under a parked tractor trailer and was killed instantly.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
Yeah, it was very it was a very devastating thing for our family. But there's some things that I just really remember about that event. Like my daughter-in-law, who was only a few years older than her and had already a couple of children, she spent a couple of days in my house, and every time I would look at her, she would shake her head and she'd say, you never know. You never know. You just never know. And it was like I watched her processing in that way and realized, why is she saying this over and over? It's because she's trying to absorb it deep into her soul. Yeah. You know, and I could see that, you know, that process happening with her. Yeah. And really, it was one of the reasons it was such a great shock is the daughter who passed, her younger sister was in the Marines and was in Iraq. So of
Oh,
course I was worried about the one in the war zone, and
yeah.
I lost the one that was living in my house less than a mile from my home.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was in itself kind of this weird sort of inversion of what, of what my concerns were.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then another thing that I noticed, my daughter had a lot of friends. She's very active in our parish with the youth group. There were hundreds of people at her funeral. One of the things that I observed was her her nieces and her friends, and going into her room, up into her bedroom, and just sitting there crying together amongst all of her things. And then they would come down, out of the bedroom with a t-shirt or a sweater or a stuffed animal, and they'd say, "Is it okay if I have this?"
Mm-hmm.
And, I could have been like, "No, don't touch your things, leave them." But I realized, why did they want those things? Because
Yeah.
they were gonna make them feel closer to her.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And so I freely said, "Yes, you can, whatever you want, you can take." And just to give them that little bit of comfort of just being able to hold close to them something that belonged to her.
Yep.
And it reminded me of how we are, I'm Catholic, so how we are in the church with the relics of the saints.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
these holy people who have passed on before us, we still want to keep them close to us in the
Yep.
family of God.
Yep.
So we have, their relics that we
Yep.
keep.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
I just thought that I saw that connection. And then I know that, you talked about how out of order it feels to lose a younger sibling.
Yeah.
And some of the commenters under your YouTube video about it made the same comment about how wrong it feels when someone who's younger than us, or a child or a younger sibling, passes. And, that I recognize that. That's really how I felt. My oldest daughter, to her, it was like a combination of losing a younger sibling and losing a child in a way, because she had been 9 years older, so she had been so helpful and taking care of the younger sibling over a period of many years. So for her, it was just so devastating.
Yeah.
And I remember telling a friend of mine shortly after my daughter died, about how it feels like the universe is turned upside down.
Yeah.
And I said, if I poured water into a pot and put it on the stove and turned the fire under it, and then watched it turn to ice before my eyes, I couldn't have more of a sense of everything being backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
everybody says that losing a child is the worst thing, and everybody's right about that.
Yeah.
So I certainly feel for your mother. I know that must be terribly, terribly hard on her. And it doesn't matter how old the child is, if they go first.
No.
I remember this story about this woman who was in her 90s, and her son, who was in his 70s, died in the hospital, and her laying up on top of his body and crying, "My baby, my baby."
Yeah. Yeah.
That never, the age doesn't really matter when it comes to that.
No. No.
So that's just some thoughts that I had of things that I kind of observed.
Well, those are really helpful.
At that time.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. And I part of the reason part of what I want to do with this channel is exactly what we're doing here. So we can share these stories, because I can't tell that story. You can. And that story should be told, because there are many people out there who are suffering, who are suffering, and they feel alone, and they feel that nobody understands or knows or has been in their place, and it's not true. And we're not alone in our suffering, but grief makes us feel isolated, and it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it.
Well, I think sometimes we isolate ourselves in our grief. Yeah. Like one friend of mine was talking about, the reaction of Americans to a death versus the reaction of people, say, in the East or in the Middle East or something, and how she said, here we are, you know, went to the graveside and we're all standing there, you know, yes, there's some crying, but, you know, there's no extreme outpourings
No
of
mourners.
emotion, you
Right.
know. And she said, whereas she said, you know, if this was in some other countries, you'd be wailing
Yes.
over the death.
That's right.
So I think that in a way is part of, you know, we isolate ourselves by not wanting to engage with the emotions and let them out. So
Yep.
that's probably part of it. Well, you're having trouble with that dog, aren't you?
It's very unusual. He's usually pretty quiet, but the lawn guys just went out there, and there's a bunch of leaves out there, so it could get noisy. Hopefully, it won't be too bad. But that's life, you know. That's life.
Right. Yeah, your dog doesn't know anything, but he knows his own instincts to bark at the intruders, and that's
exactly
you know,
right.
he's just protecting you, Paul. That's
I
all.
know he means very well, and I could sit there and say, you know, these guys come every Wednesday and they do the same thing, and you bark at them. You can't assimilate this. Well, not too easily. So he's just a dog.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you a little bit more about my background, because I know you've had a couple of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses on your show before. Yeah. And I was brought up as a third-generation Jehovah's Witness.
Okay.
So that was quite a trip. I will say, when I started listening to Jordan Peterson talking about people who are ideologically possessed, that I was like, oh, I know this from the inside. because I would definitely classify Jehovah's Witnesses as a cult. And I would say that they train their members very well in how to block any outside thoughts from getting into your head. And so I think it's it's really the very definition of being ideologically possessed, because people observe this. They observe that, you know, when Jehovah's Witnesses come to their door and they're talking to them about their stuff, that they have rote answers. Yeah. You know, that they have practiced, and they have practiced them. They practice these rote answers over and over and over again until they it's not just that it comes out of their mouth, but it's in their mind as a kind of thought blocking mechanism. So that if you have a thought contrary to what they teach, and that of course creates emotional stress, then you deal with that stress by repeating inside of your own head what they have taught you to repeat over and over. Yep. And so I really, you know, when people talk about these extreme social justice warriors and how cult-like they are, and you watch them chanting their slogans and all this, it feels very much like it's part of that same sort of process inside of their minds, that they're using the chanting of the slogans and things to actually block their own ability to think critically about what their ideology.
Yep. Yep.
Have you observed that? Is that what you would say too?
Oh yeah. Well, and it's not, you know, I want to be fair to social justice warriors and Jehovah's Witnesses and people who grew up in the Christian Reformed Church, because any group has this dynamic. And the question, I really like Alan Jacobs' little book, How to Think, because he goes into some of this, because he reflects on the fact that none of us think by ourselves. We all think together. And so to a certain degree, you need rote answers, and atheists have this. And I mean, it's just part of, I think the non-player character meme kind of symbolizes that nicely, where we all develop programs. And the reason we have programs is because the world is just too complex to not have programs. Now, problems happen when there's dissonance between the programming, what you're experiencing, what you've been told, and then now suddenly you're out into the realm of chaos. Now you're into the underworld, if we're going to use Joseph Campbell language. And well, now we have to do some more thinking, and now we have to do some more figuring, and we have to figure out if we're going to assimilate, if and then suddenly a community that, and this I think, so as individuals, I have much more compassion to those who have been programmed in a sense, because individuals are just individuals. But in terms of a community, now you have the question, can the community process these dissonance factors together? Because no one system has all the answers. So how do we as a community deal with this? And that's where I think the stronger, deeper values of being of faith, actually, because faith is being certain of what we don't know in many ways, and figuring out those things that say, okay, well, here's some things we don't really have an answer for. That's not going to throw us. That's not going to throw us for a loop. Let's talk about these things, and let's be honest about what we know and what we don't know, what we're sure of and what we're hoping for, and let's do that in community together. And you know, I think that's one of the great values of I think the idea behind free speech, that there's a security for this. But as you know, Eric Weinstein talked about this in a conversation, I think on the Rubin Report, which I've never been able to nail down that quote again or find it again, because I just don't want to watch the whole thing again. But Weinstein said, Eric Weinstein, he said, you know, in order to have that kind of security, you do need to have a certain sense that everything is okay. And that's really what I think Christianity offers, because here we have a God and he's the maker of the world, and Christianity is a good story. It's a comedy with a happy ending, and the God is trustworthy and good. And so there's lots of things I can't know, like my little dog can't figure out the lawn guys, but I do know his character and I can trust in his goodness. And that means that I can acknowledge things that I don't know, and I can be in relationship with people that I have differences with. And to me, that's the difference between a very closed system that says our system protects us, and what I think the heart of Christianity is, it's not that my system of, let's say, Calvinism or whatever is so integrated or tight. This is my attempt to know this God, but it's the God in who I trust, not my system of Calvinism.
Right. Well, I think when you talk about the fact that the group has an openness to be able to process these things and uncertainties together, that's exactly the opposite of how a cult operates. Because I'll give you an example. I lived through the time when Jehovah's Witnesses were predicting the end of the world in 1975. After it didn't happen, they denied that they ever predicted it.
Yes.
And if you were in the group and you actually complained, well, here, I didn't go to college, or I didn't do this, or I didn't do that, or I missed this or that other opportunity because of this, they simply denied that they had actually predicted it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they put they claimed that the membership was over enthusiastic and had misconstrued what they said. So they put the leadership put all the blame on the members. And so that's the kind of mind games that they would play that would leave people feeling extremely uncertain or having no sense of confidence in their own ability to think and perceive the world in a correct manner.
Yep.
So, well, the way that I got out of there was...
before you go into that, that's, I think, when Peterson talks about self-tyranny, that when he talks about Solzhenitsyn, and you read 1984, that's exactly what he's talking about. And that I see that in many conservative groups. They have there's this need to self-tyrannize. And that's exactly what you're talking about. You know that we all thought Jesus was coming in 1975, and we all know he didn't come, and we can't process that. And the leaders, we never said that. Well, if you're in an organization that's like that, well, you know something now.
Yeah.
So go on. So how'd you get out?
Well, I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Maybe at some point we can talk about it a little more detailed at a later time. But I had a personal encounter with Jesus Christ, and I didn't know who he was. but I knew he wasn't who they told me he was. And that set me on a journey into Christianity, into various Christian denominations. I tell people that I kind of worked my way backwards through the Protestant Reformation until I became Catholic. I was even in a
the Orthodox then have a lot of hope.
Well, I was even Lutheran for a while, so I hit all the bases. And I will say to you as a Calvinist that when I was a Lutheran, I found that being a Lutheran, you sit on a point of tension. And there's a lot of things that Lutheranism stops. It's like, well, we're not gonna deal with this, that, or the other thing, and you're left on this point of tension where you either have to become a Calvinist or you have to become a Catholic. I think that's my opinion about Lutheranism. But my Lutheran pastor he was the one who gave me my Christian baptism, and he was a wonderful man, and really did a lot to assist me and to bring me ahead in not just in spirituality but also in life, because I was at that point I was a divorced mother of 4 kids, and didn't really have an education or background to support myself, and he helped me to get on my feet in many ways, and I have deep forever appreciation for his role. When I did become Catholic, I had been going around for a while before I became Catholic, speaking in Protestant churches about cults, and had done a lot of work on, the entire how you define cults and how cults operate and how they control people and stuff like that. I was sharing that with a lot of people. And when I became Catholic, I started doing a little bit of that work with some Catholic publishers, and I actually ended up working in Catholic media for a while. For about 10 years, I was an editor at a very big Catholic online magazine called Catholic Exchange. And so I got to know a lot of wonderful people, a lot of wonderful Catholic writers. I've really also met the man who became my husband. So, that was good. I actually met him in a Protestant church. I was headed towards the Catholic Church, and he was a cradle Catholic who had left the faith and then had been brought back to Christ by some Protestants, and we happened to meet each other in a Methodist church. So, all this orchestration, talk about providence. It's really amazing when you look back in your life. You can see God, arranging this and arranging that and everything. And one of the things I'll tell you about, mentioned that I'm homeschooling, and I have 9 grandkids, but I homeschool one of them. It's actually the son of my oldest daughter that she was pregnant with when my third child passed away. And of course we were really worried about her being pregnant and having this trauma, at the same time. But that little boy is the one that I'm homeschooling. He's 12 years old now, so it's all good. And so we do a lot of interesting things together. And I took the personality test that Jordan Peterson has. I know you've taken it too, right?
Yeah, I have.
So it turns out, this is so hysterical, that I am both extremely high in openness and extremely high in orderliness. So it's said, so this is why, I can see the left and the right arguments. I can flow either direction so easily, but also it mentioned in there that if you're high in orderliness, you'll be a person who has lots of storage boxes and stuff. That just cracked me up, because it's that's me, that's my house. I'm always trying to organize it. Everything has to be containerized, I don't want that anywhere. And then but I'm high in openness, so I got that creative side, and there's such a conflict between the two. It even mentioned that in the report. It says you'll often experience a conflict. I'm like, I just cracked up when I read that, because that's me. It's like I have all these art supplies for the kids, and I'll think, oh, I should just throw all this stuff on the table and let the kids go at it. And then this other part of my brain goes, but they'll make such a mess. So I really thought that personality test was very interesting, and I think everybody should take it. I really do. I think you'll get a lot of insights into yourself. I'll tell you how I stumbled upon Jordan Peterson.
Yes, I'd like to know.
So from the time that even before I became Catholic, I was always interested in women's issues, but not from the kind of like women's liberation side. I was interested in it from the standpoint of looking at how women's lives had changed over, say from the 1930s or 40s up to, the modern time, and looking at the kind of values that those changes were expressing. So that, the women's liberation movement, which I think has, some positive things in terms of, like Jordan Peterson says, we want people's talents available to the wider society as much as we can. But at the same time, there was this almost like a negation of the things that are actually uniquely feminine in terms of, the children, raising children, and the home. And also I was looking at and thinking about, well, who benefits? Who's really benefited from the women, en masse leaving their home and going out into the workforce? That, yes, in some cases women have benefited, but a large part of the benefit has accrued to the corporations.
That's right.
Because when women stop making soup at home, well, here comes Campbell's, good, we'll make the soup for your family. When women stop sewing and making clothes for their family, well, the corporations come along and say, well, we'll put some factories over here in the third world and pay people, this pittance, and then we'll ship these clothes over here and put them in a department store, and then we'll run ad campaigns so that every 6 months you have to buy a whole new wardrobe and all that. And who's really benefiting? To me, it looked like the corporations were really benefiting in many cases more than the women, more than the children, more than the whole family structure.
Yeah.
And so I had an interest in that. G.K. Chesterton, I know you like him, and you've quoted him before, and he said something so funny. This is way back, of course, he's right, I guess in the 20s or 30s that he's writing this, but he said that, tens of thousands of English women said, I will not be dictated to, and went off to become stenographers.
Oh, that's Chesterton. Oh, he's a master.
But he also said something else that was so interesting about women. He said that the man is narrow, but the woman is broad. The woman's interests are broad, and the man is a specialist. He becomes a specialist, but the woman has to be broad because her role is to teach children about the whole universe. So she has to be broad. And he also said that the home is the place of freedom. And that's so true. I mean, a woman in the home managing her day is really much freer than her husband, who's going out, has to be at work at a particular time, has managers or has bosses and all that, telling him what to do. And he said that the woman, by her psychology and the way that God made her, is actually made for that freedom in the home. So I thought, these kinds of things were much on my mind. The role of home economics, and also I read a lot in, I don't know if you're familiar with Distributism. It's based on the writings of Pope Leo XIII, which was at the end of the 19th century. He started with what we now call Catholic social teaching. Well, the first big encyclical of that, Rerum Novarum, was written by Pope Leo XIII. And based on what he was saying and his observations, some Catholics came out with trying to create a discussion of how some of these things could be implemented economically. And, one of the things that concepts that Pope Leo had, now everybody hears about just wages, right? I mean, just wages or a living wage, you hear that all the time. People should be paid a living wage. People should have just wages. Well, actually, what Pope Leo XIII said is that, men shouldn't be paid wages at all. They should be owners of their own things. Or if they work in a corporation, they should be part owners of it. And rather than being, what was called back then wage slaves.
Right.
So the idea in Catholic social teaching, the first idea is that you're an owner of your own productive property, or you own productive property, corporately as being a part owner of some corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than that, you're getting, wages, somebody just paying you for your work. But everybody falls back now on that just wage thing. And he said, well, if you're going to have these wage slaves, employers, you better pay them a just wage. That's where that came in. It wasn't the first line in the whole concept.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Chesterton and some other Catholic thinkers, a priest named McNabb in England, really tried to get people to think differently than this kind of corporate, industrial way of life, where people would be owners of things. And one of the things is, like, if you're an owner of even a small piece of property, or even just your own home, you try and use that as productively as you can. So it's the idea of the family as a productive unit, rather than the way we look at it today as the family as a unit of consumption.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, so anyway, I was reading about that, and looking at the lives of women, and these things were kind of coming together. And there's a particular concept called radical homemaking, which is the idea that women really are the ones, and Peterson's mentioned this, women really are the ones who make the economic decisions.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that your economic freedom is based on you going out and making money is a distortion. Your economic freedom is where you make the decisions on how to spend the money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, women always were making the decisions on the spending, and still, even today, even with all this, egalitarianism within the family, it's really the women that still make most of the decisions on how they spend the money.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea that the decisions that we as women make in the home have an economic impact on the whole wider society is one of the things that, I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing was the idea of fertility. So
Mm-hmm.
as Catholics, we value feminine fertility. That's why, we oppose, artificial birth control and things like that interrupt that natural unity between the sexual act and procreation. And fertility is really, it's one of those things that is one of those feminine things that the world does not value. It looks on fertility as a handicap or some sort of curse or something to be overcome, rather than really something to be celebrated. So I was looking at that issue, all of these things together, and really thinking about how could we address this. So when I was working, in Catholic media, I had written an article, and it got a lot of views. It got like over 20,000 views and a lot of response from the readers. But I was really addressing my fellow Catholics, and I was saying, if we look at all of these issues, should we think about reassessing how we educate our daughters? In other words, is it necessary for women's life track to be the same as men's life track? Where, leave high school, go to college, maybe get even graduate school, start a career, and then, when you're in your early 30s, suddenly go, oh, hey, what about a family? And it, the joke used to be many years ago, like in the 1940s, that women went to college to get an MRS degree. You ever hear that one?
Oh yeah, I've heard that one.
What's wrong with that? Because then came the idea, oh, well, you're wasting your college education. Yeah, you're wasting your mind caring for your home, caring for your family, bringing up your children. Oh, really? That's such a waste,
Yeah.
And that was the attitude. The attitude started changing. Like, now you've got this college education, get out there and actually do something with it. You're wasting your time at home.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that I written an article saying, could we construct something different for women? Could we construct a track of education where they still get I'm all for the education of women's minds, and reading all the great books and knowing science and you know, philosophy and studying Latin and the whole ball of wax. I'm all for that. But does it have to be the same track as men have, where it doesn't leave room for that starting a family early?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
now I had my first child when I was 20, and I had my third one when I was 29. This is very interesting because so when I was 29, I was having a hard time with pregnancy. And I remember I said to the doctor, I can't understand why I'm having such a hard time with this pregnancy. I had such an easy time with my first two. And he goes, well, you're a lot older now. And I'm like, I'm a lot older. I'm 29. It's like he said, you know, those years make a big difference in a woman's body.
Yeah.
And so I started noticing, like, there were all these women who, you know, waited until their 30s to start having children, and then they couldn't.
Yeah.
They were having all these fertility issues and problems,
Yeah.
and there was so much disappointment and so much heartache with that.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I wanted to just ask my fellow Catholics, just kind of throw it out there. Could we do it a different way? Could we have some sort of way where young women could still get the education, but they could also start their families earlier? They, you know, at that height of fertility, and the height of their own health and ability to have these lively babies, you know, was there some way to do it? Could we imagine something different? And of course, oh boy, did I get pushback on that.
You did.
Just throwing out the question was, you know, was making all kinds of people very anxious.
Yes.
And, you know, of course, some people were willing to engage in that conversation. Not that we solved the problem at all, of course, but, you know, it's something to think about. Yeah. So then I was, you know, looking at YouTube videos about things like distributism and, you know, radical homemaking and, you know, women's education and all this stuff. And I run across this video of this professor. He's standing in a college classroom. And he's talking to the girls in the classroom. And he's saying to them, listen, I'm going to tell you how it really is for women. You know, that first of all, you know, you think you're here to have a career. I'm going to tell you that most people don't have careers, they have jobs. That's number one. Number two, that when you get into your 30s, you're going to want to have a family. You know, you're going to be hitting a time crunch that the men are not hitting in terms of being able to find a husband, start a family, get all your ducks in a row for this. And you're not going to find the satisfaction in these jobs and careers that you'll find in a family. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, whoa, somebody is actually saying this. Oh man. You know, I was just like, because nobody was saying this. Yeah. Nobody had the guts to say this in public, to college, you know, to college age women, because that flies in the face of all of the, tsunami of influences coming from the world and what they're saying to women. And so that was my first thing I saw of Jordan Peterson. So I was like, man, I gotta see what else this guy has to say. You know, and so I started looking at his other videos. And the first thing I did was I like looked at I looked at some of his interviews and some of his the stuff he did for the Canadian Broadcasting Network. I saw that online. This was all before the whole Bill C-16 thing happened. And then I saw his college lectures on maps of meaning, and his college lectures on what was the other thing he does? Personality and its transformations, which I thought was just great. Yeah. You know, I was drinking all of it in. Yeah. And then the Bill C-16 thing hit, and he rose to all of this prominence and, you know, had all of these interviews and all of this, created all of this excitement on one hand and terror on the other, you know. Yep. So that's how I kind of got into him. Well, then I started looking, as I was listening to his lectures and things, I started looking at the comments underneath his lectures and what people were saying. And especially when he started the biblical lectures. And I saw all these comments where people were saying, I used to be an atheist. Yeah. I used to be an atheist. Yeah. You know, I didn't think religion had made any sense. I thought religion was stupid. Yeah. and you saw these transformations. Just one second, I gotta grab a tissue over here for my nose. Cold is really doing a number on me.
That's
anyway,
okay.
so that really impressed me a lot. And the reason that really got to me, I think, was because of a conversation that I had back when I was working for the Catholic website. And I had an email conversation with an atheist. And it was a very, to me, a very deeply impressing kind of conversation. It was one of these conversations that's very frank and ironic, and just we were both just very open with each other in our thinking. And the conversation was not so much about arguments for or against belief in God. It was more a conversation about how atheists view believers and how believers view atheists. And there have been atheists forever. I mean, right, the ancient Greeks charged Socrates and Aristotle with being atheists. There have always been, in societies that had a belief structure in the supernatural, there have always been those who either were thought not to believe or actually didn't believe. And throughout all of history, it was looked on, and especially after Christianity started, faith was looked on as something that some people had and other people didn't. And when those who were not believers spoke about it, they spoke about it in that way. They'd say, well, you have faith, but I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So the believers were seen to possess this thing called faith that the unbelievers did not possess.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way that the believers viewed the atheists was as people who had a kind of blindness, right? Mm-hmm. There was something that those of faith saw, mm-hmm. and that those who did not have faith did not see. Mm-hmm. Dwight Longenecker, who's a Catholic priest, he's actually an former Anglican priest, so he's actually a Catholic priest with a passel of kids. But he's either in South Carolina or North Carolina, I can't remember. But he wrote a book called The Romance of Religion. And in that book, he talks about, a lot of the themes about heroic stories and their relationship to the Christian story. But one of the things he says in there that I thought was so clever was, he said, atheists will say, oh, I see through all that religion stuff. And he said, well, seeing through is exactly what the atheist does not do. The atheist is like a man who looks out a window and sees only glass. Whereas the Christian is having this vision of seeing through the world to what's behind the world. So that would be the view that Christians had of the atheists, is that there was they had a sort of blindness. And the view of the atheist was that the Christian possessed something that they didn't have. Somewhere along the line, and I don't know if this is fallout from the French Revolution or if this is, a more recent phenomenon, things switched. The atheist, instead of viewing the Christian as possessing something he didn't have, started to view himself as possessing something the Christian didn't have.
Huh.
And that thing was reason or rationality.
Right.
Okay? So the bottom line then became that the atheist views the Christian as insane, as someone who is irrational, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. and doesn't view himself as being a person who doesn't possess something that the Christian doesn't have, but instead as someone possessing something that the Christian doesn't have.
Right.
And that was kind of the bottom line of the conversation that I had with this atheist guy was, I thought that he was blind to something, but he thought that I was crazy. All right. Now, when you think about the implications of this, is very interesting, because how do we treat blind people? Well, we make every effort to include them in everything. I mean, that's why, as far as information is concerned, there's Braille books and there's, books that are read out loud so that they can listen to them. There's all the the little braille marks on the elevators and all of that. We view them as, we certainly don't look down on them, and we view them as people that we want to make as much provision as possible to include them in the society. Okay? But how do we treat people who are insane? Not the same, right? Sometimes we hospitalize them, or we incarcerate them, or we don't trust them with important jobs. We may not trust them to raise their own children.
Right.
It's a very different viewpoint. So I left from this conversation with this very very nice and peaceable atheist man who had believers in his family, and certainly wasn't in a persecution mode toward Christians at all. But I could see the trajectory. If this impulse toward atheism continued to expand in our society, what did that bode for the kind of society that my grandchildren are going to have? If you have if this atheist wave kept growing and growing, and it became the preponderance of the people in society, what would happen to the Christians? And you already had some atheists saying things like, well, it's child abuse to teach a child, the Christian faith. Well, it's not a long walk across the street to say, well, you shouldn't even have your children or be able to raise them.
That's right.
So it had put a sort of a pain, or a little pang in my heart after I had this conversation of thinking about what the future would be like if this just kept going. And I couldn't see anybody out there. And for all of the great, apologists and, people like C.S. Lewis and even present apologists, Peter Kraft and all those people that I read who made these great arguments, I didn't see that wave subsiding in any way. Then I started seeing all these comments under Peterson's videos. I used to be, and I was like, here's somebody who's finally getting through. Here's somebody that can say the things in the way that it is getting through to people who are atheists. And that filled me with so much joy. It really did, because I said to somebody, I said, it is really possible that in my lifetime I will see atheistic materialism fall, as a viable belief structure. And I did not think that I would see that in my lifetime.
No.
Did you feel that way too?
No, I felt exactly the same thing. And I had very much the same experience you did. Peterson was saying things as like, wow, I didn't expect a psychology professor to say things like this. Many academics are rightfully concerned about their vocations and their employment, and so they shut up about what they really believe. They'll say things in private, but they won't say it in public. And here was a guy speaking his mind in public. And then, just like you, I started reading the comment section, and I said, atheism has seemed to be a one-way road. Once you go to Sam Harris, you don't come back. Well, they're coming back, and they're coming back because of Jordan Peterson. I have to pay attention to this. And that was exactly my experience. But I love how you just articulated this. I think you just laid this out so nicely and so clearly and so helpfully. And I think you're dead on right. I can't improve on what you just said. It was really, really good.
It's joyful, isn't it?
It's joyful.
It did. It just filled my heart with so much joy to see that, and gave me, a better sense of hope for the future of our society, for the future that my grandchildren are going to be living in. It just, I just thought it was terrific. So that was really a great thing for me. The other thing that's been so amazing has been all of the stuff that surrounds Jordan Peterson. So, the Rebel Wisdom stuff, which you enjoy, I like listening to them too. Jonathan Pageau. What a treasure. All Christians he is. I wish he had, 1 million subscribers to his YouTube channel. He's just amazing.
Yes. Such a sweetheart of a guy.
Uh-huh.
So much fun to talk to. I love Jonathan. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, good sense of humor, and just really so insightful. And one of the things that impressed me about Jonathan Pajot was the dimensionality of his thinking. You know, Peterson talks about all these levels that things operate on. And Jonathan Pajot really hits those levels when he's talking about the icons and stuff. Now, you know, in Catholic theology, we teach typology. You know, Old Testament, you know, sacrifices, all of the Old Testament things that point to the reality in Christ. So, you know, the book of Hebrews about the you know, the priest going in with the sacrifice and Jesus being the high priest and all that, but also all the other typology, you know, from Abel shedding his blood to King David to you know, Isaac on the altar, you know, all these things that, and so we do this sort of, you know, here's the Old Testament. The Old Testament is Christ is hidden in the Old Testament, revealed in the New, and the New Testament is the fulfillment of the Old Testament. But it's kind of a flat back and forth. And when I started listening to Jonathan Pajot about the symbology, that really got my interest, because then you've got the typology, but then you're stacking these levels of reality on it with the symbology, so that it's not this flat kind of correspondence thing that you're doing, because what you're doing in the symbology is you're connecting with the phenomenological world. And this particularly appeals to me because, you know, when you start trying to work with land, gardening, and you know this because you know, your background in Dutch, and the Dutch are, you know, into the dairy, and you talked about the cows and all that. But anytime you work with animals and you work with land, it teaches you about reality. I think one of the reasons why we have you know, so much confusion about sexuality is that people are so disconnected from the birds and the bees, the literal birds and bees, you know, and the flowers and the trees and the animals. I'll tell you something hysterically funny. I'm interested in getting some goats someday. So I'm on Facebook groups about goats, you know. And so there's this interesting thing about animals, about bovines and caprines. So the goats are caprines, the cows are bovines. And what the people who breed the cattle, the cows, have found is that there's actually a connection between the way that a bull is, for lack of a better word, hung, and the construction of the udder of his female offspring. Now, you wouldn't think that, but that actually has been found out in the genetics of cattle.
Makes sense.
So pardon?
Makes sense.
Well, so people are wondering whether this would apply to goats too. So one day I'm looking at the Facebook page of these goat people that I'm looking at, and there's all these pictures of the working parts of these male goats, you know, just and the question of, you know, how is the way this goat is constructed to affect his female offspring, and can we see any connection? And there was, you know, and I started laughing, and I wrote on the Facebook page, I said, this is the only place on the internet where people know what these parts are actually for. So, you know, there's something about being connected to the earth and to animals that just is like reality. Hey, that's reality right. Suddenly strikes that's you. Right. And I think a part of the problem with our society is that whole disconnection that people have. They now think that these things are, you know, that you can do anything with these things. No, they actually have a purpose. They have a telos.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So, so bouncing off of that, something I learned from Jordan Peterson, and something I learned from looking at some of Jung, has to do with the fact that we have these archetypes of male and female, in our psyche. We have these elaborate constructions that are, part of it is ancestral, maybe even going back to the animal world. And part of it is based on our experience in our family and all. And we have these elaborate instinctive set of programs or responses and impulses in the area of masculine and feminine relationships, or male and female relationships.
Mhm.
But of course, that stuff is it's fallen. It's fallen just like the rest of the human world has fallen.
Yeah.
So, thinking about, one time Jordan Peterson showed a picture of the Virgin Mary holding Christ, and he made the most interesting statement. He said, any society that doesn't hold this as a sacred image is doomed to failure. And I thought, whoa. Now, of course, what he was talking about was the sacredness of the mother and child
Right.
together.
Right.
But I thought about that a lot, and, fitting that in with what Jonathan Pajot says about icons and all of that,
Yeah.
that I really think that God has given us archetypal images of purity in Christ and in the Virgin Mary. And why would he give us those images if it's not to purify our internal archetypal images that we have of the masculine and feminine? And I thought, we need those icons. We really do. We need to be looking at those icons. We need to be looking at the crucifix. We need to be looking at icons of the Virgin Mary. We need to be staring at them so that they enter into us, and they, in ways that we could not possibly even put into words, they affect our soul. And so I do, Pope John Paul II said that that the church needed to breathe with both lungs. And he was referring to the East and the West. That we need to, that the spirituality of the East and the iconography and all of that was as much a part of our Christian heritage as all the things that we have in the West, the church fathers and Thomas Aquinas, and, the statues in the cathedrals and all that. But when it comes together, there's really something there that deeply affects us and deeply changes us. So what do you think about that?
You ask an heir of Dutch iconoclasm what he thinks of staring at icons and the Virgin Mary. I think you have a point, and I think your point is right in terms of these. So Jung, of course, was the son of a Reformed minister,
right?
And also heir of that iconoclastic tradition. Jung destroyed all kinds of icons on his way through his career, but I think this is an area that I've never paid much attention to in terms of the history of my tradition. I understand why the Reformation. I understand why the Reformation responded to some of what it was seeing, and some of the abuse that it saw in the church. And in terms of Luther, my take on Luther is that he was, he was a would-be reformer who kind of had the temperament of Jordan Peterson, and that if you push him, he pushes back. And Luther kind of got pushed into being pushed into schism by the age and politics and context that he was in.
Oh yeah, he could have been handled entirely differently.
Yeah, and the history of the church would have been different. And so then we ask difficult questions about, well, why the Reformation, and was the Reformation a good thing, and is the Reformation something that we should celebrate or not? One of the things that I ponder about. So when I was a number of years ago, I decided I was so tired as a pastor of preaching series that I said, I'm just going to go through the Bible and start with Genesis. I'm just going to go through it. And so, but I take breaks during liturgical seasons. So we'll be in Advent and Lent, but during ordinary time, I'll just continue my little journey through the Bible, which I'm very glad I did, because it forced me to pay attention to places, especially in the Old Testament, that nobody visits or pays any attention to. And so you look at both the tabernacle and the temple, and you find these contexts of rich imagery where there are images of seraphim, and there are images from the natural world. There are almond branches that the almond farmers in Ripon like to remind me is God's most favorite nut. And there's
all was his favorite nut.
and there's this rich imagery in the tabernacle and the temple that God certainly isn't against statuary, because in the best reformed principles, God commands the sculptors to make it for his temple and his tabernacle. But what God is quite definitely opposed to is reducing him to an image that we can only represent as part of his creation. And so figuring out the workings of that. And then of course you have the incarnation, which, you know, I have a lot of patience for the Pharisees and the scribes and even Jesus' disciples, when at the end of the Gospel of Matthew, some bow down to worship and others doubt, because it's like, hey, we've over the last 600 years, we had polytheism and statues beaten out of us, and now you're worshiping this Jesus? I mean, this is something that Christians don't fully appreciate in terms of the dissonance that God invited Jesus' peers into. So I'm still processing the icons and the statues, and I still have the iconoclastic echoes in my ears, but at the same time an appreciation for the sacramentalism that I think you very nicely described, in that don't look at the window, look through the window at what you should be seeing. And I think some of what Protestants lost, and a friend of mine, I should probably have him on for a conversation, Len Vandezee, wrote a wonderful book in IVP about sacramentalism, where, you know, when it comes to the body and the blood, the Eucharist, the host, the Lord's Supper, that John Calvin said, you know, Jesus is present here in the body and the blood. We just don't know what to do with that word present, given our philosophical context. So, you know, I listened to your point. Someone I had made an incautious remark in one of my videos, and a Roman Catholic took me to task and pointed me to some Bishop Barron videos on the Lord's Supper, which I deeply appreciated. And so this is an area that I think we need continued conversations between Protestants and Catholics and Orthodox on, to help us figure out the language and the practice around how we represent and teach. So, you know, so I'm a Reformed Christian, so the Heidelberg Catechism is one of our doctrinal one of the doctrines that I submit to within my tradition. And I would love to, and I think in glory we will have the opportunity to pull John Calvin and Martin Luther and some of the popes together and all gather and say, all right, let's talk about art and representation in the Christian life, and how ought this to work. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right now.
Or we might have something better to do.
Well, hey, you know, I see life in the age to come. I don't know how God's going to arrange it, but we don't even know how he arranges this one. But I think we will
I think we will go further up and further in, as C.S. Lewis says, and we will find levels of his glory that today we hardly recognize or appreciate. And I think part of that will be the healing of the story of this age. And,
oh, definitely. Yeah.
and I deeply long for that and anticipate that. So
Yeah, and you show that so wonderfully in your YouTube videos that I'm sure it's moving many people's hearts. I can see by the comments underneath it, people really appreciate that. I mean, your faith definitely shines through, and the centrality of Christ to the way you process everything is just really terrific. And so, we share that, even if we have differences about some of these other technical things. We definitely do share that. And we call I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the Catholic Church, since Vatican II, we've come up with a phrase for describing Protestants, and we call them separated brethren. So
that's beautiful.
yeah, so that, and one of the things that Vatican II said was that a longing for Christian unity is one of the best evidences of the work of the Holy Spirit in a person. Yeah. And I think that's definitely true.
And I can see in my lifetime, when I was my mother's side of the family comes from southeast Massachusetts, and these two little Christian Reformed groups of huddled Frisians who came over clinging to cows into Whitensville, Massachusetts. When I was young, about the worst thing that could happen to one of our young people was for them to fall in love with a Roman Catholic. And that was, that's only 40 years ago. But today, the CRC, does participates in community services with the Roman Catholic priest in the Catholic Church, which is right next door to the church my mother attends, and so much healing and reconciliation has taken place, and I'm deeply grateful for that, and I hope it continues. It will be, I think part of it has been forced upon us because of the change in the context, and now suddenly the things that divide us don't seem nearly as important as the struggles we face further out. So
definitely. Yeah. I think the pro-life movement did a great deal to unite Catholics and Protestants who, saw, hey, let's put down our mutual assured destruction, and and let's instead focus on seeing how many of these little lives we can save. And it's unfortunate that it takes something like that to wake us up, but we got that sinfulness in us and that pride, and sometimes it takes that.
Well, I think part of the problem, I read Alistair McGrath's, I've mentioned this book quite a lot actually, Alistair McGrath's book entitled Heresy, where, the point he makes early on is that orthodoxy and heterodoxy, they work together, and you usually discover orthodoxy because of heresy. And
right.
So, the issues that we're continuing to work on, ideally Protestant churches, the reason we have this word Protestant is because we're protesting some things. So I think deeply at heart, I think what should be at the heart of every good Protestant is, in fact, the unification and purification of Christ's church, and where together we will work through. Martin Luther, for example, he was in some ways successful as a Roman Catholic Church reformer because of Luther, a whole number of reforms came through in the church.
That's true.
We look at those things in terms of decades when we should be looking at them in terms of centuries. And
right.
So it could be, you look back at Augustine's time, the Donatist controversy. So there's the Catholics and the Donatists, and Augustine's mother was a Donatist. So they were, they didn't want to have anything to do with these priests who caved. And the
right.
Catholics were the wobbly ones who let them back in. And, these
It took hundreds of years for these things to get worked through. And you
Yeah.
would imagine that a God who isn't afraid of using processes over vast amounts of time, that would say, yeah, well, we're going to do that in the church too. It's just we little 60, 70, 80, 100-year living creatures. We're so full of ourselves, we demand that God do it, right away.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
smiles.
Yeah, we're not very naturally patient. I
No, we're
think.
not.
And I think one of the things that you show in your videos a lot is a phrase that we use in the Catholic Church a great deal, and maybe you use it also, and that has to do with providence.
Yes.
Like, it's all in the providence of God.
That's right.
But you don't know that until you look back.
That's right.
Whether we're looking back on our own life, or in the future age we're looking back on this age,
Right.
or we really can't see the providence. When you look at how God has such total respect for our freedom, and why should he? I mean, what are we that he should have any regard for our freedom? It's just amazing.
How irresponsible can God be? That's why I tell people, don't play chicken with God. Look at the
don't
risk
have that much respect for each other's freedom. We want to control everybody. We can't even control ourselves. God has such high regard for our freedom that he so gently and subtly orchestrates all these things in such a way that he accomplishes his will, and yet he doesn't dominate us and control us, and he gives us our freedom. And it's just, when you sit and start pondering that, you suddenly have to say, okay, criticism of the way the world works is really way above my pay grade. I don't know anything. So that's kind of where we're at.
Wonderful.
How's your time going here?
I've got to wrap this up because I had a couple of people who want to do lunch with me because they're interested in my church. And so I don't know if they're watching my videos. I get calls now from people and they're like, well, we want to know more about your church. I'm like, do you watch my videos or not? Because have you been to my church?
Well, I've thought about starting the Jordan Peterson meetup, but I know it's mostly young guys, and of course you're a man, and I'm a little bit older than you, and I'm a woman. I mean, I'm a grandmother. And so I don't know how they'd respond to, talking about Jordan Peterson with an older woman. I
think
wonder.
Once people see this video, they're gonna want you to start a meetup. That's what I think, because I think folks are going to love this video if we post it, if you agree to that.
Oh, absolutely. I do want you to post it.
And I think it should be just like we've done here, no covering icon, because you look beautiful, and to just have your voice and to not have the expression of your face. And I think that would be, we can figure that out on email after this, but I think you would be, it's harder to start a meetup if, it's been easy for me because of my videos. And so my friend in Southern California, John Van Donkey, had a little harder time. So I came down there and, and we got it going. But I think you should definitely start one up because I think it would be great.
Well, thank you so much for the encouragement. It's been wonderful talking to you. And I definitely want to do it again at some point. I really want to get into the whole cult business, because I know some of the people that you had on previously started to touch on that issue and had a lot of questions. Yeah. And I do have some things I could say about that. You might not be surprised.
I'm trying to, if I can ever get the time, I've got all these ideas for other things. And part of it is to have more people in on the conversation. And then we could have we could do maybe a grouping of four or six people and talk about cults and some of this stuff. But
that would be great.
Yeah, for me it's just about finding time. So we'll see what comes. We'll see what comes. I mean, I didn't plan any of this, and just God is so good. And he, like you say, we think we run this show, but we can't even run ourselves. But God does glorious things. So.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. You take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We are recording. So
Okay.
Mary, you and I have done a conversation before. I don't know
Right.
if you want to, but it's been a while. You were one of the first
It was
people
in
I talked
December. It was right. It was back in December. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. I think the third week of December. Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And so since then I had some health challenges and
Okay.
recuperated from that. I've been super busy in my garden and
Wonderful.
outside. I didn't because I was sick. I couldn't do my fall cleanup, so I had to do that in spring, which put me behind on everything. So I've been scrambling to get everything planted, and now we're eating out of the garden and everything's going well. So I'm real happy with that. Yeah.
Good.
My grandson's coming over in a couple of days to help me put up a greenhouse, which I've been wanting forever. So I'm really excited about that. So
Good.
Yeah, so things are going well. They're really going real well.
Good.
I had, I sent you an agenda and I had a whole list of things that I wanted to talk about. And then this morning I listened to your conversation with Cassidy, I think,
Cassidy,
about cults.
Yeah.
And I was like, people keep talking about this subject that I don't want to talk about, and now I'm going to have to talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Because I used to do a lot of talking about cults. I did a lot of public speaking about cults. I was on radio shows about cults and all this stuff, which I come by this honestly because I grew up a third generation Jehovah's Witness. So when I left from there, I asked a question that a lot of people who've been in a cult ask, which is, how did they manage to do this to me? So I did a real deep dive on the whole cult phenomenon and became pretty knowledgeable and able to talk about it with a wide range of audiences. And I also attended meetings of the International Cultic Studies Association, which I'll speak to you about that a little bit later on, but I even gave a couple presentations there. So it's a subject I'm pretty knowledgeable about. And I thought, well, if this conversation is going to keep going on your channel and people are going to keep bringing this topic up, I need to just step in here and say something about it from the standpoint of having that background.
Okay.
Not that I don't think that the things you said are terrific. I think they're very good. I have a little more, I can kind of expand on or dilate on them a little bit, and I think that you'll like that. But I'm going to start off with some cult humor. All right.
Okay.
So this is a guy that I knew a while back when I was doing a deep dive in this, and he was too. And we came up with this thing that was in a riff on Jeff Foxworthy. You might be a redneck if, and we did you might be in a cult if. So here you go. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. You might be in a cult if AK-47s are standard issue to the ushers.
Ooh.
You might be in a cult if you have an abiding horror of having the number 144,001 tattooed on your forehead. You might be in a cult if there's more than one way to skin a cat is the line from your liturgy. You might be in a cult if coffee, tea, Coke, they're all illegal, but Kool-Aid is okay.
Oh, ooh.
I know that one's wicked, isn't it? Okay, you might be in a cult if Armageddon factors very heavily in your retirement portfolio. You might be in a cult if all the books on your bookshelf are from one publisher.
Oh, I've got a lot from Erdman's.
I don't think that applies to you. That's more like a Watchtower Society a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
So anyway, I thought that we could start with a little humor to get Paul Vanderklay's laugh going. My husband now, he has something he says to me, like when he saw on the calendar I was having a conversation with you, he goes, "Oh, you mean a conversation?" Because he's always riffing on that Z that you put in that word.
Really?
You do that? Are you where you do that? You call it conversation.
How should I say it?
Oh, no, you should say it exactly the way you say it.
Well, how do you say it?
I'm
How
not
does your
crazy.
husband say it?
I say with an S.
Conversation?
Yeah.
Oh.
You tend to put a bit of a Z there. So
well, why do I do that?
I don't know. It's probably because of where you're from.
Is it from New Jersey?
It might be. It might be. Who knows? I was born in New Jersey, but I don't but I left there when I was 3 to
Well,
move
we
to
say
Miami,
New
so I don't know.
Jersey, not New Jersey.
I know, but I'm not correcting you. So I'm just pointing out that that's something my husband picked up on and likes to kind of joke around about.
People, the word people mock me for if I say orange. Instead of orange, I say orange. Maybe it's Michigan people that pick up on that, because I don't seem to have too much of a Jersey accent.
Oh, that doesn't sound strange to me. But, you know, I grew up in Miami, and, you know, everybody from Miami is from New York, New Jersey, Ohio, or Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
At least when I was growing up there. You know, it was like there were no natives. Everybody was from up north. Yeah. So even though I grew up in Miami, which is way to the south, I didn't end up with a southern accent, although that did change after I spent 20 years in Georgia. So I probably sound like a southerner now, but I didn't when I moved here. Okay, so let's do some of the serious stuff on cults, okay? So I wanna disambiguate a couple of things.
Okay.
All right. So this is for this, you know, for the sake of people listening. All right. The first disambiguation is between the word cult and occult, because I find that sometimes people get a little bit confused between those two words. So occult means something that's hidden. And you know, practices that are hidden, have been hidden, might be spiritual practices or other practices, usually refers to things like, you know, seances or divination or some sort of thing like that. All right. And then the word called, though, comes from a completely different root. And it's the same as like agriculture, cultivation, all of that. And you might wonder, okay, so how does it means a religious devotion? How does religious devotion tie into that? And it's because the origin of like the religious devotion had to do with agriculture, either, you know, propitiating the gods so that you get a good harvest, or maybe in the sense of cultivation of something internally to the person, right? So that's how that's all tied in. So it means religious devotion. So that's the first disambiguation. Then after that, you have to distinguish between good cult, neutral cult, and bad cult. All right. So the good use of the word cult, and this is very ancient, goes back to things like in Christianity, we talk about things like the cult of the Virgin or the cult of the saints. It simply means devotion to that particular saint or devotion to the Virgin or something like that. All right. And that's a positive use of the word cult. Then there's like the neutral use where you apply that sense of devotion to something that doesn't really have to do with religion, right? Like talk about a movie having a cult following, all right? Or somebody might say, you know, the anthropologist went to visit that tribe in the Amazon and studied their cultic practices, which just means their religious practices, you know, their rituals and things, okay? And then there's the bad use. There's the kind of like the term, when we're using it as a term of saying, okay, that group is a cult, and that group is probably one that you want to stay away from, or it's like a warning, okay? And I noticed you mentioned, Cassidy, about the word sex. Well, just to make things more confusing.
S-E-C-T-S.
S-E-C-T-S, right. In Europe, the word that we use for cults, we call things cults here, they only use the word sex for that.
Really?
In Europe, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So
why
because I think it's a historically because the groups that were considered to be aberrant were also breakaway groups. So the word sect is related to the word section. It means a break, you know, a group that's broken away.
Yeah,
You
sectarian.
know? Right.
It's not hard.
Yeah. So anyway, in Europe, because in the International Cultic Studies Association, such as International, you know, we would get visitors from Europe, Japan, different places in the world, and that was one of the things that we had to be aware of, that they never use the word cult except in the good sense, like the religious sense or the neutral sense. But when they talked about groups that we would call cults, they would talk about them as sects.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
So I thought I would go in a little bit to the kind of like the modern phenomenon. Like you talked about the United Community and that, I mean, we can look back at different groups and say, well, they were cults. But there's kind of a modern phenomenon of cults that started around the early 1960s and kind of came into public awareness, because before that, people were not really talking about cults. All right. So what started happening in the early 60s was this thing where, well, you know, the baby boomers were, you know, they were at the top of the population. You know, it was that youth wave, right? And all of us, and also it was the first generation where you had a major part of the population going off to college, right? So you had these parents who had these kids right after World War II and had, you know, were very upwardly mobile and very interested in their education and their advancement and everything, put a lot, probably the generation that got the most time, attention, and devotion of resources into them of any generation of kids ever, right? And you know, now is sending their young person off to college with the ambition of becoming some, you know, lawyer or doctor or something. And then suddenly these kids were, you know, by kind of astounding numbers, suddenly disappearing from school. You know, they might either just completely disappear and the parents have to go hunting for them, or the parents would get a note or a message from the child or a letter saying, you know, I'm dropping out of school and I'm going off to India, or I'm going off to this particular place out in California, or I'm going up into the mountains of Idaho, and I'm you know, following this guru or that religious thing or whatever. And that was just astounding to these parents. You know, and when you know, when it happens, one person and then another person, then another person, you know, and it's kind of an isolated incident, people don't think much of it, but gradually it started becoming aware that this was happening to, you know, a significant number of kids, you know, college kids, and the parents started putting their heads together to figure out what in the world is going on. Who are these people who are taking our children, you know? And when the parents would try to talk to them, it was like just a wall. I mean, I could not get through at all. So they felt like something had really happened to transform their children's personality very suddenly and very significantly, and that they and all the plans, what happens to all the plans, you know, the college, the future, the career, the whole works, it's all down the drain. So very upsetting and distressing, as you can imagine, with a parent with college kids, how you would feel if, you know, that happened with one of your kids, right?
Oh yeah.
So and this began to be written about in magazines, and newspapers would occasionally have articles about it and stuff. So this was alarming enough that some of the parents decided that they would you know, go to the law about it. So they started going to the courts and saying, something bad has happened to my child. My child has, you know, lost their mind. You know, somebody has taken control of their mind. This person is not acting like himself or herself, and they would get custody of them to put them into mental hospitals to have some sort of, you know, intervention done on it.
Deprogramming.
Well, at that time, it wasn't even called deprogramming, because I really didn't know what they were dealing with at all. The deprogramming situation came a little bit later as people started to get a handle on what could be done, how the communication could go. But this was just the initial thing of, you know, trying to get mental health professionals involved. Well, it didn't take long for the cults to strike back with the courts and say, wait a minute, you're talking about adults here. You're talking about adults making a religious decision. What are you going to do next? Take you know, somebody leaves the Methodist church and goes to the Baptist church, and you're going to put them in a mental hospital for it? So, you know, the cults quickly won. So that avenue was closed in terms of trying to deal with the situation. So the second wave of response to this was the deprogramming. And the deprogramming initially actually happened with kidnapping. So the parents would hire somebody to go and kidnap their kid from away from the cult group, and take them to an isolated place. And by this time, there was enough kind of sense of how these personality transformations might have been accomplished, that there was some sense of how a person could be encountered and kind of snapped back. And in fact, this is the language they use: snapped back to reality. And you know, when I do talks on this, I go into more detail about that whole phase of it. But that didn't last very long. The reason it didn't last very long is very simple. It was an illegal thing. You know, you just can't go and do that. You know,
Kidnapping is against the law.
Yeah, it's against the law. Even if it's your parents, you know, that do it to you. So that phase did not last very long. And so there came to be another phase of this, which was more stepping back, looking at the phenomenon and looking at it academically, sociologically, and trying to figure out how to make a response to it, you know, that would be within the bounds of the law, that would respect the person, and yet could kind of get people out of this and get them back reconnected with their families. Because one of the hardest things about this was that in almost every case, they completely disconnected from their family, from their friends, from everything they had in their former existence. All right, which was very difficult on people, as you can imagine. So because this was kind of in the news so much and being talked about so much, there came to be, I would say, 3 definitions of cults that were kind of floating out there. Okay, so the first one was the popular one, and this was based on the sensationalism of the news stories and stuff. And in the popular mentality, it became an idea that cults were, number one, they were small groups. They dressed weird. All right. They tended to live in isolation, like live in a compound or something, and be, you know, fanatically devoted to the teachings of one leader. All right. And along with that, in the popular imagination, there was this idea that cults attracted stupid, weak-minded people. All right. Now, that combination of things is very dangerous. And the reason it's dangerous is number one, that definition of a cult is inaccurate. And because it's inaccurate, you're not going to necessarily recognize when a cult is actually approaching you. You know, if you're looking for weirdly dressed people, you know, living in a compound, might be somebody else. And the other thing is that if you have it in your mind, and I've told this to many audiences when I've talked to them, if you have it in your mind that the people who get into cults are stupid, weak-minded people, that leaves you vulnerable, because of course you're not stupid and weak-minded, so you wouldn't possibly be attracted to get into a cult, you know. So that's that I think leaves people vulnerable to being recruited by cults, because they have in their mind that they're not the type of person who could get into a cult.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Now, at the same time, well, you're dealing with, you know, what was out kind of in the general population as they're thinking about what a cult is. There came to be a kind of a theological definition of a cult, and you touched on this a little bit, that there's a definition according to what they do, and another one according to how they what their teachings are, right? So the theological definition was promoted by Dr. Walter Martin. He wrote a book called Kingdom of the Cults back in, I think it was in the 60s. Was really, in the evangelical world, I think was the first kind of like big attempt to deal with this as a phenomenon. And based on his work, there was a group called Watchman Fellowship. Have you ever heard of Watchman Fellowship? Yeah. Okay, so Watchman Fellowship was started doing education, like counter-cult ministry and education in churches and things like that. And they came up with a formula for defining a cult. Kind of a catchy little rubric. It's a add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Okay, so they would say, okay, a cult And they were mainly, I would say, mainly dealing with aberrant Christian groups, but they could, apply it outside of that. So a cult is a group that adds to the Bible, either subtracts from the deity of Christ or from the Trinity, multiplies what you need to do for salvation by a lot of different kinds of works, and divides the person from their family, their friends, and things like that. So that's pretty simple. People could remember it, and it has certain limited usefulness. But of course, you can see right away if you talk to a Catholic how how they could use that to say, oh, well, you Catholics, you add to the Bible either because they had the idea that because our Bible has 7 more books in it that we've added books to it, because of course Catholics draw their Old Testament from a different Jewish canon than what Protestants do, or because we have the magisterium and the magisterium and the Bible, so we say tradition and scripture, and you're adding to the scripture. So it was kind of convenient for these evangelicals to be able to sort of lump the Catholics in with cults.
That's a really big old cult.
No kidding. Yeah, if your definition of cult includes most of the Christians on the planet, it's probably a little bit of a problem.
Well,
so
you go back to that classical definition. This could get really ugly.
Yeah.
Wear funny clothes. Well, you got a guy on top of you.
Yeah, right.
This is getting all bad, Mary. What are you doing, Mary? You're making your case.
I know.
Worse.
Jumped from one cult into another. Okay. So then there, people started looking at it. A lot of people started looking at it from a more academic standpoint. So you had people dealing, psychologists, sociologists, academicians, people involved with the philosophy of religion, different things like that, ethics and whatnot, the legal, coming from the legal end, all that, looking at it. And they started, to put their heads together to come up with a definition. And you alluded to this, that it's based more on the actions than on the belief structure of the group. Or the shorthand for that is deed, not creed. Okay. So of course, meanwhile, while all this is going on, the cults are saying that there's no such thing as a cult. Obviously, with all these definitions out there really isn't any such thing. Jehovah's Witnesses say this all the time. There really isn't any such thing as a cult because, everybody's got all these different definitions. So they could use that confusion to their own advantage. Well, from the academic standpoint, a more scientific look at it, of course, what you try and do in that case is see if you can locate some models, right? So the thought was, if we can find, what is this thing like? If it's like this other thing, maybe it's the same thing, or maybe it involves the same processes. So this, of course, is during the Cold War. So one of the things that's going on is you have these internment camps in communist countries, and you have these re-education camps where they would do what's called thought reform and put people in these camps and change them from being, having American values to being one of the communist comrades.
So would Jordan Peterson say the universities have become a cult?
Yeah, I guess he might say that, but this is the communists were actually doing this in the communist countries, and this was known. Robert J. Lifton, I think, is the psychologist that did a lot of study on this thought reform stuff. So some people said, well, thought reform, this that the communists are doing, the cults are just like this. They're exactly the same as this, except, of course, in all the ways in which they were completely different. And then, of course, another model that was invoked was the model of the abused woman, or, the person who identifies with the abuser. Sometimes they, Stockholm syndrome, they'll, have call that. right? And so some people said, it's the same phenomenon as this, because it's exactly like this, except in all the ways that it's not, it's its own. So although those were useful models to understand some things, they were limited in their applicability, because cult recruitment and cult involvement is its own thing. Okay, so the International Cultic Studies Association, which anyone can look up, and they have a lot of resources available on their website. It's run by Michael Langone, or started by Michael Langone. He might not still be there, I don't know, but it's been a long time since I had contact with them. But they drew together a lot of people from many different disciplines to interact with former cult members. And that was kind of the key thing in all of this, was to be able to bring in the people that had been through the experience, sit down with them and say, what was your experience like? How did you get in? What was it like while you were in? How did you get out? To begin to see a pattern. So I, as a former Jehovah's Witness, have sat in a room with 70 people who had been in all different kinds of cults, everything from UFO cults to science-based cults to health-based cults, political cults, various kinds of aberrant Christian groups, cults based on Eastern religions of various kinds, meditation, whatever. And just had everybody just tell their story, talk about their experience. And what really is stunning was how similar all of our experiences are. Even though everybody was in such divergent groups that you wouldn't think had anything in common. So that leads us to be able to say, okay, here are some characteristics that are in common with cults and how they operate. So let's start with the this idea that only stupid or weak-minded people get into cults. All right, as though somebody wakes up in the morning and says, my life isn't going too well, I know what I'll do. I'll join the cult. I'll make everything better. That's not how it works. Even though Nick may, he might have done that. Nick, is that the name of the guy that went into the different cults?
Yeah.
That's not the normal. That's not the normal pattern. Okay. Normally people do not go looking for cults. Cults actively recruit people, and they do not actively recruit stupid or weak-minded people, because that's not what they want. They want people who are functional, highly functional. They want people who are capable, who have talent, who have skills, who have things that they can contribute to the group and make the group successful, and also who can themselves have the capacity to go out and recruit other people. All right. So cults are not. It's not like they're not going into the byways and looking for the.
Yeah, I got a lot of people that like to some cults here. There's a lot of folks around I could send them. I guess I don't want them.
Yeah. That's kind of one of the differences, right? And so the deception in recruiting is one of the key elements of getting people going into a cult. And when cults, if a cult knocks on the door, I'll say from Jehovah's Witness standpoint, it's not like the Jehovah's Witnesses, when you open the door, they say, hi, we are here to invite you to our cult down the street. So the way that cult recruitment works is, I call it hijacking. In fact, my big presentation that I do about cults, I've done as long as 4 hours at a time, is called Hijacked Lives. Because the point is that you have a person who's going through their life, and they have certain goals, interests, things that they're passionate about. And somebody comes alongside of them and says, hey, you're interested in this particular thing? Well, guess what? There's a whole group of people who are trying to do the same thing. Come and join us. And then when they get involved with the group takes them in a completely different direction. So when I was a Jehovah's Witness and I used to knock on doors, one of the things I would ask people is, what would make you happy? And people would say, and I really, honestly, I didn't care what would make them happy. I was just trying to get the inroad and to be able to get them into the group. Do you understand? It's like, it's like it wasn't really an interest in that person's actual happiness.
But I've never had a Jehovah's Witness ask me that question.
Well, that's because they probably aren't as good as I was.
See, maybe that's just it.
We do vary in our skill level. But anyway, anyway, that's, that's they will talk to you though about being happy and having life on earth forever or stuff like that. They will make that kind of presentation. So they're trying to attract you with an offer for some kind of happiness. I mean, every cult is, right?
Well, churches do that too.
Yes, they do. But the thing is that it's that individual and his development and his happiness that really matters to them, not using that person to further some different agenda.
I don't know. I've seen some churches do that too. I mean, that's part of this. I mean, it's churches sometimes act like cults, and usually not larger denominational. I mean,
right.
But churches can get kind of cultish, and individual pastors can get cultish, and sometimes it seems like they start out as churches and they wind up as cults.
Well, and that's true. Okay, so I'm going to show you this book.
Okay,
this book is called Twisted Scriptures.
Okay.
It's by Mary Alice Chronologer, and the cover, if you look it up on Amazon, is different now. I want to spell her last name because it's like Hungarian or something, so it doesn't have enough vowels in it. CHRNALOGAR. All right. And that's what she talks about, is the way that some churches use the Bible in a manipulative manner. This is an excellent, excellent book for anybody who's interested. And I think Cassidy might be interested in reading this book.
Okay.
And I actually had helped with the editing of this book years and years and years ago. So, but I highly recommend this for, untwisting some of those little manipulative things that are used. Like when she talked about the gifts of the Spirit, trying to make them happen, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
There's some stuff in that book about that. The other aspect is then, as you mentioned when you're talking to Cassidy, so we have deception and recruiting, we have manipulative control over members. And that's a big part of it. And you mentioned that, manipulative control. Really is taking an illegitimate amount of authority over the life of a person. And that was one of the things that dawned on me, like when I left from the Jehovah's Witnesses, was, wait a minute, all these things they're telling me to do, they don't have any legitimate authority to tell me this. So that was kind of one of the things that was.
So you would consider Jehovah's Witnesses a cult?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They use a lot of manipulative control over people. So I'll give you one example. Like when people come and knocking on your door, Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your door, they have to report to their local congregation how many hours they spend every month talking to other people about their religion. Yeah. They have to report that. And you're kind of rated and ranked within there on how much time you actually spend doing that. That's a big part of their social rating and ranking. So, and there's a lot of other stuff. There's like, the discouragement of higher education and all of that. It is definitely a cult.
So because, I mean, to me, this is very, very interesting, partly because of the time in which it came up. I most often consider cults, usually there's a motive by the leader of the cult. It could be, it's often, like the Bhagwan out in, he had a very famous, you can find this story on Netflix. Usually it's financial.
The poisoning of the water and all that stuff, something like that.
Yeah. Well, that if you have Netflix and you haven't watched, I think it's called Wild Wild Country.
Yeah, I know about that story. Yeah,
fascinating, the Bhagwan. But usually there's a financial motivation. Look at Scientology. I don't have any problem calling Scientology a cult. Right. They obviously don't look for weak-minded people. They look for strong-minded people, and they dress well, and they use status, especially in terms of Hollywood and stardom. Tom Cruise, John Travolta, all of these. So, but it's very interesting to me that this, you know, something happened during the baby boom era in terms of, you know, I think there's affluence involved there. There's a whole number of things. And obviously a group like the Jehovah's Witnesses have been around far longer. Would you consider, here's another question, would you consider the Church of Latter-day Saints a cult?
Well, that kind of leads to the difference between a cult and a world religion or a sect, right? So what I would say about the Latter-day Saints is that I think you're right when you call them a sect of Christianity. They're definitely aberrant in terms of theology. One of the things about a cult is that a cult cannot manage a civilization because cults restrict the areas of domains in which people can operate. And in order to have a civilization, you have to have all the area. You have to have somebody who's a cop, and somebody who's a soldier, and somebody who's a painter, and somebody who's a farmer, and somebody, you know, you have to have all these different domains. And what you find in cults is that because they have so many restrictions on the individual, they have, you know, you might have some. I'll use Jehovah's Witnesses again as an example. You'd be amazed at how many of them are janitors. All right, none of them are cops. None of them are soldiers. Almost none of them are doctors. All right.
Doctors,
you know,
you have a
that
real
kind.
problem.
Yeah. So that's, you know, almost none of them are scientists. You know, so you don't have the full structure of a society that you can have now. Okay, so let's look at Mormons. Could you say that you could have a civilization of Mormons? And I would say yes, you can, because if they can have a whole state in the United States, that's bigger than some countries are.
Yeah.
You know, and they have all the civilizational niches filled with people.
Yeah. Would you
So
call the Amish a cult?
No, I would not call the Amish a cult, but I don't know that they punish people who leave. My understanding is that you're free to leave from the Amish.
Yeah.
All right. I would say that they're a very closed group.
Yeah.
But I would not call them a cult, because I don't think that they're engaging. For one thing, I don't think they're engaged in deception to try and get people to join. I don't think that they're engaged in I think there's a tremendous amount of social pressure, but I don't think they're engaged in manipulative, unethical control of people within. And I don't think they punish people who leave. So those are some of the aspects that would make a group a cult.
Yeah, I agree with those aspects of the definition, and those come to me. I don't know. I mean, I'd always thought of the Jehovah's Witnesses more as a sect. Your point about restricting the domains in which people can operate, that's a very interesting point to me. And I'll have to think about that further.
So I think the more, so, you know, Hilaire Belloc and Chesterton and those guys, they thought of Islam as a Christian heresy. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that Mormonism is a Christian heresy. I mean, theologically, it's certainly heretical. All right. So the question would be, is it on track to become another world religion like Islam? And I would say that kind of really depends on how they continue to relate or not to the wider Christian world. You know, how integrated they become. And of course, that's real dicey, isn't it? Because how do we deal with them, and how do we deal with their theological aberrations? Yeah. But I would say that the more the lines of communication stay open with them, and the more that they're invited to, you know, enter into theological dialogue with the traditional Christian faiths, the less likely it is that they're going to hive off and become a separate world religion. But and so I think it's definitely preferable from on many levels, from many standpoints, to keep them as being a heretical sect and not becoming like Islam and antagonistic to Christianity at large, world religion.
Because the Seventh-day Adventists have very much increasingly become sort of part of the evangelical fold, whereas, you know, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Latter-day Saints, the Seventh-day Adventists, all of this all of these came out of, the burned over district in New York
Right.
State towards the end of the 19th century. And a lot depends on sort of where they're moving. And we haven't seen any movement of the Jehovah's Witnesses towards any other group. They've, for the most part, remained in isolation and seem to want to remain there.
Right, right. And the thing with the Seventh-day Adventists is very interesting. That they came out of the Millerite movement, and
Right.
the Jehovah's Witnesses did too. So there's
Right.
kind of almost like two branches off of the same
Right.
tree that those two groups are. In
Right.
fact, the Seventh-day Adventists went through a brief period where they taught that Jesus Christ was really Michael the Archangel. And
Really?
Jehovah's Witnesses do teach that.
Yes, that's
And
right.
but the Seventh-day Adventists, repented of or changed that teaching, so they didn't maintain it. But it was during that time that the Jehovah's Witnesses broke off from them, and the Jehovah's Witnesses kept that teaching.
Yeah.
So we've got that, the tremendous ontological problem of Jesus being an angel, then becoming a man, then going back to heaven and becoming an angel again. So
right. Well, the LDS has demonstrated quite a capacity to change their doctrines midstream. I mean, they've changed on a number of things just in the last 50 years.
Right.
Richard Mao, who was a philosophy professor at Calvin College, he was president of Fuller Seminary, has had quite a bit of dialogue with the LDS Church. So it'll be interesting to see what becomes of them in the future. So
right.
A big deal out west here, much more than out where I grew up.
Yeah.
We've just got a few more minutes, Mary. So this is.
Well, thanks for letting me kind of lay that out. I hope
now Esther's going to complain because I let you colonize my channel and it didn't her. He's going to be very upset by that.
I hope not. But I just want to, let me real quick share a few more resources with people who want to do a deeper dive into the subject. Now, I haven't really been active in this space for a number of years. So some of these books are a little bit older. They're all at least like 10 years old. But I showed you Twisted Scripture. I want to, this Releasing the Bonds by Stephen Hassan, Hassan, and he has another book that was prior to this, and he's real good at exit counseling. And this book would be valuable for people who have a family member who's in a cult. Dr. Paul R. Martin, now this is a Christian, and the book is called Cult Proofing Your Kids. And he comes from more of an evangelical background, but he is also the founder of Wellspring Retreat and Resource Center, which helps people recover from post-cult trauma in Ohio. It's a Christian-based, and he combines the psychological and the Christian orientation. All right. Margaret Thaler Singer was a professor at UC Berkeley. And this book is called Cults in Our Midst, The Hidden Menace in Our Everyday Lives. Interesting. I noticed you talked about the difference between the cult and the monastery. And she talks in here about that. And also she says, what's the difference between a cult and the United States Marines? So, but this is a great book, much more on the academic level study of the phenomenon. This one, Captive Hearts, Captive Minds. Captive Hearts, Captive Minds is a book that deals with survivors of cults, many different kinds of cults and their stories, that anyone who's been in a cult and wants to get something that really they can relate to on an emotional level, this would be really good. And then Recovery from Cults, edited by Michael Langone. This is again from International Cultic Studies Association resource, and more again an academic treatment, but comes at it from a number of different disciplines, from the legal, psychological, sociological, ethical, all that. So those are things, if people are, have an issue, they have a family member they think is in a cult, or they themselves have been in a cult and are walking around going, how did this happen to me? What was wrong with me? And what I want to say is, if someone has come out of a cult and they're walking around thinking, what was wrong with me, that they were able to do this to me, is I just want to say, there's nothing wrong with you. You were deceived.
Okay.
And that would be my bottom line. statement.
Well, Nick signed up for another slot, so I'm sure he'll watch this or he and I talk. So another thing that I've been thinking about is getting a few people together for a conversation. And so we'll see, maybe we'll do this afternoon. I'm hoping to have one of those set up. So
okay, good. Well, I look forward to seeing that, maybe participating in one of these days. And I'm going to leave a teaser. I'm talking to you again in 2 weeks, so I'm going to leave a teaser for everybody.
Oh my!
Okay? And so I had put it in the email to you. So here's the teaser. I have figured out what the female equivalent of C.S. Lewis's Men Without Chests is, and I'm going to talk about that next time we talk.
Okay, well, there's your teaser.
All
All right, Mary. It's great to talk to you again.
Great to talk to you too. Take care. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. We're on, Mary.
All right, great.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm
Good.
very excited to get to talk to you again because I have so many things stacking up in my head that I'd like to talk to you about. I mean, I could talk to you for hours. And so could everybody else, obviously. So you had so much great content, wonderful things are going on. I gotta do 2 books first, okay? So I'm gonna flash 2 books up here. All right. This is for Julian. One of them just fell on the floor. This is for Julian. Julian, this is the Stanley Hauerwas book I've been talking to you about in the comment section a couple of times. And also Luke is going to like seeing this because Luke pointed me to Father Stephen Freeman, I think his name is. And Father Stephen Freeman studied under Stanley Hauerwas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Luke would like to know that I watched or listened to all the Father Freeman stuff that I saw. Just a second, let me get this other book that fell on the floor. Okay, so this one, you're going to like this one, Paul. This is, can you see it?
Practical Theology. Bye.
Bye.
I can't read it down below.
Okay, Peter Kreeft.
Oh.
It is Peter Kreeft. Okay. So this is great. A lot of the people that watch your channel would love this book. This goes into Thomas Aquinas' Practical Theology. As you can see, I've really been poured over that book.
Wow.
Also, remember, Kreeft means lobster.
Yes.
Remember that? We learned
Yes.
that on your channel. That means you can give your lobster a last name. Where is he? I don't see him.
Oh, he keeps
Fall down.
He must be. Uh-oh. Where is he?
You could call him Bucko Kreeft.
Oh, here he is. Yeah, we have
He could have a last name, Bucko Kreeft, instead of
Kreeft.
just one name.
He's a little inflating. He's a little we've got to.
Oh yeah, you don't want him to be deflated. You don't want him to be defeated.
No.
Falling on the floor.
He needs some serotonin.
Yes, he does. I got things to say about serotonin in this conversation too. Okay, so mouth-to-mouth resuscitation
All
for
right.
the lobster.
I don't like to think about what I have to do. But here we go. There you go. We'll see if he stays.
Okay, so I have a couple. I think I'm only going to get to like 2 topics, and I want to kind of circumambulate them a little bit. You know, your Jungian
Is this going to be a conversation, or are you going to it'll be? Women seem to want to colonize my channel, and it's like Paul is not just a passive thing to get your hobby horses out.
Okay, you know what? You're right. So I have to stop, and I have to get feedback.
Okay.
All right. We'll do that. Okay. Did you talk to your?
Usually I have one conversation where folks kind of share their story, and I pretty much just let them go. And the next conversation is where we process some things. So that's kind of the way that the pattern has gone.
All right. Well, so did you talk to Jungian people? Because you were going to talk to somebody Jungian, and you didn't never put that up, I don't think.
Well, Skip. So I had a conversation with Skip, and he has a channel. He has a pretty good sized channel where he reads audiobooks from Jung, and he puts out a ton of content. We had a conversation, and his internet went out, and so he posted the little beginning of that conversation, but he and I haven't had a second conversation. So Skip's got some pretty clear ideas about what he wants to see happen, and it's this stuff gets so complicated because Jung has a following that is extremely devoted to Jung and his work.
And there are times when, if you're, it's again, it's sort of just like another religious community, and if other people aren't sufficiently down with that project, it's just like you can be not reformed enough or not Catholic enough. I mean, it's just a natural part of tribes. So
Oh, okay.
so and Jung's, Vervaeke on one of his recent videos made a comment about Jung, basically saying, if you don't know Kant, you don't know Jung. And he said that, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna have to think a lot more about this, because Kant is another important figure that, Kant, Hegel, these philosophers' works have been so foundational to the West, but they're not easy to get your mind around. So I've just got a lot more homework to do.
Yeah, well, they can stack you up with the things that you have to read and everything. I think I'm kind of past the point of doing all of that reading. I did it years and years ago, and I'm like, now it's like, I just don't feel like I have time to dive into all those books. But getting the lectures from somebody like John Vervaeke or Dr. Gregory Sadler or something like that, or you, is real helpful, because it brings things back to my mind, makes connections. It's really great. So, okay, so I said that I was gonna think about the men without chests and the women.
Yes.
Women that had an issue similar to that,
yes.
Right? So, the reason I brought up the word circumambulate was because that's a word the Jungians like to use about how to approach a subject. It's like you walk around it and you get closer and closer to it. And, it's really just means walk around, right? Circumambulate means to walk around.
Yeah.
But somehow or another, when people say things in Latin, it's supposed to be more special, It's like you go to the doctor and you say, I have this red irritated patch on my arm, and the doctor looks and goes, oh, that's dermatitis. And all he did is say to you in Latin what you just told him in English, but now you've got a diagnosis all of a sudden,
That's right. That's exactly right.
So anyway, I was thinking about that when I was thinking about all the ways that I was approaching this. I thought, well, I'm kind of circumambulating it. It's like I have these different little stories that I think feed into trying to get a handle on what's going on with a particular thing that I observed. So I want to tell you several little stories. Okay. All right, and I won't go back to back. I'll wait for you to respond to each one.
Okay. That sounds good.
Deal. Okay. All right. The first one is something that happened in my family. Okay. So we had this new baby was born into the family. One of my son's family had a new baby, and mom brings the new baby over, and all the women of the family are gathered together and they're making over the new baby. Well, this new baby has a brother who's just about 4 years old, and he's kind of bouncing off the walls a little bit. He's being told to settle down and quiet down and whatever. And at some point in this whole little scenario, he bursts into tears and he goes, everybody likes the new baby and nobody likes me anymore. And he starts crying inconsolably, and all of us females around him, we're petting him and we're trying to comfort him, and we've got all these things we're saying to him and how he's so important, he's the big brother and all this stuff, and he's not having any of it. The tears are just flowing. And my husband's in the kitchen, we're in the living room, and suddenly my husband walks out of the kitchen. He grabs that boy up, throws him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, runs up the stairs with him, throws him on a bed and starts tickling him. and in moments, that kid is laughing his head off and he's totally happy, And I just admire. I was filled with like this sense of admiration over him doing that. It's like he knew exactly what to do. All of us women, with all of our words, we were being completely ineffective, and he took that, that masculine, strong action, and he just dealt with it, and it was all good,
Yep.
And so that's the thing. The sense that what I'm seeing is missing is in women is that appreciation of being able to observe something like that and have it and have you recognize it in a way and appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do you see that? You see that?
That's a great story. I love that story because that so nicely illustrates, men and women are different. We just are. And I love that story. I'm going to use that story at some sermon at some point. I am. It is a great story, and it so perfectly illustrates exactly what it illustrates. That sometimes, and I'll, when men are married to women and women are married to men, you sit there and just talk. And it's like, two different worlds. So
right. But now I have a couple of stories that I think illustrate the opposite.
Okay.
All right. So one of them is, remember I was talking before about being interested in like homesteading and animals and, gardening and all that stuff. Okay. So I was watching this video about this man who had gotten, because I said before I was interested in goats. I'm also interested in ducks. So I was watching this video of this man who got these baby ducklings. And he's got them all set up. He's all set up to start raising some ducks. And he brings them home. They come home from Tractor Supply in a little box, and they're, peeping and everything. And he's got several little children. So the whole video is showing him bringing the ducklings home from the store, and he goes downstairs to his basement, and he's got a brooder set up with a heat lamp for him. And he's got several little children. So he's talking to his little children. He's telling them to be careful, the older ones have to wash their hands if they touch the ducks. They mustn't put their fingers in their mouth, and the little ones not to touch the ducks at all because he will put his fingers in his mouth. And, and all this stuff he's doing, he's taking care of the little ducklings and making sure they're warm and cared for and everything. And then the next scene in the video is they're several days later, and they're taking the little ducklings out for the first time for a walk in the backyard. It's their first outing. And they have a black female lab. And she's just following along with these ducklings, and you see her and all the kids are there, and she's like nosing the ducklings and sort of herding them along. And there's a little boy, and I don't think this little boy was even 3 years old. And we'll say that I don't remember the name of the dog, but we'll say her name was Lucy. And here the little boy says, "What's Lucy doing?" And the mother, who must have been the one holding the camera because she didn't appear in the film, she says, "She's trying to be the duck's mommy." And the little boy says, "I want to be the duck's mommy." And the dad says, "You're a boy, you can be the duck's daddy." And I thought, ooh, I gotta read this comment section, because you know how sometimes people will write in YouTube, they'll write, "I'm just here for the comments." I was like, I know there's going to be something stupid in this comment section, so I'm going to go down and look for it. And so I scrolled down the comment section, and sure enough, some I'll call her a bicked witch had written, "Why did you tell him he can't be a mommy? Don't you want him to be nurturing?" And the dad, the owner of the channel, had come back and just said, "Don't you think a father can be nurturing?" Which is a much less, fewer words and kinder than I would have probably said to her. But the thing that killed me about this is the whole video was of a nurturing father.
Yeah.
He was nurturing his own children. He was even nurturing duck children.
Yeah.
And she couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know was she ideologically possessed or what? I was thinking about this. What is wrong with her?
Yeah.
She couldn't see it.
Yeah. We've got kind of a stupid culture. We trip up on things that probably shouldn't trip up on. I mean, if you just pause and think and be patient and be quick to listen and slow to speak, which I'm certainly not someone who should, toot that horn too loud, because I do a lot of talking. But good story.
The second story that I have about a woman doing the same thing involves Jordan Peterson. Okay, so this is like, do you remember the GQ interview? Now everybody remembers Kathy Newman. You remember the GQ interview?
Oh, yeah, I certainly do.
Okay, and this is a point about it. I've watched a lot of analysis about it, but this is a point about it that I haven't seen anybody point out. So there's a situation in that interview where she says to Jordan Peterson, how have you encouraged your daughter? Do you remember this?
It's ringing a bell.
And he comes back and he says, I encouraged my daughter in her desire to be a mother.
Yes,
Which
yes.
of course was
yes.
not what that woman wanted to hear, right?
Yes, yes.
So then she comes quickly back and she says, well, did you encourage your son to be a father? And he said, well, yes, of course. But he's looking at her like, you're so clueless. And I'm thinking, I'm seeing that and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
ooh, Sesame Street time, boys and girls, because one of these things is not like the other.
Yes, yes,
You know,
yes,
when your medically fragile daughter, who's been on umpteen medications her whole life, had I don't know how many surgeries since she was a young child, says she wants to be a mother, it's not the same thing as your healthy son indicating that at some point in the future he might like to impregnate his wife.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. That's
and
right.
she couldn't see it.
Well, she couldn't see it. I think that's exactly right. She couldn't see it. And, who knows how, I was thinking about Peterson this morning because he posted a video on his channel which had a Think Club, which was funny, had a Think Club opening. And he just made a comment in the notes saying that, he's been very busy and preoccupied with the illness of his wife.
Right.
And I just thought about Jordan, and you can't read 12 Rules for Life without a real appreciation for the pain that he and his wife, parents suffer with a child in a different way than the child suffers. And this has actually been, we've got an important member of our meetup community who has a disabled sister. And when there's a significant medical issue with one of the children in the family, that shapes the whole family. It very much shapes the parents. And I was thinking I should probably do a video about Peterson and call him a man of sorrows, because in many ways the trauma and the sorrow and the struggles that he had because of his daughter's medical condition, he wouldn't be the same Jordan without that deeply shaped him and shaped his thought. And now to have his wife facing a very serious medical challenge, I do keep him in my prayers, because this is very, very difficult. But these kinds of, any pastor who's paying attention knows that these sufferings are deeply formative. And, the New Testament talks about suffering in a peculiar way, how the Apostle Paul, for example, how, to fill up the sufferings of Christ. This extremely, interesting phrase that Paul uses. And you have the sense that part of what suffering does is bring a depth to glory that perhaps could not be had any way than through suffering. And you see this as a pastor. You see this in people's lives, that suffering can make people deep and profound, and give them this godly quality of strength and tenderness at the same time, which is, I did a video on the Democrats all want to be about kindness and the Republicans all want to be about strength, but it's godly to be strong and kind, because strong and kind actually makes love, and love without strength is mere kindness, and love without kindness can lack gentleness. And so, to encourage his daughter to be a mother despite everything that she had undergone. And I think about that movie that was out a number of years ago, Steel Magnolias, where the
Oh, that's one of my favorite movies.
where the mother is, the daughter has had medical difficulties,
Right.
and the daughter has decided to go through and have, get pregnant, and understanding fully the risk that the daughter will face because of this. I mean, these dramas are what make human beings godly. And it's just true. But our culture, I've said before that the sign of a good culture is it bequeaths upon young people a wisdom that their years could not earn for them. And our culture is failing the younger generations because we are not reliably giving them this kind of wisdom that you actually need in your 20s to make the hard decisions that will bear fruit in the 50s and 60s.
Right. Well, that's what I thought when I contrast these women who could not see, like the woman who couldn't see the fatherhood, the nurturing fatherhood of the father with the ducklings, or the nurturing or the sacrificial kind of fatherhood that Peterson was expressing when he said, I encourage my daughter to be a mother, knowing that's a risk for him, for his heart.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that she couldn't see this. And I was thinking, what is it with these women? And then I was thinking about, because you had talked about the Men Without Chests,
Yep.
that whole thing that C.S. Lewis wrote.
Yep.
And so my question was, about their perception. And then I was thinking about, we keep talking about perception, like in this whole conversation, right? We talk about, like Vervaeke talks about a salience landscape.
Yep.
And Peterson talks about a priori structure, that without that we can't see things.
Yep.
So I was thinking, what are these women missing in their a priori structure or in their salience landscape? What is it that's happened to them? And then C.S. Lewis, when he writes about the Men Without Chests, it has to do with perception.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like that's what they were missing. They were missing a perception. Like they had been educated out of the normal perception or the normal emotional reactions or sentiment, that the perception of things that were beautiful or noble were supposed to evoke in them.
That's right.
And that's what he meant when he said that they were men without chests.
Right.
That whatever it was that was connecting the head to the perception had to flow through this middle space, and they were missing it. So they were disconnected, right?
Yes.
So they couldn't see the real qualities and virtues in things. So
right.
then,
They couldn't see through things that they're lacking the, we have these five senses, but we have these additional senses, basically. Mm-hmm. And one of these is the numinous, and with that comes courage, which is obviously, someone with a chest, they have courage. Mm-hmm. Lewis brings that out. And no, that's right.
So for the women, I thought, this is kind of what I came up to. Women would naturally find motherhood attractive, and they would naturally respond appreciatively to fatherhood. But what's gone wrong is that they have been educated to think that those emotions don't tell them anything about the virtues of motherhood or fatherhood, right, but that those feelings are artifacts of social construction designed to fit them into a subservient role in the patriarchy.
Yep.
And so they have to internally reject any sentiment connected with them.
Yep.
And once they do that, then having rejected that sentiment toward motherhood in themselves, then they reject the fatherhood, the evidence that fatherhood is good. It's right, sitting right in front of their face.
Yep.
They reject.
Yep.
Because they can't connect the fatherhood to the motherhood inside of themselves.
Yep.
Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, and well said.
Well, I had a personal experience of, this was so strange, and this is very, very personal, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Okay.
So this is, probably about 10 years ago or so, and it well past the time when I'm nursing my babies or having babies, well past the change of life. And I'm in a store pushing a shopping cart, and in the next aisle over, I hear a newborn baby suddenly cry. And they have a very distinctive cry. It almost sounds like a little lamb,
Yeah.
And immediately I felt a tingle in my breasts. That same feeling that women have when they're nursing babies, and they suddenly smell their baby, or they see their baby, and that milk lets down. Although I don't have any milk, but I had that sensation so strongly, and I was so surprised at it that it would happen as like this reflex, so many years after I've nursed any babies. So that made me start to think, and what you said about how we have other perceptions, and I thought, well, could I say that the breast is an organ of perception?
Absolutely.
You think so? I thought so.
Yes, we are embodied creatures. I mean, one of the things that makes us so, we are absolutely covered with nerves. All of these, part of the, I heard one thing, I'm not a scientist or anything, but we're covered with all of this hair, and all of these hairs are attached to nerve endings. And so one of the reasons we have this giant brain is we're covered with this capacity to sense things. And no, I think that's exactly right. I think we have far more senses than just the 5 that let's say John Locke imagined brings input onto this blank slate inside. The sense of the numinous, it just seems silly not to imagine that we have these senses. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean we always get things right with these other senses. That's a whole different story, because we get things wrong with our eyes and our touch, and we get things wrong. But to deny these other senses completely seems to me just not reasonable.
Well, when I was thinking about whether the breasts were organs of perception, I had the funniest thought, because I thought about Hooters, and I thought about how they make the eyes of the owl, like they relate the woman's breast to the eyes of an owl. And I thought, that's like an iconography that's saying something. Isn't that funny? It's a good thing that you're not monetizing this video, Paul, because you'd have Hooters ads and you'd be leading people astray because I said that. But isn't that funny?
It is. That is.
And then I thought, and it's an owl, and I thought, oh, the owl, talk about a mythological irony. The owl is a sacred bird for the goddess Athena, who's the goddess of feminine purity and domestic arts, among other things. But I just thought that's so ironic. And so that's what I came up with. I finally came up with that the correlation of the men without chest was women without breasts.
I think that's really good.
And so the bottom line is, like, in our time, the problem with women is too many boobs, not enough breasts.
Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. That's
so really I thought you would like that.
Yes.
I know.
Yes, that's good. That's good. I don't mind being colonized with such good stuff.
Well, it just all sort of started to come together with me, for me. But without the things that you said, and pointing out about C.S. Lewis, and that's such a rich source of material, everything that he says, I don't think I would have ever put it together. But, this whole conversation, John Vervaeke and Sevilla, I've listened to all of her stuff now. I got caught up with her, on her channel.
A lot of stuff too.
Yeah, she does, and it's great, because I'm probably not going to sit down and read the motorcycle book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Although I actually think I did read it years ago, but it just went right past me at that time. But it's so good to listen to her go through the chapters and explain it, explain each one and where she's coming from on it and everything. I just think that it's great. So the second thing that I wanted to talk to you about was John Vervaeke.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Now, you've been watching all of his stuff, right?
Yep. I just caught up this weekend.
Okay, good. I think it's like the most humane. That's a word that comes to my mind when I think about this project that he's doing, is how humane it is. Which I think is like, when I say that it's humane, I'm thinking, there's lots of people who could say, well, there's this problem with humanity or society, and they care about society or humanity, but they don't care about the individual person. But you can see in John Vervaeke that he sees a big problem, but that he has his heart open. Mm-hmm. He's a man with a chest, see? Mm-hmm. to the individual person who's being affected.
Yep.
And wants to find some way to help them to get through it.
Yep.
But I was cracking up when I listened to his lecture on the romanticism.
That was a good one. Yeah.
It was so good. But there was one point in the lecture where he goes, we can't believe in God anymore. We can't do religion anymore. Did you remember him saying that?
Yep,
in that
I
one?
sure did. That caught my attention.
And you know what I thought?
What?
I thought of you immediately, because I thought, who's the we? I'm talking to my phone. I'm saying, oh, who's the we? Paul Vanderklay taught me to say, who's the we? Because the we is not you and me, obviously.
Right.
So It's got to be another we.
Yeah. Well, and I, I've got a deep respect for that, because, Sevilla, for example, she and I talked about this a bit. Job and I have talked about it quite a bit. There are many people, I am now, because of this channel, in contact with many people who quite honestly say, well, Jem, I'm actually going to talk to Jem right after I talk to you this afternoon. We had a conversation before. There are a lot of people who they're honestly telling me, and I completely believe them. They want to believe but can't. Mm-hmm. And I think people like you and I, for whom belief, I've never stopped believing. And in fact, in probably some of the darker periods of my life, I found that the suffering made me believe more, and it drove me in, and that was such a, whereas for many people, they get driven out of belief. And so I think the church had really better not guilt people about their frustrated attempts and desires to believe, but their difficulties. And for the church to try to guilt and shame people for not believing, I think this is a terrible thing. But at the same time, when he says, we can't believe, I thought, I see people coming to belief all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I felt the same way. I thought, and I don't think it's a majority that can't believe. It looks to me like the majority of people do believe in something transcendent, right?
Yeah.
So, and then he talked about, I think more in his conversation with Jordan Greenhall, talked about trying to build sapiential communities. And I thought, well, that whoever that we is, they don't want religion, but they have a need for church. They feel like they need church, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they need to have the church first before believe. In other words, maybe they just need to be in the church without believing. Like you've said to some people, just go ahead and go to church whether you believe or not. I thought that was. Did you look at the conversation with Jordan Greenhall?
Yes.
I don't know what you thought about it. I had some thoughts about it.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, okay. first of all, I had a great deal of respect for the conversation because I thought it was a very hard conversation, and I thought they were trying to do very hard things in the conversation, and that they were, although it's the kind of conversation they would recommend to other people, I think very few people could do that kind of conversation.
Yes.
Where you're trying to operate on many levels at once and
Yep.
pay attention to many things at once.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
you're trying to pay attention to what you're saying and what the other person is saying in the context of the larger project that you're doing together, in the context of the larger problem in society you're trying to address. Plus, you're trying to also pay attention to your own responses way down even into the physical, and the other person's responses in that way also, and stop and address those when they come up. And that was hard, and it was
Yes.
interesting to watch them do that, I thought.
Yes.
But at the same time, at some point, it felt to me like they were getting too meta. Like they're having a conversation about how to have a conversation about how to have a conversation about how to have a conversation, you know. And I felt like, okay, you know, you think about Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? It's like they've gotten up to the top of it and they've jumped off and they're floating off into the stratosphere somewhere. And it's like, I want to take the rope and pull them back down and go. And I want to say, guys, what are you eating? What are you feeding people?
Yeah.
Which is like, that's at the bottom of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Is what you eat. And I remember you saying in one of your videos where you were talking about people think we've made so much progress, but we don't know what to eat, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And I thought, it's like we think we can do this self-transcendence thing because we think we've got the base of the hierarchy covered, but we really don't.
Yeah.
And this is, you know, you can see it in like how all the guidelines have changed. Like, you know, yes, we're supposed to eat butter and eggs and fat, and animal fat is good, and fatty meat is good, and low-fat milk and low-fat cheese is bad, and vegetable oils are bad, and animal fat is good now, and it's everything's flipping. All the guidelines are flipping as the new nutritional information comes.
Yep.
But it's even worse. It's not just that we don't know what to eat. It's like we don't even know how what we eat nourishes us.
Yeah.
Right? And that's spiritually too. I mean, that can apply even spiritually as well as physically.
Yeah.
Because what we found out in the past, like 20 years or so, is that we don't digest our own food. Right? I mean, we digest part of it. Like in our stomach, we digest meat, but much of our food is digested by other things that live in us. Right?
That's right.
And digest our food and feed us. And it turns out that it's the bacteria in the gut that make most of our serotonin. Have you heard about that? Yes. The gut bacteria make most of our serotonin. Well, that's not the end of the thing about the food, because there's another thing that's like a parallel thing. Is we used to think we knew how plants got their nutrition. They send their roots out into the soil, and through capillary action, they suck nutrients up, you know, through their roots. That's not how they get their food at all. Turns out that plants, through their roots, sends things into the soil. They're called exudates that they send into the soil. Sugars and carbohydrates and various compounds they send into the soil that are chemical signals. And these chemical signals call to the plant the various microbes that live in the soil. The soil bacteria, the mycorrhizal fungi, the nematodes, call these things to the plant, and those things feed the plant.
Really?
Yes. Some plants put as much as 50% of the carbohydrates that they make back into the soil to communicate with this soil life. Not only that, the communication with the soil life even communicates things from one plant to another.
So if you are not caring for the soil so that it has an abundance of this other organic stuff, your plant is not going to have what the plant should have.
Exactly. Well, think about this. Now, scientists are starting to think that there's actually some sort of communication that goes on between our gut microbiome and the soil microbiology. And they're thinking that that occurs through the food that we eat, which means that food is information. Karen's going to like that point.
Wow.
Okay? So food is information. Now, imagine that you're eating food. Let's say you're eating food, and the average American plate, the food has traveled 2,000 miles. So if you're eating food that comes from far away, what are you telling your gut microbiome? I am not at home. I don't belong here in this place. Or if you're feeding food that's been grown in soil that's depleted, or that the microbiology has in the soil has been killed by chemicals.
Right, it's been eradicated.
You're telling what message is the food giving your gut microbiome? Everything out there is dead and dying. And so what do you have? You'll have a sense of scarcity. That's something that Jordan Greenhall and John Vervaeke talked about, is that people seem to have a pervasive feeling of scarcity. But I'll tell you something interesting. If you plant food in your own yard, you attend to the microbiology in the soil of your own yard, and then you eat that food, an amazing thing happens. Joel Salatin, who's a wonderful farmer, he said he had to have a kitchen garden because he wanted to feel like he was nestled in abundance. And if you're eating food local to you, that with the soil microbiology is being cared for, you feel like you're nestled in abundance. That feeling of scarcity goes away. And that's why when I'm thinking about the things that, John Vervaeke and Jordan Greenhall are talking about, and the problems they're seeing with people, and I'm coming back and I'm thinking, well, what are you feeding people? What are you eating? Because we're not at the point where we've climbed successfully up Maslow's hierarchy so we can jump off the top of self-actualization into self-transcendence. We have to bring the bottom with us. Yeah. And that's what, Jonathan Pajot talks about, Jesus connecting the top and bottom of the hierarchy. So the bottom, the food, gets connected to the top and to the transcendent, which is exactly what the Eucharist does, right? Because in the Eucharistic prayer, what do we say? When we give the Father thanks for this bread we offer, fruit of the earth and work of human hands, it will become our spiritual food. And we thank the Father for this wine we offer, fruit of the vine and work of human hands, it will become our spiritual drink. So you're taking the bottom, right, and you're connecting it to the top. But you don't just climb up the top and ignore the bottom and jump off the top of the hierarchy. They have to be connected through Christ. Like that's what Jonathan Pajot said. The top and bottom of the hierarchy are connected through Christ. And I like what's her name? Sevilla with Equality Existence. She talked about food, the importance of food for our psychology. I remember her talking about that in one of her lectures. And also another person who's very into the food thing is the anadromist.
Anadromist, yeah.
Anadromist. He likes to feed people. Yeah, he likes to feed people. He talks a lot on his channel about having meals and the importance of feeding people and gathering people around food. So that was my thought about that conversation, that I felt like Vervaeke and Greenhall had kind of come untethered from the earth in some way, a little bit in their conversation, and that this is a connection that has to be made in order for this, project of conversation or whatever to work. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. That's really good. That's really helpful. I've been watching, so a lot of the people who have reached out to me, a lot of the people who've been greatly helped by Jordan Peterson, for example, were suffering from depression. And a number of those people have also, like Peterson, worked to adjust their diets in a variety of different ways. And someone recently I was talking to, and they pointed me to, I've already forgotten the channel, but, treating depression with diet, because I'll have people come and talk to me, about this stuff, and I'll often recommend it. a lot of basics. You're going to have to, when do you wake up? When do you go to sleep? What are you eating? Are you exercising? I mean, all of these basic things. And just, so John and I are going to have a conversation next week, and I'm really looking forward to that conversation, because I agree with you completely. Very much a sense that he's a man with a chest. He's got a big heart. He wants to help people. He cares for people. Both he and Peterson are very much that way, even though, they've got some differences in terms of their projects. Now it's one of the things that one of the things when I think about, Vervaeke's project, I, as a pastor, I'm not an academic, I'm not a scholar, and I'm kind of a go-between, a priest in a way, in some ways. I'm a pastor, I'm a go-between kind of this highfalutin talk and people's ordinary everyday lives, and that's one of the key things where John also, it's interesting how the thing that moves Jordan Peterson is that when someone comes to Peterson and says, "You really helped me," I mean, that, as we've seen many times, that when Peterson hears that, he knows, okay, I'm fulfilling my calling. This is what I want to do. I want to help ordinary people sort out their lives, repair the relationships with their parents, be able to have children and have a home that's in order, all of those things. Well, I think John Vervaeke wants a very similar thing. Difficulty at some point, and I love his project. I've really been blessed following through it. I've learned so much, but at some point you have to figure out, okay, how does it get down to people who will never study Kant or Hegel or Pascal, and this is why I love the church, because the church majors in this area. For every one person that might be interested in this highfalutin psychology, there are 5 or 6 or 10 who are, going to the liturgy, whether that's a high liturgy or a low liturgy. And it's amazing, even a low liturgical tradition like mine, how people cling on to that liturgy and say, first we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this, and these are the words we say, and these are the stories that we know, and these are the ways that we trust. This is basic stuff, as you said, all the way down into what we eat. So no, you're right. And so then I did a Melanie Bruce, is it Brewster? I think it is. I've used the video before. She went to a Skepticon conference and did a talk about church people and why atheists can't do church. And she's just exhorting them to meet together and talk together and form communities. And I listened to that and I think, yeah, but what people form communities around is, well, so often a table. I did my conversation with Rod Hugan, who I have to, any excuse to have Rod Hugan on the channel is a good one, because Rod, in my opinion, is just the epitome of what a pastor should be. When he planted that church, a big part of how he planted that church is he had people over to his house and he gave them a meal. And that's how the church, in a sense, started. And this gets back into some of the Peterson lectures about women share food, and just the share food is such a basic thing. And so the food that Rod would share would be food he would make with his hands, and that of course conjures up Babette's feast. And it's and if you want to change the world, prepare a table before them.
Right. Well, and another thing about the food is that, or the plants, when you talk about, how him preparing it with his hands, is that people who do herbalism really understand that when you make an herbal preparation, your intentions matter. And that there's communication between you and the plants, so that plants will call to you in a way, or make themselves known to you when you have a particular problem or a particular illness or something. And I had an experience at my house. I have achillea, which is an herb growing in my yard. And I had a woman and a little granddaughter over, and was talking to them, and the little girl kept going over to the achillea and just touching it and looking at it.
Mm.
And I told the grandmother, I said, that plant might be calling to her. She might need some of that herb, and it actually is an herb that is particularly good for children. So, you see there's all this communication going on within the food. And it seems to me that one of the things that Jesus is teaching us through the Eucharist is that food is supposed to be the center of our life. And it's and I don't mean in an unhealthy way, like
gluttony, right?
Right, like gluttony, but I think we feel like it's tremendous progress we've made in society because we have fewer and fewer people working with food, working on the land. We feel like somehow that's progress, or because we can devote fewer and fewer acres of land to the production of food, and we think we're going to put the plants in high-rise buildings and feed them hydroponically and totally disconnected from the earth, and that's just going to be okay. And I don't think it's going to be okay like that. I think that we need to have that direct connection as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, it's the interesting dichotomy between the Greeks, who, the Greeks are always floating up with this Gnostic tendency. And here you have this image of God the Father in the beginning of Genesis, making a man out of the earth.
Yeah.
Right there. He makes a man out of the earth. And I'll often remind people, I say, we are the stuff of earth and the breath of God. That is, in the Bible, that is what human beings are. God breathes life into him, and he becomes a nephesh. And that is what we are.
Well, and the same thing, think about the way the Holy Spirit is over the earth at the beginning, and then over the womb of the Virgin Mary in the second creation. Yeah. That's another thing that connects our bodies to the earth.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, those were the things I wanted to talk to you about.
Well, you and I, Mary, I know you and I could talk for hours. I have no question about that. And this of course was again a delight. And you were, I teased poor Esther, and she still won't let it go about her colonizing my channel. But you go ahead and colonize my channel, Mary. You're just fine. It's just fine with me. I always enjoy talking to you, and I'm so grateful that you stumbled across my channel, and you enliven the comments section, and it's all just been a real blessing. So I deeply appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Paul, and continued blessings on your wonderful work, and maybe we'll talk again in a few months.
Okay, that sounds good, Mary. You take care.
You take care too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, this is Paul, and I have a very special guest on my channel again today. She hasn't been on for a while, but she has her own channel that you can find, and I'll leave the link below in the notes. And Mary, it's so good to be talking to you today.
Well, it's great to be back on your channel, because this is where it started. I tell people that it's your fault that I have a channel.
Well, I'm happy you have a channel, and I think, I want to encourage you to not. I mean, it's, the YouTube thing is weird, because when you have 5 subscribers and then you have 50, it's like, oh wow, I have 50. But then when you have 50 subscribers, it's like, oh, I don't have 100, but then you have 100 subscribers. I mean, this numbers thing is kind of a not good thing, because in my opinion, the numbers don't reflect the quality of the channel. So I just want to encourage you to not stop.
Well, I'm not going to stop. I have 400 subscribers now.
That's awesome.
I was kind of surprised at that, but because the number of people who are subscribed but who don't interact in the comments is quite large.
Yeah.
So
that's the vast majority. Most
yeah.
people don't interact at all. So
Yeah.
unless
But
they're mad at you.
I've got some people that really interact in great depth
Okay.
with the material, and so that is really neat because you know, they challenge me and they provoke me and they and they make me think about what I'm doing and what I'm saying and stuff like that. So it's good. So anyway, I thought one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was I watched Dave Rubin. Now, do you watch Dave Rubin regularly? Because
No.
I know you've watched him some.
Yeah. The political the political stuff always disturbs me, and Rubin has gotten so much of his channel seems political to me now, and he sort of went one-dimensional with his politics. So I haven't watched him too much lately.
Yeah. So okay, well, that kind of ties in with this because he's talking to mostly conservatives, right?
Yep.
And he's talking to some pretty prominent conservatives.
Yep.
I mean, people like, you know, he's like Glenn Beck and what's that Jewish guy that has the thing he calls a university or something?
Oh, Dennis Prager.
Dennis Prager. He's taught Douglas Murray. Just a lot of people. He's talked to a lot of people that are well-known conservatives. Okay.
Yep.
So lately, or maybe a few weeks ago, I noticed that he started announcing something. He started announcing that he was going to start a family, which of course prompts an instant question, right? How is this going to come about? So, and of course, there's several ways that it could come about. I mean, it could come about through adoption. It could come about in a number of ways. And somebody told me, and hopefully this is good information, that what they were planning to do was to have the man he lives with donate sperm, and his sister, Dave Rubin's sister, to donate eggs, and then have a surrogate. So, so anyway, what was interesting to me is that he's talking to conservatives, and nobody seems to be giving him any pushback on this,
on surrogacy,
on this plan. And I wonder if they're not giving him pushback because of the politics. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it makes a lot. I was thinking the same thing when Eric Metaxas. So Eric Metaxas is a fairly political, radio talk show host too. And when he had Peter Thiel on, I thought the same thing. And it's maybe I'm being simplistic, but those same kind of questions go through my mind. And this stuff gets messy fast. So keep going.
The politics make strange bedfellows.
Well, but on the other hand, when it's common decency. I mean, it's sort of like the gender pronouns thing too, where just usually as a default, I will at least, especially in public, try to accommodate people's gender pronoun wishes if they're reasonable in my judgment. And part of that is, in face-to-face communication, we don't want to bring the whole of all of our thoughts rushing into any given conversation at any moment. And we can see, let's say Ben Shapiro's relationship with Dave Rubin. They've talked about gay marriage on Dave's show and on Ben's show. And so, your question is good though. I mean, how do we manage these principles in I mean, is that your question? Because, I mean, I deal with it all the time with the homeless people and...
Well, that's part of the question. That's part of the question. You know, it's part of a whole constellation of things in my head. I think the thing that instantly strikes me about this is that you're talking about a baby not having a mother. I mean, that is one of those things that, like, you know, Douglas Murray says there's a whole bunch of things that we knew until 10 minutes ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of
Yeah.
the things we knew
Yeah.
until 10 minutes ago was that it would be an unimaginable tragedy to deprive a baby of a mother.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And that, that is what we are talking about here.
Yeah. And
so that's like the first like the first thing that strikes me and just stabs me in the heart, you know. Then there's other layers of it. So one thing is that, you know, this even though they may not be, I don't know what kind of monies, if any, are changing hands in this situation. However, it's a participation in an industry that commodifies human life, and to a large extent also commodifies female bodies, commodifies the reproductive systems of women, often preys upon poor women, and even women in other countries, you know, really poor women, desperate women. So it's all part of a whole industry that when you look at the whole industry of it, is not something that I would think, because I like Dave Rubin. I think Dave Rubin is really trying to be a good person. I think that's very evident. But I would think that if you look at this whole thing and everything that's involved and attached to it, they'd have to say, you're stepping in a lot of really nasty stuff here. And so I think there's, you know, I think that, and I don't know, maybe somebody's talking to him privately, I don't know. But that's kind of some of the things that I think about with the situation.
well, let's try to separate a few things. I think because there are a variety of issues on the table. One issue is a gay couple starting a family via adoption. In a case like that, there is a child in the world that is being possibly raised by foster parents who have you don't have a permanent relationship with the child, raised in an institution, whereas, you know, I know more lesbian couples who have adopted children than I know gay men couples who have adopted children. And that's a conversation we could have, because in a case like that, these children have no father. And I look at the work of Warren Farrell that has done a lot of listing about the role that fathers play in the lives of boys and of girls. My wife's, always tread carefully when I talk about my wife's story. My wife was adopted, and her adopted father died when she was 13. Fathers play a different role in people's lives than mothers. And what you say about Douglas Murray, I think, is a terrific example, that before, you know, you and I are both old enough to remember conversations in the 70s and 80s, and a lot of hand-wringing about children growing up without fathers, because that was the more common situation, completely apart from the same-sex marriage thing. That was the more common situation, and the emphasis on the need for fathers. And in a lot of my experience, which was inner city African-American populations who have migrated to the North,
I actually, there's a video that's getting some steam right now with a bunch of Black conservatives, and Thomas Sowell talking about the fact that before the 1920s, out of wedlock births in the African American community, that their rates were lower than in white communities, which I thought was interesting, that the number of African Americans growing up without fathers in the home. I mean, this is a 20th century, 21st century thing. And so that's an issue, okay? And the surrogacy issue, I think, brings in whole other issues, just as you said, about reproductive technologies. And, now, so we have a Protestant Catholic thing going on between you and me to one degree, because in vitro fertilization and some of the practices of, for example, they fertilize a large number of eggs, they implant a large number of eggs, they select down those eggs. Questions about
selective abortion.
Yes.
Right.
So there's a lot going on here. And then when you get to something like surrogacy, where there's money changing hands, is this a womb for rent? Is this, the issues are piling up
Right.
with a situation like this. And for me, at least in my mind, there are often many sets of moral issues in any less perfect situation. And so here you have, let's say, a same-sex couple adopting a child of either sex, because I think daughters need fathers, daughters need mothers, sons need mothers, sons need fathers. I think and as you said, I think the science tells us that the ideal situation for a child growing up is in a home with that child's biological father and biological mother, even though it might be the case in certain situations that another home might be better because for other reasons, the biological parents are not ideal parents and things go on in the home. Statistically speaking, that situation of a biological father and a biological mother raising their child remains the ideal situation, the best case scenario for a child. And so to allow situations which are less than ideal in situations for a child, the child already needs a home, which are less than ideal, for me has a different moral valence than beginning the life of a child knowing that you're going into a less than ideal situation.
Right. Well,
so
right.
I just wanted to kind of throw a bunch of that nuance out there.
I agree that that's, some people will say, well, of course, children, there are situations, like I said, a baby without a mother. People say, well, sometimes mothers die and then the babies don't have mothers. And, this goes back to, like Douglas Murray says, things we knew until 10 minutes ago, would be, you would understand that you immediately get a woman to be a mother to that child. Like a man would maybe turn the infant over to his own mother for a while for caring for while it was, a small infant, or his sister or somebody else in the family, or, you had time in like the early days of America, or even like 100 years ago, in a small town, a man's wife dies in childbirth, and he walks down the street to some widow that maybe he even barely knows her, and he says, I realize you don't have a husband, my wife has just died, I have several children, I have a baby that needs the mother, let's get married.
My great-grandfather did that. Married his wife, she died in childbirth. She had a brother
who was married to another woman. The brother had died, and so the other woman was a widow, and my great-grandfather was a widower. She left her child with her parents, became the caretaker for that family, and that was the story of my great-grandfather's family. And so that was my grandfather's, that was the woman who raised my grandfather and became Grandma Vanderclay. So yeah, this has happened in the world a lot.
Right. But there was an understanding that what we're doing is we're prioritizing the needs of the child.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
yes.
above the adult's preferences.
Yep.
You know, the needs of the child come above the adult's preferences. And in this case, you know, yes, it's true there are tragedies like what happened with your great-grandfather. There are tragedies where people die or some horrible thing happens. But in society we have compensatory arrangements for that, right? But I liken it to, okay, most people have 2 legs and they can walk, all right? Sometimes something terrible happens and a person loses their legs or their back gets broken and they can't walk, so they're in a wheelchair. And a wheelchair is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful appliance, and you know, now they have electric ones and everything like that, and it's a great advantage to a person who can't walk to be able to get around in a wheelchair. But we don't go around saying a wheelchair is so wonderful that, you know, we'll take a sledgehammer to people's backs so that they can enjoy the advantage of a wheelchair. Right. So in other words, we don't, just because we have the compensatory vehicle, we don't create the situation. It doesn't give us an excuse to create the situation.
And actually, a thought I've had with abortion is a lot of the American abortion debate is actually about the participation of the doctor, because people say, my body, my choice. If a woman came into a doctor and said, I would like you to amputate my leg, I have decided, my body, my choice, I'd no longer like to have a leg, I'd really like to have a wheelchair. I don't think you could legally coerce a doctor in America to have a leg amputated.
Well, actually, unfortunately, there are people that have this mental condition where they're alienated from parts of their body, and they make the same claim that trans people make, that they must have this surgery or they're going to kill themselves, or they're going to do, it's body image dysphoria or something like that. And they'll claim that their leg does not really belong to them and is alien to them, and they want to get rid of it. And they do actually, they have, I don't know if they've legally figured out a way or to make the claim, or they found some doctors that'll go along with it, or what it is, but those kind of things do actually happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. You read stranger things than I do. So I wanted to get the, you know, in terms of the conversation, I wanted to get the and you had the right word for it, a compensatory arrangement out of it, because I mean, and part of it, what's difficult about a conversation like this is, okay, what is this conversation about? Is this conversation about what the US government would or should allow? Is this conversation about what is moral or immoral? From what point of view? Because I think you're exactly right that, let's say a couple decides, you know, and of course birth control has brought all of this to the fore in a way that before we had cheap and effective birth control, this wasn't so much an issue. Although parents, you get to know the time of the month, and, you know, a lot of couples would have an idea about when it's when you're maybe going to have a baby and when the odds are a little less. So, I mean, all of that going on. So, well, let me ask you that question. Because so when you wrote me and said, this is what I want to talk about, I thought, and because this is a hot thing, but at the same time, I want us to practice having conversations that make us uncomfortable and that will make other people angry, because my
people who listen to my, subscribe to my channel, they're pretty broad out there. So there's going to be some people that even us discussing the morality of it is going to upset people. And so part of my question is, what aspect of this do we want to talk about? And any aspect is okay, but I think that's part of the nuance and reasonable request of a conversation, is because we can just come up and say, this bad, me against. That's very low resolution.
Right.
So where are we going with this, Mary? What's happening with this?
Well, that's one of the things I was thinking about, is I do think that one of the problems that we have in our culture is that this bad,
Yes.
me don't like,
Yes, that's exactly
that
right.
attitude, that way of approaching things, I think is not advantageous. I think it's one of the reasons why people are so, how can I put this? It's like we might need another way of communicating to people and of explaining things,
Yes.
rather than coming at someone with, let me hit you over the head with the law kind of thing. Okay. So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about, not Dave Rubin, but the other David, because the man he lives with is named David also.
Oh,
but
that makes things complicated,
one,
or easy. I don't know which.
Well, he goes by Dave, and the other one goes by David, apparently. So,
okay.
So what would the Catholic Church have to say to say David? That's what I was.
The Catholic Church, huh, Mary?
Or yeah, the Catholic Church. I'm just going to say, what would the Catholic Church have to say?
Because in my not to be an annoying Protestant or anything, but when I talk to different Catholics, they say different things.
Oh well, they're just kind of hear me out, because I'm being a little creative here. Okay. All right. So I want to. I'm trying to find ways to say things that are in accord with church teaching, present the teachings of the church, but do it in a little bit of a different way. Okay, like for example, my thing I'm doing on distributism on my channel right now. Mm-hmm. I had originally done that for some people in my parish, and I titled it, what did I call it? Catholic Social Teaching as You Have Never Heard It. Because okay, if you say Catholic social teaching, like let's say you're in a parish and they say, oh, we're going to have a presentation on Catholic social teaching. And I'm going to tell you what goes through the head of, I'm going to just say, the average married family man in the parish. Thanks. Okay, here we go. I'm going to sit through something where I'm going to be told all the things that I have to do for other people. That's basically what Catholic social teaching is going to do. Either what I have to give money to, or what kind of tax policies they won't come out and say tax policies, but everybody will know what they're talking about, or immigration policies. I'm supposed to, what am I supposed to do for someone else? And when I did the Catholic social teaching, I approached it from, what does the church say you're supposed to have? I'm going to start with that, because there actually is something that the Catholic Church says that you, as the head of a family, are supposed to have. And what is that? And let's start there, instead of starting with, what are you supposed to do for everybody else in the world? What is your status in the eyes of the church as a family head, and what are you supposed to have? Which is actually a great deal. And that's why, I'm doing this thing about distributism, because the church actually says that, the head of a family is supposed to have his own private productive property so that he can be independent and free. That is actually the teaching of the church. And
but
people
and now distributism isn't just one segment of the church, or because the thing is with you, the Roman Catholics, I mean, you guys have official teaching, and so that is the official teaching of the church.
Well, the teaching of the church is what I just said, but distributism is a way of trying to talk about that in terms of economics.
Okay.
But what I just said is what the church actually says.
Okay.
Here is what the church wants to be the position and situation of every family head.
So can you say that again before I rudely interrupted you so I can get it down? Because I'm curious.
That you are to be the owner of your own private productive property that you use yourself to supply the needs of your family. You are to be and you are to be independent. You're to be a free and independent person, not dependent on someone else for your sustenance, and able and having the property and having, everything that you need to care for the needs of your family. That's what the church actually wants you to have. Nobody ever hears that.
Can you work for the government?
Yes, you can work for the government.
I mean, I'm not being facetious or, again, an annoying Protestant, but.
Unless but what the church would want is for you to be free to say no. In other words, if you're working for the government and the government comes and says to you, well, you have to subscribe to these immoral things now in order to keep your position, the church would want you to have enough independence to be able to say no. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Not to be a dependent, not to be dependent.
This is very interesting for me, Mary, because I mean, with this, you can really, and with a lot of these other things, you can really sort of get a sense of some real different cultures and Catholicism and Protestantism with respect to a lot of things. This is very interesting. So keep going.
So anyway, that's why I said I call it Catholic social teaching as you've never heard it, because I wanted to come at it from a different angle. Well, I want to come at this thing from a different angle too.
Okay.
So here was the angle I thought. What would the church say to Dave, who has expressed, to David, because Dave Rubin has said that he did not personally ever want to be a parent, but that he's doing this because David wanted to be a father. Okay, so I would say, the church would say to David, your desire to be a father is wonderful. It's noble. It's good. It is, in fact, the calling of a man to be a father. It comes out of a good place in you. It comes out of that part of you that wants to imitate God. And that's good. So how ought you to go about that? You ought to marry a woman and have children. To which, and I want to take it off of using David, and just say that this would apply to any man.
Right.
And so a man might say, well, if I did that, I wouldn't be having sex with who I want to have sex with.
Right.
To which the church could probably say, yeah, well, join the club. That's true of all the married men.
Mary, what are you saying? What are you saying about men? That we're randy beasts who have thoughts that perhaps are less than honorable from time to time? How dare you say that about men? As a man, speaking as a man, I'm offended.
Yeah, you look real offended.
No, and I like the way you laid that out, and because in a lot of ways, what you illuminate here is that within our choices, we are expressing a hierarchy of values, and in a sense, some of what we're doing is sort of trying to have it both ways. In that, I'd like to be a father, but I prefer having sex with men. So this way,
or with anyone other than my wife.
Or with anyone other than my wife. So I'd like to have it both ways. My wife, I will dare to speak for her. She would be quite upset if I'd have sex with a woman other than her. That would not go down very well in.
Probably be a lot more upset if it was a man.
That gets tricky.
that gets tricky. She wouldn't like that either. Let me just get that out. My wife does not say, oh, you can have sex with men, but not women. I don't really care to have sex with men, so she's not too concerned about that. But there's a hierarchy of values here. And if in a sense and I think it is important to say this, because a lot of people look on the news and the media and they imagine, they think that there's all these unimaginable things, but you and I could probably both talk about men that are attracted to other men who have decided that it was higher in their hierarchy of values to marry a woman and have a family with her. Now, over time, people's hierarchy of values, I mean, in a sense, and that's what marriage is about. Once at a certain point in time, this woman on my hierarchy of values was ahead of all the other options on the menu. And so I married this woman here, and suddenly the menu goes away and I say, till death do us part. And so then what's on the hierarchy of values is not just at one point in history selection of this woman, but marriage itself and faithfulness to family and to God and church and all of that. I mean, this is all one big thing that people are really uncomfortable with now, because they might suggest that such constancy in the longevity of a life is an unreasonable burden to ask of people.
Well, a lot of it has to do with what we're worshiping, right? Because we know the worship of sex has become quite a thing in our culture. But I think what I want to get back to this idea of men and fatherhood and stuff for just a second, because
I haven't been able to sufficiently derail you.
because I think one of the things about the church, and you're part of this church too, because you're a Western Christian and you have a lot of Catholic, your inheritance goes back to the Catholic Church to some extent. So I'm not saying Catholic because I'm dissing you in any way. I'm saying it because that is the heritage, and that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Here.
There's you're a big C Catholic and small C Catholic, and I'm a small C Catholic.
Okay. So what I would say is that the Catholic Church has a very great appreciation for, this is going to sound shocking, for male sexual energy. Okay.
Happy to hear it. Now, this is the Roman Catholic Church you're talking about here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. But Christianity as a whole does. I think especially the Orthodox and the Catholic churches have a great deal of appreciation for male sexual energy as this great potent thing. We talk about power sources, we talk about power and energy, like the oil industry and things like that we have to have energy to run a civilization. But the basic energy that runs a civilization is male sexual energy. And that, and what the church has said through all the centuries to men is, you have this great energy, and we want to give you mastery of that energy so that it can be channeled to the building of civilization. And this is the project that men are invited to by the church. And the church has all kinds of tools, spiritual tools, psychological tools, assistance to help men have that mastery so that they can channel that energy. Now, Voth, bless his soul, and I were having a conversation one time about masculine and feminine things, and he wrote something for me and sent it to me, and he used an illustration that I thought was just great. He said that the man is like the trolley car with the electricity, the energy, but the woman is like the track that directs that energy. So that feminine, that's the church. The church is inviting men to this project not denigrating them. See, this is one of the things that so bothers me about feminism, is they want to take these great masculine traits and this masculine energy and make it like this is a bad, evil, horrible thing. Ooh, disgusting. Ooh, dirty, you know, like that. But that's not a Catholic mentality at all, you know. And so, you know, as a Catholic woman, I can say I admire masculine energy, and I admire men and as men, you know, and enjoy them and recognize and admire their potency and their power and their that penetrating generativity that they have.
Do I have to put a thing on this for YouTube after you just said that, Mary? That sounded awfully R-rated. Keep going. I'm sorry. I shouldn't interrupt.
And so, you know, but what the church has done has given to us, and what Christian faith has given to all of us, is a way to take all of that great masculine energy and direct it towards the building of a civilization. And I'll tell you something really funny. We had a situation in one of the churches, one of the parishes, and I don't know where it was, but it was in the past couple of years, where a priest who had same-sex attraction, you know, was celibate, decided that he had to come out to his congregation, you know, that he had to tell them that he was gay. He told them that he was celibate, and but he felt like he had to be honest with them, and he had to tell them this. And so a woman parishioner wrote a letter to him, and it was made public somewhere, somehow, I don't know, but it was hysterical. She said, "Why do you think that any of us care who you're not sleeping with?"
I was wondering. Raise that.
She says, "You know, what about all the other people in the congregation who are not sleeping with someone? Do we care who they're not sleeping with too?" She said, at least you don't have to sleep, or no, the person you're not having sex with." She said, "The person you're not having sex with. But do you think we care about who you're not having sex with? We don't care about how all the other people that the people in the congregation are not having sex with." She says, "At least you don't have to sleep next to the person you're not having sex with, like all of us who are practicing natural family planning have to do."
Oh.
Basically, like, grow up and be a Catholic man and quit with this self-indulgent, you know, whiny butt stuff.
Oh.
So that is what I think is the attitude of the church. Okay, so I would decide, you talked about, I watched your video today, or listened to your video today, you talked about Abraham.
Yep.
And Abraham, you know, with the promise, you know, that he wanted to have an heir because he wanted to have, you know, this nation that was going to come from him.
And that was a reduction. Anselman said, "Well, is that all?" But, you know, my point was kind of the salience.
But I want to focus on that for just a minute, because, you know, I want to just talk for a minute, because what comes up with Abraham is because of the age thing with Abraham, and the whole thing with the, you know, Sarah and the slave, the whole thing is very pointed on the question of potency, right?
Yes.
And so here's the thing, is what God says to Abraham is your sexual energy I am going to direct to make a great nation. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah wants that to happen. That's why she gets Hagar involved. She doesn't want to stand in the way of his sexual energy making a great nation, and so she figures out this alternative plan, which did not turn out so good. But she has regard for him, for his potency and what it can lead to in making a great nation.
I've never thought of that before.
you know what? When Sarah laughs, why does Sarah laugh?
Well, I think I always see it as the absurdity of the impossibility.
What does
that,
it say? What does it say?
well, it expresses, I think it expresses, you know, sometimes when we laugh, when we don't want to cry.
Okay, let me look. Is it Genesis? What is it?
It should be around Genesis. It's the Genesis 18. It'll be before Abraham talks to God about Sodom.
Okay, so I got it. Okay, so Sarah laughed to herself, saying, listen to this. After I have grown old and my husband is old, shall I have pleasure? She's laughing at the thought of having sex and the pleasure of sex again with her husband. So then when the angels say, you're laughing. No, I didn't laugh. She's embarrassed.
Yeah. When she's asked it, she is embarrassed.
But it's not, you know, some people take it like she's laughing in disbelief.
Yeah.
She's not disbelieving. She's like, she thinks, wow.
Good point.
So anyway, this is, you know, people think the Catholic Church is real prudish and not, you know, is like, no about sex. It's just the opposite. I think the church has sex in high regard. Like Scott Hahn wrote a book about sex, and what did he say? He says, sex is like, what's it, cornflakes, and it's great. You know, the church says it's great, and he has a couple of other little things he puts in from advertising about. That's what the church really says about it. But recognizing its great energy, great masculine energy, and what it can do when sublimated, because that was the whole purpose of celibacy, was the sublimation of that sexual energy to higher things, to generation of philosophy and spirituality. So that's what I think the church would want to say to, you know, this whole idea of identifying people as homosexuals is a very new thing. That didn't used to be the case.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't used to have this classification.
Yeah.
And I think the classification should just be men. You know, men. You're men. Here's the calling. The calling is to fatherhood. The calling is to use that sexual energy that you have to make a great nation. And we can't do that if our choices are going to lead to the destruction of children.
Yeah.
Because then we don't have that, we can't generate a great nation without children.
Well, I think also, and I've heard whispers of this. I don't know how children are going to respond to, I mean, part of my concern, I have a lot of concerns with these arrangements, especially when I see enough biological parents not parenting well. I see enough biological parents losing interest in their children, and not just the kind of interest that has to be sustained as a parent, but even the committed interest to provide financially and encourage. And because the thing about parenting that few people talk about, and I've talked about it a little bit on my channel in the earlier days when I was doing this adult parenting class, is that you don't stop parenting ever. I mean, children, they grow up and they have families of their own, but you still have a relationship with them, and you're still their parent until you become their child. But you know, these are the things we start without knowing what we're starting. Parenting, marriage, all kinds of things in life. I do appreciate what you have to say, though, on this point, and I think it's well said, and I think it's important, and I think Protestants have something to learn from these points that you've made, especially, I'm going to be, so I have an author, I have a book from an author, and the book is, I'm reading the book now in preparation for the conversation I'm going to do with this author, and right now, especially in Protestant churches, there's a whole lot of negativity about masculinity. And what's interesting about this is, you know, for all of the discomfort that Protestants can have about Mary, there's at least in some ways a masculine feminine balance that has been managed in Roman Catholicism, that certain types of Protestantism with their, that I've been one who has been I've been one who's been opposed to keeping women out of church office, and I say that very intentionally, but it's interesting that in certain tribes, certain areas of the church that are really demanding of women's priesthood, as C.S. Lewis called it, there's a real disparagement of masculinity. And I look at, you know, I've benefited a lot listening to people like you, people like Jonathan Peugeot. I've learned a lot about masculinity and femininity that, you know, I didn't know before. And there was just kind of this cheap, shallow dismissal of masculinity. But what I think we've seen is that things that are true are not so easily dismissed. Sublimation is not a bad word. They come emerging out in other ways, such as Jonathan Peugeot's video of Wonder Woman beating up men. And it's like, so here we have female heroes expressing masculine strength. And one of the things that I noted a while ago was that there's very little regard for feminine strength, because feminine strength is different from masculine strength. And as a man, I am very aware of feminine strength, and I look at it with a bit of awe, because I see one man may be able to dominate another man with masculine strength, but I look at women dominating many, many men with feminine strength, and I have to say, to me, feminine strength is very powerful. One man may be able to dominate one other man with masculine strength, but usually two men with masculine strength will get the better of that one man. But a woman, boy, there's no end to the number of men that a woman can dominate. So, you know, there's this, I think Protestants, you know, I've been doing a lot of thinking about Protestantism lately, and some of the upsides and downsides of some of these exchanges that Protestants have made. And this area of masculinity and femininity is an area where I think Protestants have made some exchanges and taken some losses. So
yeah. Well, I had a conversation with a woman in my parish maybe about 6 months ago or so. And she's somebody whose head is all full of, you know, feminist ideas. And so we were kind of going back and forth. Well, she said, you know, well, I think that women should be able to be priests because, you know, the men shouldn't have all the power. And I said, well, first of all, you know, the position of a priest is not a position of power. That's not the point. And
just ask one.
And then
even a Protestant one.
And then as we went on talking, and she was and she was going on and on about this. At some point, I just said, a woman cannot be a priest because a priest is a father, and a woman cannot be a father. It's very simple. It's really that simple. It's like, I want to say, what part of this do you not understand?
Yeah.
But that's, it's not going to happen in the Catholic Church, because we already, thank God, Pope John Paul II, it was so clever in the way he put it. You know how he answered this question of women's ordination? You'll love this. He said, we do not have the authority to ordain women. The church does not have the authority to do it, because Christ did not give us that authority. If he wanted to have, if he wanted to authorize women to be priests, he had his mother right there. He could have made her a priest, but he didn't. And so if the Virgin Mary is not a priest, then we can't say that we have the authority to ordain women. So I love the way he put it like that. He put it as, this is not a power that we possess. It's not an authority that we possess, rather than saying, as an authority, we're going to say no.
Yeah.
So I really love the way he said that. But he said something else too. This question of, if the masculine vocation is to fatherhood and is to that penetrating generativity that brings forth a civilization, which it is, then the woman's role is submission. Which means what? It means that our mission as women is under that mission. It's supportive of that masculine mission. That's what it means to be in submission, that our mission is in support of their mission. And John Paul II said something else too, and he wrote a document on the dignity of women, and he said that mankind, and this was like, I think around 1985 or something like that, and he said that mankind was coming into an extremely perilous situation, and that men needed women, the support of women, in order that mankind may not fall. And I look around at feminism and its denigration of men, and its contempt that it has for masculine sexual energy. And I just say, oh my goodness, this is terrible. Men need our support, and they need our respect. And, I think men are wonderful. I'm just a normal woman.
Well, thank you. I thank you on behalf of all men. Yeah. And, this video is going to get me in so much trouble with so many people that I so dearly love. But if I decided the point of this channel was to not be in trouble, I never should have started it. But if we're going to know things, we're going to know things that we might not like. To me, that is part and parcel of knowledge. If we're going to have a will, and if we're going to have knowledge, we're not going to always match up. And, part of so the Christian Reformed Church ordained women, that fought that fight in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and they sort of came to a political truce in the 90s, in which the Christian Reformed Church has had a very uneasy peace in this political compromise. And so I've, because of being born in the 60s, and I've known women and continue to know women on both sides of these issues. And the irony is that some of the strongest women I know are like you. I mean, you're Mary, you're no wallflower. Anybody who's watched any of our conversations or watches your channel, you are a strong woman. And some of the strongest women I've known have, expressed beliefs similar to what you just presented. And that's something that I would hope because there's a, part of what conflict does, conflict brings some good things into the world usually, because, I was listening to Karen and Michael, the video that Karen just released of her and Michael's latest talk. And Karen was reflecting on, infants and toddlers want something. And that wanting of that thing makes those toddlers do really hard things like learn to crawl and learn to walk. And that energy is really important for us. And so, obstacles are really important for us to sum up that masculine energy to colonize and dominate and control and get things done. But then there's, these other energies too that are also needed. And so the toddler on one hand needs to learn to marshal those energies, those masculine energies. But then there are these feminine energies that the toddler also must master, that the toddler can't just, lay waste to the playpen against siblings and others. That has to learn to play, and we have to get these things right. So I don't know, Mary, I'm not signing off with this, but I always enjoy talking to you because I always learn so much from you. And a lot of that is because of, for those of you who haven't seen Mary in my first conversation where she told her story, I'll put the link down below. Maybe have a whole playlist just for Mary, but you have learned much in your journey. And you see, and here's an irony again, because part of the reason I don't, and this again is a Protestant Catholic thing, part of the reason I don't like keeping women from teaching roles in the church is because you, Mary, are such a good teacher.
Well, okay.
But that's a Protestant Catholic thing. You're not a priest.
Right, because,
you're a teacher.
Right, because, women can be teachers. They're just not, they're not priests. They're not teaching from the pulpit. But probably most of okay, so a woman is an icon of the church, and the church is a teacher. And part of the role of being a mother is being a teacher. Many of the teachers in Catholic schools are women. And on top of that, even in the seminaries, women professors teach seminarians. So having women teach, is not an issue. The issue is, but see, then we have a liturgy, and we have the Mass, and we have, we have that structured worship where when we read things in the scriptures that have to do with the worship, we're reading it that was the Mass that was going on. And that when they're talking about those things, they're talking about the Mass.
Right.
That makes sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we're looking at it as, instructions for the liturgy. And once you get outside of that particular structure, then, women can teach. Women can lead in certain areas. It's so that's why it's so I don't know I want to say annoying, but that's not quite the right word. Grating. It's so grating when these women go, well, women should have authority in the church. It's like, you have plenty of authority already, for goodness sakes.
Have they ever been to a church?
I know. And it's like, and men will even say, priests will even say, the women basically run the parish. So it's just this matter of looking at, if there's a position that a man has, it's like, she says, oh, I've got to have that position. And see, that attitude is wrong. But it's not just, that attitude is not just wrong for women. That attitude's wrong for everyone. You know, if anyone is sitting out in the congregation watching the priest and saying, well, I should be up there. I should have that position. I should have that authority. I should have that power.
A bunch of us would say, would you like it? Really? Okay. I'll give it to you.
Because if a man goes to the, you know, to a spiritual director or to a vocations director in a diocese and says, I should be a priest. I should be a priest because, man, I want that power and I want that authority. It's like, no, you know, that's we've already discerned that you're not quite the material we're looking for. Yeah. You know, so we don't want men with that attitude either in that position.
Yeah. Well, and you know, so part of what, you know, so I've watched Protestants try to navigate this field, and so, you know, one of the things that I saw in once the issue came up the way it did, then suddenly I watched churches, and in the Protestant world, we have the egalitarian versus complementarian churches. And the complementarian churches won't let women serve in certain offices. The egalitarian churches will allow the women to serve in different offices. But very quickly then I watched the complementarian churches have all kinds of rules that started creeping in. Okay, women may teach Sunday school until boys get to be 13. And then, you know, after that, women may not teach them. I'm thinking, where's this coming from? And then, you know, if there's a ministry in the church, and a woman wants to lead it, then she's got to have her husband right there with her leading it. And I'm watching, I'm thinking, where's this stuff coming from? And so, and I, you know, my service in the developing world was in the Dominican Republic, where it would have been, and you know, the very, so in those churches, even though they could be rabidly anti-Roman Catholic, because of course they're coming out of Catholicism and they're evangelicos, you know, what, you would not have a woman pastor, but every church of any size would have a dama misionera, which would be called, you know, which is a lady missionary basically. And those damas misioneras, they wielded great power in the church. and so, you know, I look at these questions and I look at the church trying to figure out exactly how to do some of these dances. And, you know, even one of the interesting conversations that has arisen on the Discord, and of course not everybody, there's some people who live on that Discord, and you know, those of us like you and I will pop in and out and such. But one of the interesting things for me that has arisen on the Discord have been all of these comparing notes between Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox across a whole range of issues. And so as when I look at you know, I understand very clearly why you're not going to have women priests in the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm just going to say that as such. I'm not even going to say anytime soon, as people, I mean, because the entire function, he's the father. That priest is different from a Protestant minister in many ways. But part of what we're seeing now is, in these conversations, are figuring out the role and function of how people are to be fed. And so people will go to their parish church and they will celebrate the Mass with the father. Homilies will be very short, but they might, you know, derive a good bit of instruction from watching your channel or watching Bishop Barron or even watching me. And, you know, we're continuing to see in each contextual cultural challenge, we're continuing to see the church, you know, meet those challenges and needs of the people. And I think obviously the Protestant Reformation was, whichever way we think about it, an attempt at least to address things in the church. But I again, for one, maybe it's just my weird high and openness nature, but I have benefited greatly from you and from, you know, Brett Sockold. I mean, what I haven't learned from this guy, and from Jonathan Peugeot and the Orthodox. I didn't know anybody in the Orthodox Church. And
Did you see my conversation with the Orthodox priest?
No, is that on your channel? I'll have to watch that.
Well, he'll be coming back, Father Tom. He's a longtime friend of mine.
Okay.
And,
I think I did see some of it now that you mentioned it, because I thought, well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
so I don't know. So what do you, because so we're in this world where we as Christians, and really the newest wave in the Christian Reformed Church, probably the most vital wave in the Christian Reformed Church, is not sort of the mainline-ish or the evangelical-ish or the confessional Reformed-ish. The kind of new emerging faction in my denomination I would call the neo-sacramentalists, or the Reformed Catholics within the Christian Reformed Church, because there's a real wave of coming to terms with aspects of the Reformation, understanding the Catholicity of the church, not reading Calvinists necessarily of the 17th century as much, that sort of went in a different direction, but reading the John Calvin who knew well his church fathers. And so, you know, there's a lot going on right now in the church. But at the same time, I mean, we started, and maybe I successfully derailed this uncomfortable conversation, but we started talking about Dave and David. And, you know, you're a fan of the Rubin Report. And
well, I have some of your sensitivities too with regard to the politics, because
okay.
I often feel like the same way that I felt about Jordan Peterson too, is that there's not enough coming to grips with some of the pervasive injustices of the society, and I've talked about that on my channel. I mean, when I started the Distributist series, I started off talking about, I call it, can Distributism answer Game B's questions? Because I'm bouncing off of the Game B conversation on Rebel Wisdom, which I noticed you've been paying attention to also. And so they're asking questions, and one of the people they had on there actually said, well, what are the other models that we have for civilization? Can we learn anything from the Middle Ages? Did you hear him say that? I'm like, yeah. But when people think of the Middle Ages, they don't, first of all, the Middle Ages is big. So, what century are you talking about, right?
It's 1,000 years, really.
Yeah. And so, people often have an understanding in the Middle Ages. It's kind of like they're thinking 11th, 12th century, something like that. They're not thinking 13th, 14th century. They don't realize the transitions, the tremendous technological advances that were made during the Middle Ages, mostly at the monasteries. The machinery that was being created, and the understanding of plant genetics and animal genetics and all of that was going on. And so, to sum up real briefly what I did on the Distributism, I did a series of 3 videos on Hilaire Belloc. Now, Hilaire Belloc is Chesterton's great friend, right? G.K. Chesterton, Hilaire Belloc. And in fact, George Bernard Shaw called them together the Chester Belloc. He treated them like they were one animal, And so the Belloc wrote The Servile State, where what he did was go through the history, starting talking about the economy of ancient Rome, which was a servile state where much of the labor was done by slaves, and then talked about how did the church reformulate society all through the Middle Ages, gradually eliminating slavery and coming to the point where you had what we call a distributed economy, which is an economy of wide ownership, so that productive property was widely distributed throughout the society. And then what happened to that? How did that change? And we get back into a situation where most people do not own productive property. Productive property is only in the hands of a few, and other men have to work for them. So that's
communist, Mary.
No, distributism is not communism. And the church is very much against communism. In fact, what we say, distributists will say, is that the problem with capitalism is not that there are too many capitalists, it's that there are not enough capitalists. So, it's definitely not communist. It's definitely not, Marxism or anything like that. But that's the question that people are asking. One of the questions that people are asking is, if we didn't have, excuse me, let me get some water. If we didn't have this capitalism the way that we have it, is the only alternative communism or socialism? Is that the only alternative? And distributism says no, there's another way, and we already have a model of it. We have a model of it in productive property widely distributed throughout the economy of the late Middle Ages, which it took the church like 1,000 years to build that economy and to develop the habits of mind in people that would support that economy. So that's kind of the question. The other thing that Hilaire Belloc brings out, I talk about in my series, is he says that if you can have all the political freedom in the world, but if you don't have economic freedom, you'll lose the political freedom.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's true. And I think, I think we've seen that. And we're seeing that in, again, the income or the wealth disparities continuing to grow. And in many ways, poverty is not a lack of cash. Poverty is far deeper and more pervasive and more multifaceted than just a lack of disposable income, or other ways that we tend to measure it in a facile way.
Brett Weinstein, in his last, he put out one today, but the last one he did before today, his conversation he has with his wife.
Yeah.
The last one, he talked about subsidiarity. Huh. And he even said, well, there's this thing called subsidiarity. He says, and he says something like, and oddly enough, it comes out of the Catholic Church. And he started talking about, so, people are asking these questions, and they are questions that there are thinkers in the Catholic Church. Bishop Fulton Sheen was, always railing about, this situation. He said, he had a saying, it was own or be owned. So he was very much for the idea that people ought to own their own productive property, and if they didn't, they were going to be in bad shape.
Well, it's, I'm optimistic by temperament, but I do think, I listen to, many of the same, we both listen to many of the same people. And I am not pessimistic about where they'll wind up, because I do believe that, when people begin to learn a little bit more and discover a little bit more, and maybe if we can not be such jerks with each other about people who aren't in our tribe, and that like your example of Brett Weinstein's, discovering this, I think we're going to see more of that. Someone just sent me a clip of Sargon of Akkad, who's, basically, and I think we're hearing a lot of this, people who had sort of really bitten hard on the atheist thing, sort of looking at their options now and saying, gosh, those Christians weren't so bad. If I'm going to deal with a fundamentalist, at least I want to deal with someone who says a fundamentalist who's following someone who died for his enemies. That's not a bad fundamentalist to have around. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I think things look really bad in our country right now, but they're not bad in my neighborhood, and they're not bad in most neighborhoods, I don't think. I think that we can get an impression. Now it's bad. I mean, in Atlanta, I don't know if you heard what happened in Atlanta yesterday, is that some protesters were shooting off some guns and killed an 8-year-old girl in a car. Very, very sad. But I'm not in Atlanta. I mean, it's not that far from me, but I'm not in Atlanta, and it's not. I think most people know about this stuff, and it's get traction and takes up space in their head because it's so much on the news.
Yeah.
But but I really think it's magnified. Don't you think that it's being magnified for us? That it's looking. People say, "Oh, the whole country's on fire," and I'm like, I don't think the whole country's on fire.
That's part of the media distortion, and now we not only have mass media, but we also have social media that's distorting everybody's filters. But I've lived my whole or most of my life at the intersection of Black and white America. And
well, I've lived a lot of my life there too.
Yeah.
I mean, my children's father is Black, and so
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
yeah. So I'm and I see the new education, and I'm really disturbed at how this is molding children to think about others that they don't know. They might look at me and say, well, Paul, you've always been good to me, blah, 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 but you're not like most white people. And I think, don't
does
get me
anybody
wrong.
ever actually say that to you?
Oh, yeah.
Or you think they have?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. It's not these things, and especially with the young, because not so much in Sacramento. Sacramento is quite integrated, and the schools are quite integrated. But in Peterson, I mean, a lot of those kids, they didn't get it. They didn't go much further than a few blocks from where they were living. And, the people at Northside were some of the only white people they knew up close that they could actually touch, when they were kids. And when I was a day camp counselor, I mean, the kids were all over me. They're feeling my head and, checking out the body parts. And because they want to, what is this strange? Is he like us? Because, they were living in a fairly monolithic ghetto situation.
Right.
And so,
well, I used to live in Miami, and of course, Miami is very cosmopolitan. I grew up in Miami, and it's got a lot of Cubans.
Yeah.
And Black, Haitian,
Yeah.
a lot of people. Most of the people in Miami when I was growing up were from most of the Americans were from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. Because you hardly ever met anybody that actually was intergeneration or multi-generational that lived in
kind of like California.
Yeah. So but I remember having a conversation with somebody one time. It was a Black friend of mine when I was in Miami, and they were talking about getting more Black people on television, that it was important to have more Black people on television.
Yep.
And that it would be good when half the people that you saw on television were Black. And I said to this friend of mine, I said, what percentage of the country do you think is Black? I was like, well, probably about 50%. And it was like, no, at that time it was 11%.
Yeah.
So you think, but if you grow up in a certain area, you think that everywhere is like that. But I mean, you could travel to some parts of the country. I mean, my husband grew up in Wisconsin, and there were no Black people in the town that he grew up in.
Yeah.
So it's People are shaped by their immediate environment. And they think that the whole world is like that.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the way it is. And so I don't know, pray for our country, and
Yeah,
but I at the
absolutely.
same time, God is good, and I trust Him, and so
Yeah.
anyway. So I don't know. Did we do you justice here, Mary? Do you got more you want to talk about now? You're on the channel, or do you want to go back to the Daves, or what's your pleasure, Mary?
No, I think this is good. I think we can wrap it up. I really appreciated it. I enjoyed getting to talk to you again. I think I think you're just such a loving person, and it comes across in your videos so well. And I think that's touching a lot of people. I can see it, like when you have the conversations in the Discord and stuff. I listen to them after you've recorded them, and I can just hear that people are being impressed. And I mean, what else is there for any of us Christians to do but to bring God's love into the world? That's what we're supposed to do. That's what's gonna really, I think, change people. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and I was saying, let me see how you would answer this, because I've asked several people, and I've gotten the same answer from several of them. So if you were to go to a person who doesn't really have any Christians around him, a secular person, and you were to ask that person, say a person in the United States, and you were to say, what is a Christian community that you know of that you think really lives a Christian life? What do you think they would say?
If I were to ask this person who didn't know many Christians,
who really didn't know Christians, just had to go by from the media, and you ask them, what is a group of Christians that you know of in the United States that really is living a Christian life? Who do you think they would say?
I think they would pick the politically caricatured fundamentalists, because those are the only Christians that they hear about.
Oh, well, that's one answer perhaps. But yeah, I've had several people say the Amish.
Yeah, the Amish got some attention with the with that tragedy of the killing of those schoolgirls.
Yeah.
And that I think got some people's attention, and I think that's true. In talking to, so now, because of the channel and because of the meetups and because of all of this, I obviously have many more conversations with people with quite a bit less experience with Christians. And there are these cartoons in the media that are Christians, and they tend to be the Jerry Falwell, or of course through kind of and again the point that you made previously. In the United States, I have always lived in blue areas. Okay, New York, New Jersey metropolitan area, college campus. Grand Rapids is sort of more mixed. Sacramento, sort of bluish. So someone who lives in the Bible Belt or someplace like that, or in the Midwest, their mileage may vary. But in many of the people, oh gosh, but then how to generalize about people, because every single one you meet is different.
Right. But
All are.
What is it about the Amish that drew people's attention?
Well, and I think this is
It
part
was
of
forgiveness. It was their forgiveness, wasn't it?
Yes. But I think
so people, when someone really forgives, people identify that as being Christian behavior. They recognize
a lot of the people who don't know any Christians, I don't hear them saying that. I still hear Christians are people who believe in superstitious stories that want to deny people their freedom. I live in Sacramento. And I lived outside of New York. but I don't hear that in the Black community. The Black community is very different. So a lot depends on where they're speaking from. But I think part of what caught the attention of the Amish, and I think this is also part of why Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches are growing in certain segments, maybe not enough to, tip the balance of those who are leaving, but there's kind of the sense that if you're going to be religious enough to be weird and to show you're serious about it, because the Amish show they're serious.
Right.
And the Orthodox and the Catholic show they're serious, that a lot of Protestants, even though Amish are Protestant, a lot of Protestants don't. So
that's what Rod Dreher is trying to get us all to do.
Yeah. Well, there's Benedict option and be weird Christians. Isabel Burton Young, is that Isabel Burton? I know Julian follows her pretty carefully. So
is she a Hutterite or
no? She's a reporter, but she wrote a very interesting piece in, I think it was the New York Times, on weird Christianity, and I think what people are sensing is that if they're going to do something as countercultural as be a Christian, they might as well go all the way, because that's the only kind we're really going to respect. So the Amish or the Catholic or the Orthodox. Right.
Yeah. People want to see a sign of contradiction.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So, and that's what we need to be. We need to be a sign of contradiction. We show that contradiction to the world when we forgive, when we're loving.
Yes.
And
that is the kind of contradiction that I would like to see the church. And I think, when you get sort of out of the media space, because I think that's a huge distortion field, and often when you talk to regular people who wind up, they will say things like, when I visited that church and they were nice to me, and I had some needs and they helped me out, and they didn't really push all their stuff on me. They were respectful of me. And you'll find some bad actors out there, but I often note that total strangers will show up and knock on my door, and that's not because they think that the building is filled with hateful bigots, but because they think there's at least some chance that someone might give them $5 or $20 just for asking for it. And that says something.
Right.
Maybe we're dupes, but at least we're nice dupes.
Well, one of my friends said to me one time, we were talking about giving people money on the street, whether you should give to beggars. And, there's it was a conversation on Facebook. There's a conversation about, people will say, well, you shouldn't give them money because we're just going to buy booze or, use it on drugs or something like that. You should go and buy them a meal or something instead. And there's all the conversation. And this friend of mine came in and said, you should give to them even if they're undeserving, because G.K. Chesterton said you can only give charity to the undeserving. If they're deserving, it's justice.
I'll tell you, I have been reading more and more Chesterton. That guy was something else. That was like a real transformational conversation with me, for me, a number of years ago. And it's actually the thing that got me into distributism anyway. It got me into Chesterton was that statement. And I think it might have been, I don't know who it was who said, somebody said that the beggar, it might have been Dostoevsky said it, that the beggar is the protagonist of history. Because we are all beggars before God. Wow. That's good.
So.
See, I learned so much from you, Mary. I always do. You have such good stuff.
Brett Weinstein and Heather Heying keep talking about Chesterton's fence.
Yeah, I know. He brings it up all the time. Yes. And it's like, Brett, you should read a little more of that guy.
Yeah.
But he's not as accessible as Lewis. Lewis just had a way of writing that is so smooth. And Chesterton, you gotta work, you gotta, sometimes he'll say something and it'll be like, I really gotta think about that.
Yeah, he is. Well, Chesterton didn't write, I mean, what he wrote was timeless, but he embedded it so much in with references to his time.
Yes.
That it makes it a little hard to tease things out.
Yes.
Because a lot of the people that he references or situations he references, we don't know what he's talking about.
Yes, yes. And Lewis did that too in some of his books. The Great Divorce, Pilgrim's Regress. A lot of those books have a lot of contemporary, they're contemporary references that I read them and it's like, I mean, Mr. H.G. Wells, and it's like, I know this much H.G. Wells, and there's obviously a vivid cultural conversation going on there that I'm missing a lot of.
Yeah, with Chesterton and Belloc, it's George Bernard Shaw. He was their great.
Yeah.
He was their great antagonist.
Yeah. But for Chesterton, some of his chapters, and I think it was Heretics. He's also got great love for Bernard Shaw.
Oh yeah. They were great friends. They were constantly together.
Yeah.
So, in fact, there's a wonderful picture of George Bernard Shaw, Chesterton, and Belloc together. So, this. It's like, all the stuff that we're doing. They were the IDW of their time.
Yeah. Except there were some Christians in there. Depends how we define our little IDW here, our little corner.
I don't know.
Of the
You're
internet.
the pastor of the IDW. So.
Yeah, look at my flock. They're avoiding me. I'm too low status for them. They've got nothing to gain talking to me. So, but
well, I think they have. I think they have a lot to gain talking to.
I have no reason to complain. I have been richly blessed by everything that has happened in the last 2.5 years of my life. It's been quite a ride. So
yeah, well, I feel the same. I feel the same about my life. I feel the same about my whole life. My whole life has been quite a ride.
yeah.
I've had a lot of interesting experiences, and talked to a lot of interesting people, and so God is good and faithful, and we'll just keep on keeping on. So
indeed,
I will see you around, Paul.
Okay, Mary. Until we talk again, always a treasure to talk to you. You're a real blessing to me.
Well, thank you.
And if you're not watching Mary's channel, go over there and subscribe, because she's got a lot of really. If you've learned from her today, you'll learn more listening to her. There you go.
Thanks for the plug.
All right, Mary. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So welcome everyone to a very special Voices with Viveka. I've been really looking forward to this for a long time. Here's two people that I really sort of, I love being in relationship with. They're wonderful people, and I've had ongoing discussions with them. And both of them I consider friends. I have tremendous respect and affection for both of them. I'm going to introduce them and then ask them to say a little bit about themselves and their history with me, just to give us some context. And then I'll introduce what we're going to discuss to all of us together and how we're going to move forward. So I'll start with, I guess, with Paul. I've known Paul a little bit longer than Mary, so I'll start with Paul.
My name is Paul Vanderklay. I'm a pastor of a local church in Sacramento, California. I first got to know John because I started making videos about Jordan Peterson, and one of my listeners says, "Oh, you've got to listen to John Vervaeke." I said, "Who's John Vervaeke? I don't know." And so started listening to John, and that was a little bit before his Awakening from the Meaning Crisis project came online, which was better because he had some other videos that the sound was a little iffy. And the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis had better production values. And so John and I have spoken a number of times. If you go to my channel, I think one of my favorite videos with him was, I often, when I begin a relationship with someone, is sort of do a common history together. And so on my channel, you can find Who is John Vervaeke and Why Does It Matter video like that. And I got to know Mary in a similar way. Mary started watching my videos, and I had a couple of conversations with Mary about a number of things. And so it's been a delight to get to know these two wonderful individuals. And so a conversation like this is always welcome.
Okay, well, I'm Mary Kochan. The C is silent just to confuse people. And, I got into watching Paul Vanderklay because of Jordan Peterson. So the YouTube algorithm pointed me in his direction. I was quite excited, and I've probably listened to just about everything he has put out for the past couple of years. And from Paul Vanderklay, I got led into Kochan-PVK, and I've listened to a lot of his conversations with people, as well as all of his awakening from the meaning crisis videos, which I found very interesting. A few of them I've gone back and listened to twice, which is a high praise for you, John, because I have never listened to anything twice. So, so anyway, this has been quite a delightful journey for me. I live in Georgia, and I'm a grandmother and a stay-at-home person. I have homeschooled a number of kids and grandkids over the years, and I have a lot of interest myself in philosophy and theology. I grew up in the cult of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and then worked my way backwards through the Protestant Reformation to become Catholic. And so I have a strong interest in all of these themes. And I did have some college philosophy also. So this has all been right up my alley because I stay at home and I do a lot of gardening, and I have chickens and all that stuff. I have more time I don't watch as much YouTube as I just am able to just kind of listen to it. So this has been wonderful because it gets me out of my mundane existence and into some really high level thinking type of stuff. So I've really enjoyed it.
I should mention that, of course, as Paul indicated, he has an ongoing series of videos that he does. I recommend them strongly. He also has a Discord server, and he uploads those Q&A sessions. Mary is going through a wonderful series. Because of time, I can only dip in and out of it, where she's going through the work of Ratzinger as an approach to, I think, a phenomenological Catholic might be the best framing, a phenomenological Catholic way in which we might consider responding to the meaning crisis. So I highly recommend everybody checking that out. Mary's going through it very carefully. And so she has that as sort of the skeleton theme, and then she will then do responsive videos to other things she's seeing. And so I recommend that to everyone.
Not to mention chicken videos.
I see the chicken videos. And one of the things I love about these conversations are that, so you have a university professor, and you've got a local pastor, and you have a homeschooling mom and grandma who's raising chickens and knows a lot about the biology of growing food and feeding people. And I mean, just I like how the interdisciplinary nature of these conversations is so rich. I
agree. And I think, and I hope this is taken as a complimentary characterization. I think the multi-perspectival nature of this is central to it. I think we suffer, well, this is part of the ongoing project, and Paul has contributed to the anthology that Christopher Messer Pietro and I are putting out. This is the ongoing project of trying to get out of monologue, which is becoming predominant in our culture, and back into genuine good faith dialogue. And what does that look like? I should mention, in good faith for that, and I'm very, I feel very homed with these two people, even though they are Christian and I am not. Nevertheless, they are welcoming, and I hope they feel that I do the same for them. So just to make it clear, I'm welcoming them here, and I want there to be fellowship between us as we discuss these things, because I think more and more I am coming. I always thought this, but it's becoming more and more a priority to me. The manner of what we're doing is more important than the material, ultimately, at least right now, to my mind. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to propose, very much in a Socratic fashion, sort of a provocative topic about which there are differing perspectives, and invite us to enter into dialogue about them. And I guess because it's my channel, or at least the initial invitation was to my channel, I'll take on the Socratic role. That of course is something that I aspire to as much as possible. And I'll try and propose some provocative challenges to some of the things that are going on here. And there's another person that I want to mention whose work has, I think, influenced all of us to some degree. And I've entered into dialogue with him as well, and that's Jonathan Pajot, because I think I strongly recommend his channel as well. And I'm also going to be responding to some of his things. So the topic I want to talk about first is narrative and its role and its relationship to what I call dialogos. What I mean by dialogos is open-ended dialogue that is Socratic in intent, in which we are trying to provoke existential insight. It's not just discussion. It's not just conversation. There's the attempt to mutually provoke and promote insight, existential insight. It's designed to be a form of dialogue that is open-ended. We're supposed to follow the logos where it goes, dialogos. And the intent for that is not to come to ultimately a theoretical conclusion, but to afford existential insight and potentially transformation. So, and narrative, of course, is a topic that is deeply relevant to that. And I want to enter into dialogos about it. Now, first of all, I want to state, so there's going to be a bit of a monologue here just to lay out some framework. And I appreciate you guys hanging in there. So thank you. First of all, I want to state that I've argued explicitly, and I still stand by my argument that narrative is important. I made it one of the three orders, right? There was the nomological order, the normative order, and the narrative order. I think narrative is indispensable for transforming episodic memory into autonoetic memory so that we become temporally extended selves, capable of long-term projects, capable of deep moral commitments. And I think that for me, and I don't want to get into the ontology of this or the relevance to the abortion debate. For me, those are, I won't say they're the final definition of personhood, but if you don't have those capacities, if you're not temporally extended, right, if you can't pursue long-term plans, we as a culture generally withhold the rights of personhood. We say people have to be treated this way, but we don't let them vote or own property, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all I'm talking about. I'm talking about it at that level. So I'm just saying that's a way that I think as a culture, we have recognized them, right, as at least central features of personhood. So what I'm saying is without narrative, you're not a temporally extended agent that can pursue long-term goals. And that means you're also not capable of deep moral commitments. And I take those to be central. I'm not, as I said, I'm not going to make them the essence because that got into a hairy debate, right? I'm just going to say they're central to personhood. So the point I'm making is narrative is central to personhood. I still stand by all of that. Okay. Here's, though, the things that I want to talk about. And part of it is provoked by Jonathan's work. And I should have invited him as well. But part of it is also some very powerful arguments Paul is making about the storyverse and narrative. And then Mary's making some, some very provocative, in the good sense of the word, all right, provocative claims about that narrative is deeper than dialogos, and I want to explore that. And so I want to sort of bring up the first challenge, but in order to do that challenge, I need to invoke a distinction that's really important to cognitive science. So that's where I'm going to speak from, because that's what I should do. You guys should speak from where you are. Okay, so there's a distinction in cognitive science between a rule-described system and a rule-governed system. Let me give you a couple of concrete examples where this comes out and why you need the distinction. So I can use calculus to describe what the solar system is doing. In fact, I have to use calculus to describe what the solar system is doing. But I don't think the solar system is doing calculus. Why don't I think the solar system is doing calculus? Because it can't make a mistake. It can't miscalculate, and it doesn't care what it's doing, right? So the solar system isn't rule governed, it's rule described. So although I can use calculus to describe it, what it's doing, it would be an incorrect description to say it's doing calculus. Similar, another example. I'm playing chess with a computer program. This is Daniel Dennett's famous example. When I'm playing chess, I'll often take what he calls the intentional stance. I'll talk to the computer as if it's a narrative agent. Oh, the computer wants me to do this and it's trying to deceive me and it wants me, right? None of this is actually going on, right? The computer doesn't care at all if it wins or loses, right? It doesn't, right? Its identity is in no way challenged or threatened if it makes a mistake, right? And so, although I am talking to it as if it's rule governed, it's only rule described, because of course it is rule describable, That's what I do when I actually lay out to you what the computer is doing. So I want to propose that in direct derivation, there's a distinction between things being narratively describable and things actually being narratively governed. So we can tell stories about all kinds of things, and we do it all day long. And I don't deny that at all. In fact, I argue for that. We practice narrative all the time. But that is not sufficient evidence that those things are actually unfolding a story, because there is no direct implication between being narratively described and narratively governed. You have to do extra things to show me that what's going on is narratively governed. And so I think it's insufficient, for example, to say I can tell a story about whatever, X, Y, or Z, to legitimate the conclusion, therefore there is a story going on in X, Y, and Z. Because I can tell, right, a story about the solar system, and that doesn't mean it's doing calculus. I can tell a story about the chess program, but that doesn't mean it's actually, right, endeavoring to deceive me or play chess or do any of those things. So that's the first part I want to make. And my concern, my first thing is to state a concern, which is I'm concerned that a lot of times I see people saying, look, I can tell a story about this, and therefore a story is going on. And that has to be false, right? It has to be false because that would eradicate the distinction between narratively described and narratively governed. And secondly, we know that there are instances where we think there are stories that are going on and there are no stories going on. I take this to be a defining feature of conspiracy theories, which are very prevalent and very problematic right now, right? And so next point, and what I want to get to, so now I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I want to get to what is it about us that allows us to learn narrative, allow us to realize when we are subject to narrative bias, like in conspiracy theories, allows us to adopt narratives other than the ones that we currently have when I endeavor to see what your narrative is. And what I think is that narrative is not necessary to intelligence and consciousness. Here's why I think this. Animals. So we have clear, I think, undeniable evidence of sophisticated intelligence, tool building, Caledonian crows, right? The chimps, especially the bonobos. We even have evidence for self-recognition in some of these animals. They passed the mirror test, right? Which is taken as very good evidence for a sense of self. And these organisms do not have narrative. We can attribute a narrative to them, but we have no independent evidence that they are being governed by a narrative. And so I think that's clear evidence that narrative is not necessary for sophisticated intelligence, sophisticated consciousness. I think denying consciousness to chimps would be just a moral crime, right? And even a sense of self. We have evidence, they have all of that without narrative. Francis de Waal has provided good evidence that these creatures have the first movements of morality, what he often calls proto-morality. They will do altruistic behavior. They will share when it costs them personally to do so. I'm not claiming they have full-blown morality. I think that's too strong. But they have something that would allow an organism, right, the ability to start to learn morality. So narrative is not necessary for all of those things. And I think that therefore there must be very sophisticated cognition that, right, has to be in place in order for us to acquire narrative ability. And then my final argument for that is developmental psychology. Children aren't capable of narrative until quite well into their development. Notice the things that have to be in place before they can get narrative. They have to have developed a linguistic competence. They have to know how to enter into conversation, and they have to get the very beginnings of temporally extended, right? They have to get what is needed for temporally extended stuff. They have to get the very beginnings of introspection. All of these things come online and are sort of cohere together between the ages of 3 and 4. Now, interestingly, what most developmental psychologists are proposing is that what allows us to learn things like narrative is dialogue. And you see kids capable of dialogue before narrative because they start to do things almost immediately that are necessary for dialogue. They have, and we forget how important this is. They have joint attention. Joint attention is when you look at something, they'll look at it too. Try to get another animal to do that with you. Try it. When then you realize, wow, that's a very sophisticated ability. They start imitating your emotional expressions. And very, very soon, they start to do turn taking in their interactions with you. These are all the things that are at the core of dialogue, and they actually afford. And notice that you have dialogue before you have narrative, because you have one sentence speech where you have like a kid can utter one word and you a gesture, like Baba wants their bottle. And then you have telegraphic speech, which are still not full-blown sentences, but it's bound up in dialogue. And then only after all of that is mastered do you get the capacity for them to do narrative. Finally, we have good evidence that we can transcend narrative. We can transcend narrative when we're in the flow state, which means we can enhance our agency and be in a non-narrative frame. That's one of the features of the flow state. The narrative frame drops away. Or in mystical experiences, we can have profound states of meaning that are not narratively bound. And so I think both the primordiality of something like the ability to couple to the environment in dialogue and the ultimacy of states that are trans-narrative points out to the fact that I think narrative is, I don't want to be too tentatious. So take this as said with kindness. I think that narrative is being overblown a bit. My concern with that is that narrative is one of our most powerful heuristics. We have to learn it and practice it. And like all heuristics, and I think this is undeniable, this is what the no free lunch theorem proves, all heuristics come with an equal degree of bias. So if something is a very powerful heuristic, we have a mathematical logical proof that it comes with a equally powerful bias that we have to be on guard about. And so my concern is if we try to write narrative into the fabric of the universe and the fabric of our cognition, we might be licensing that bias right at a time in which we need people to be able to talk across narrative divides in an important way. So that's the Socratic provocation. That's what I wanted to say as a way of laying out what my concerns are, both, if it's fair to say, scientifically and existentially.
Okay. I'd like to pick it up here for a minute. And I want to see if we can kind of disambiguate a couple of things, and also if I can refine a couple of things that I said previously.
Sure.
So the first thing that I want to refine, I think, is let's make a distinction between story and narrative. That a story, I think the story is just the thing happening, but the narrative is the telling of it. And we can make a distinction between the thing happening and the telling of it. A story is any progression, we could say, or any movement, but the telling of it is different. So I could tell a story about something, but the thing might not itself have any sense of having a story, just like you said about the planets, right?
Right.
So I would say it's still in a story, even though it doesn't know it's in a story, but it still is a story. And the proof of that is simply that if you talk to an astronomer about the origin of it and everything, they're going to tell you a story. It's already in the story, but the narrative then would be the telling of the story. That's a distinction I would like to make.
Okay, so that's a good distinction. Let's call narrative the cognitive act, right? The cognitive communicative act, and then we'll say, and you want to reserve story for what's happening, but you don't want to say that every happening is a story, do you?
It's possibly. Could you give me an example of a happening that wouldn't be a story?
Well, I take it that, or like one of the differences between a story and a happening is a story is teleological. A story is moving towards some goal state. And so, and that's why the solar system isn't doing a story. There's no goal state. It's not trying to do anything. It's not trying to go anywhere. It's not trying to be anything. It's not trying to, that's why it's not proper to say it makes a mistake. If it can't make a mistake, it also can't succeed. And if you can't succeed, there isn't a story. There's no telos happening.
Well,
And the
I
other person-
think even from a totally materialistic perspective, there is a telos, which would be, right, the final state of entropy, right?
no, but it's not trying to get to entropy, right?
But if it's getting there, then it's happening.
But that's not the same thing as a telos, right? Because if you trip and fall, you get to the ground, but you weren't trying to get to the ground, even though you end up there, right?
Okay.
if what I'm saying is, if you remove intention from an event, there's no story happening. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, okay. So you want to say, so what you're saying is that in order for there to be a story, there has to be intention.
Yeah. I think a story is a teleological. I mean, that's why we tell the narrative, right? Because we're trying to figure out what the goal was, or the lesson to be learned, or how we can change our behavior to achieve the goals we want. Why else do we tell a story other than to modify our behavior and give us, and that's why we want to know, right, the narrative of some event that has happened, because we want to understand the motives of the perpetrators. We want to understand their intentions so that we can possibly change their behavior or change our behavior. That's why we're disturbed when there's like a mass killing and we can't know. We want to know, why did he do it? And we don't say, well, you know, he pulled his finger and that caused a chemical explosion and the bullet went out and that penetrated. No, I don't know. I don't mean that. What are his motives, right?
Right.
I think without motive, without intention, without goal orientation, I don't think it's proper to talk of a story, because then it just becomes, I think, a trivial thing, right? Then every, like one domino knocking another randomly would become a story.
Well, but I want to go back to the astronomer, right? So the astronomer that tells you a story of how they think we ended up with a moon, you know, circling the earth, and, you know, moons circling planets, and the development of the solar system, it is not, he is not saying that in order to change our behavior, is he? I mean, what is it?
But I think I'm disagreeing with you in the sense that I don't think he's telling you a story. I don't think he's telling you a story. I mean, he could say, well, the moon wanted to be close. Like he could make it like, you know, we do this sometimes in children's narratives. I'm trying to use the terms the way you're using them very carefully.
Right.
But I don't think he's telling you a story. I mean, because I think he's telling you, I think we have to allow the possibility that there are nomological principles. He's basically invoking gravity, and he's invoking, you know, various principles of Newtonian principles. And he's saying, because of this principle and this principle, this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. Like the biologist that tells the evolution of birds from, you know, dinosaurs, he's not telling a story, because he is explicitly committed to the fact that evolution is not teleological in nature. That's the defining difference between the evolutionary story and intelligent design, right? So,
okay, well, let me put it this way. I accept that that's what you're saying about it. I think, you know, you might have to argue with all of the publishers of scientific textbooks who have titles like The Story of Life, or The Story of this, or The Story, you know, there's, you know, I think that you're using the word in a much more technical sense than most people would use it, which is fine because you're technical, but I'm the representative of the most people.
well, that's fine. But again, you have to be careful about, that's used for rhetorical purposes, right? Just like we make a picture of the solar system for the atom in our textbooks.
Right.
No physicist thinks the atom looks like that at all. And so it's there in order to help get people stage by stage into thinking.
Right.
And so, you know, and secondly, we don't want to confuse properties of how we have to speak about things with properties of the things we speak about. The fact that I often relay things to you in a story, I also have to relay things to you in English, because that's the only language I have. I don't think the world is made of English. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I have to unfold things at a certain temporal scale, because that's who I am. But that doesn't mean, right? So the fact that I talk about evolution in seconds doesn't mean that evolution is at the time scale of seconds unfolding. We can't confuse properties of how we have to talk about things with properties of the thing. My sentence, the Eiffel Tower is heavy, is not itself heavy, right? So the fact that we have to talk about things that way, again, doesn't license conclusions about the things. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'll accept, I'm going to accept that that's the perspective that you're coming from. Okay.
Well, fair enough. That's fair enough.
And it's really good to know that. So I wanted to make a distinction between story and narrative. You want when I say those words, them to basically be the same thing. In other words,
I do want to allow you the distinction between what you call narrative and what's going on out there. I think calling what's going on out there a story prejudices the case in your favor. I think we need a neutral description, because if you say, well, I'm just presupposing that everything is teleological and narrative, well, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. But you know what you can't then do? You can't then say, because things are teleological and narrative, I believe in God, because that's just building it in, right? What I'm invoking a point made by C.S. Lewis in Miracles, right? He says, I'm not going to say everything's a miracle because it's run by God, because that's just to define the thing ahead of time. I'm going to work from within the scientific worldview, find something it's committed to, and then draw it out from there. And that's what I'm saying. See, my concern here, and I've been clear about this from the beginning, is I want to create something, a way of talking that bridges between spirituality and science. Right. And I've been clear that is not a project. And Mary, you've supported me on this, so I'm invoking you. This is not a project to me to subvert spirituality underneath. I'm not trying to do that. Right. But what I'm saying is, if it's going to be a dialogue, it has to be a dialogue. That's basically what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. So that was the first. That was just to say, I wanted to make a separation between those two words, because previously, when I was talking about narrative, I think I would have used story and narrative interchangeably, but somebody in one of the comments under my video really wanted me to get into the difference between story and narrative. And I think I think that the narrative is the telling of the story. It's not the story's already there. The narrative is the telling of it. So where that there is, we might disagree. Okay. But I want to make the distinction between the story and the narrative. The second distinction.
Well, why don't we just make a distinction between events and narrative? Because we can agree that we're talking about events. You talked about an unfolding.
Okay, we could do that. So let me ask you though, because there's something that I'm confused about that you said that I feel I would like you to disambiguate.
Please.
That is, you started off talking about kind of the Socratic, the high level dialogue of the Socratic interchange, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I totally agree with you is this high level project that people enter into together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But then you started talking about the baby and the baby babbling. And it seems to me that you're a little bit ambiguous here in what you're calling dialogue. The baby is not entering into a Socratic project with its mother. And so I would like you to do, and you specifically at the beginning wanted to make a distinction between our ordinary conversation that we have with one another and dialogue. And then I think you
that's a very good
down
point.
The slope on that.
Very good point. So I tend to reserve the term, and this is an excellent criticism you're making. And so I think this deserves a good response. Yes, and I've been trying to be strict about reserving the term dialogos for that upper level thing that we're talking about. The thing, let's call it the thing exemplified in Socrates, for example, with the dialogos. However, I do think that we have to, because it's higher level, we have to talk about the lower level processes that it is dependent upon. And I think that's dialogue. And then I think dialogue breaks down into those things I was trying to talk about. The imitation perspective taking ability, the joint attention ability, and the turn taking ability, which kids come pretty much ready to do. And then I was trying to say that, and I was trying to do something analogous with the animals. The animals clearly are not capable of narrative or even dialogue, but they have something below that that allows them to be very intelligent, conscious, and have a sense of self. So I should stipulate that to be more careful, I should only use the term dialogos for the upper level stuff. I should use dialogue for what takes place perhaps in speech. And then I want to talk about, I don't know what to call, I don't know if we have a term for that. These proto abilities that make dialogue possible. I'll just call them proto dialogue abilities right now. And so I should distinguish them. The reason why and you're right, I have been equivocal. And so I want to acknowledge that right now. This is a legitimate criticism. But what I'm trying to, so this is not a justification. I think Mary's criticism is bang on. It's an explanation, because what I've been focusing on and what I've been trying to get to is the deep continuity between this higher level stuff and this lower level stuff. Because I think when Socrates provokes an insight into us, right, it's reaching into the depths. It's going into the very core of our cognitive processing, because he's asking for a restructuring that's not just at the level of some of our beliefs or ideas. He's asking for us to aspire to wisdom and virtue, which is a much more comprehensive thing. So my explanation, again, not a justification. I think I want to acknowledge that Mary's criticism is right. I was being ambiguous. And so I've tried to specify and disambiguate right now. But what I don't want to lose in the differentiation that I just made is the idea that there's a deep continuity, that when you're engaging in dialogical practices, it reaches into dialogue and then it reaches down into these proto-dialogic things. Because, I mean, I'm trying to get, I'm sorry, I don't want to be too poetic here, but I'm trying to get back to the Greek sense of the word logos, that the logos reaches up into the very highest organizing principles down into the depths. And see, and just to put sort of a Christian spin on it, which is a weird thing for me to be doing, I suppose, right? I you know, because I've always been very impressed by in arche and logos, right? In the beginning was the logos. Translating it as the word is, as many people point out, is grotesquely inadequate. And there's something profound going on there about the logos is primordial. It's not in the beginning was the mythos. There's a Greek word for story and narrative, and it's not there. And there's something profound going on there, right? And that's what, so, and again, I'm not trying to, you know, call you out on your own carpet, but I'm trying to say, this has been deeply influential for me, like, because, you know, of when I read about that in Heidegger, the Stoics and the Logos, all of this stuff. And I see there's work I'm reading on Socrates right now where his will, and he repeatedly says this, and because I didn't get it in the translation, it's making a huge impact on me. And he says he's always following the Logos. He's always willing to follow the Logos wherever it will go. And so, and while you're right, Mary, and I acknowledge it again, I want to try and invoke something that has that kind of expanse to it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Right. Now, and I wanted to do that too, especially when we get into the second part of this conversation. I think that's definitely where I want to go with this. But I want to come back to the baby for just a minute, okay, because not to poke at you too hard, but I'm gonna pull my grandma card here and say that nobody's talking to that baby, and nobody's giving that baby anything to imitate, nor entering into nor pulling that baby into dialogue on any level, except for the fact that the baby has already has appeared on the scene as part of a story.
But that's not a story that the baby's aware of, right? It's not,
but that doesn't mean that the baby's not part of the story. So if I tell you the story of a baseball game and I talk about somebody hitting the ball with the bat and you know, having a home run, the bat and the ball are not aware of the story either. But they're still in the story. Doesn't take them out of the story. Their awareness, the awareness does not change whether the story is whether there's a story there. In fact, I would say actually that any thought that we have that the baby is not aware of the story, just because the baby cannot do the narrative, and here's where we're distinguishing narrative and story, right? That I don't think that's even true on a basic biological level, because we know that that baby was already in a relationship with its mother before it was even born. Going back to when it was first conceived. We know things, for example, that the baby leaves traces of its own genetics inside of the mother.
Sure.
All right. Which means, by the way, people, I'm just going to say this, that Jesus left traces of himself in his mother Mary. Now we can go on with everything else. I just want to throw
I'm always the Protestant.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that one because that's not my proof. But I mean, saying that the child's part of our story that's not to say that the child is itself a narrative being, right? That doesn't follow any more than saying the baseball is part of my baseball story. So the baseball's a narrative being. That doesn't follow, right? And notice we enter into dialogue immediately with children, because we do ghostly dialogue with children immediately. For how's Timmy today? How are you? Like, we enter into ghostly dialogue on the child's behalf. We do that immediately. We don't, right away we're doing dialogue.
Birth. We do it before birth.
Right. And that's what I mean. And what I'm saying is they participate almost immediately in our dialogical framing, because they start to do joint attention. They start to imitate us. And then they start doing turn taking in their responses to us almost
But that
immediately.
dialogue has no meaning.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here. Maybe a bridge between the two of you as the Protestant in the room. Regardless of the anyway, Mary.
Yeah, that was really slid that one in.
I love it. You know, one of the things in listening to this that so I re-listened to Awakening from the Meaning Crisis 32.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a chance to do all the homework. But John, I really like what you said now about the distinguishing between dialogue and the dialogos. Just yesterday, I preached on John 1. It was part of the lectionary. And sometimes I have the experience that, when you're running up to the sermons are live things. And I often find that it's for preaching is very much connected to a flow state. And so I often find myself having insight while I'm preaching, which is probably a terrible thing for a preacher to do, because you weren't planning on things, then you say it anyway. At least I do. But the, part of when I think about the bigger aspect of this project, and if Jonathan Peugeot were here, one of the things that he said that continues just to, I come back to it again and again, is that we are patterns watching patterns. And I think it is extremely difficult for us to not narrativize everything we see, because from our earlier conversations, John, when you made the point, and quite rightly, this interesting convergence of facts that for most of us we can't remember. We don't have much conscious memory. And again, memory is tricky, but we don't seem to have much memory prior to our capacity to wield narrative. And that ability of ours to wield narrative is central to memory and ideation, and so much of what we do, even by virtue of the kind of sophisticated both dialogue and dialogos we are attempting to do now. And of course that doesn't mean, so right now my son and his girlfriend and their dog, and I can, I don't know why this younger generation
really wants to replace grandchildren with pets, but there we have it. But we talk to their dog, and I sometimes talk about him like the grand dog, and and the dog, as this dog, we have other animals in the house, but as this dog comes in and descends and lives amongst us, I just watch us relate to this dog and watch the dog relate to us, and all of this. We're going to always have the difficulty of having to see through these narrative lenses and use them, just like you say. We have English. We're always so we're going to. It's going to be very difficult to sort of try to get behind these things. Yet I can see in your project the desire. I was watching the self. I haven't mastered all the fancy Vervaeke words as Job taught them. And I haven't mastered all the Mary words either, because when I try to use them and I get them wrong, Mary always notes them, which I appreciate. So my mastery of the fancy Mary words improves too. But there's this self-organizing. What we're interested in getting at in the this haunts Lewis's miracles. It haunts it haunts the the early Christian project of knowing the mind of God by exploring the world, in a sense, beneath our narrative grasp. And so the entire effort to understand things that go on their own, physis, as Lewis calls it, in nature. And the whole project of self-organizing. There are building blocks to this, and I've always held that, or not always held, but recently held, as I think about the meaning crisis and think, okay, how have we gotten here, and why is this so acute with us now? There again always seems to me two motions. One is that we discover the world is stranger than we thought, when the world was simply a matter of atoms that we narrativized or storified as billiard balls that we can build up from, according to Newtonian physics. And then Newtonian physics gives way to quantum physics, which gives way to string theory, and this weird world of fields out there. So the nice atomistic world that we imagined ourselves in, which I think part of the reason desire is another thing I want to bring into the conversation here, because part of the reason we desire that world is because all these tiny little balls we can sort of get our minds around and grasp and wield and manage. And once we're into the reign of fields, now our imaginations are looking at seascapes and water and things that are incredibly difficult for us. So that's one side of the meaning crisis. The other side of the meaning crisis is the fact that whereas before we were sort of self-contained agents in a world of objects that we could manipulate and manage, and we could govern. And your use of that word govern, I thought, was really important. Governed by narrative. To what degree are things governed by narrative? The other half of the meaning crisis is the idea that there are things governing us from the inside that are going on their own. It's the continual penetration of physis, of nature within us. We learn propaganda by which we can manipulate the body politic. We learn psychology by which we, so our baby is not sleeping through the night, and that is annoying us. And so, we talk to an expert in psychology that will say, okay, well, when is the baby eating? And of course, this was wisdom that mothers had before, but now suddenly they have the patina of people who are managing the little balls of the universe. And so with these few tips and extra science, and we see this in the pandemic right now, we want to be science-based, it's just interesting how these things go. So what I see is as just like you say, we're only going to have English, and we're only going to have narrative to deal with that. That's going to be a real issue in this. But I like the way you laid it out, and I think you made a very compelling case. But to come back now to the dialogos,
Sorry, what did I make a compelling case about? Sorry.
Well, your initial laying things out, I thought it
Oh,
was your initial laying things out. I thought it was very compelling that, dialogos is in a sense now, is it dialogue towards narrative or is it dialogos towards narrative?
mm. Um, so do you want me to answer that question?
Yes,
Or do
yes.
you want to, okay, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you if you were just progressing to a new idea. I think what I'm saying is to use the terms that the specifications I made in response to Mary, I think we use dialogue to get into narrative, and then we use dialogos when we're trying to go trans-narrative. When we're doing things like the parables. Parables look like narratives, but they're not narratives, right? They're designed to push us into a non-narrative framing. Or in Zen, when we do the koan, and we're even taking the dialogue within a narrative, and we're trying to push it into a non-narrative, non-dialogue state. But we're not giving up the relationship between the student and the teacher. So that's dialogos. That's almost full-blown pure dialogos. Yeah. And when Socrates brings people to aporia, the narrative stops. That's the moment where dialogos is most happening. So given what we've just said here together, I guess a more precise way of saying it is dialogue brings us into narrative, and then dialogos takes us beyond it, because it's designed to try to get us to a place, an operatic place from which it's possible to shift our narratives or come into new narratives, or even perhaps go into a post-narrative state. Like, the Sufi stories are designed they're narratives, and they're designed to try to snap you into non-duality, so that you have the experience of non-duality. They're supposed to try and subvert the grammar that narrative works in terms. An egocentric subject-object distinction is supposed to be broken down by the narrative. So those are examples of where I think we're using dialogos to try and get beyond narrative. And that's what I see Socrates doing again and again and again and again. Because what he's trying to, he's trying to, people will say, well, blah, blah, and they'll do the monologue, and he'll try to break into it and subvert it. To do that. This may be tenacious, but I think I see Jesus doing that a lot too. I mean, you guys know him better than I do, but right. But I see him doing that all the time. And I see that the Gospels often saying the disciples are trying to impose some narrative on it, and he says, no, you're not getting this. You're not getting what I'm trying to do with this. Yeah. Like, for example, I agree with people like, what's her name? Levine and Bourgeois. I've been reading a lot, McFag, that what Levine, she calls it the domestication of parables. If you're turning them into allegories or morality stories, you're not getting the parable. Yeah. The parable is supposed to provoke existential change, existential insight. Well, and so I think I think a parable is an example of what I would call dialogos transcending narrative.
I would, before Mary jumps in, I know she wants to, I think in some ways we're definitely working with a hierarchy here. And so you kind of have dialogue into narrative, and then maybe a dialogos that sort of breaks narrative. But I think about your conversation that you had with Jonathan, where, and where in a sense, the beyond narrative also in some ways then flips down to serve narrative, because
totally.
Because when, we would say, okay, pastor, you went into your office and you had a mystical experience of union with Christ, but you have to bring that back into the pulpit and back down to the people. And so there's very much a sense, and I very much get this in terms of the logos. And Peugeot speaks about this very, very well. I'm still trying to master the fancy Peugeotian words too, where, that which goes up must also come down. And so what we have is a lot of the bringing together of the union of heaven and earth in this. And heaven, one of the things that's always, again, sorry, Mary, to put you off here for a second, but I want to get back to you. Well, one of the things that I've always noticed about scripture is that just try and describe the life of the age to come. I'll have all these kind of evocative images and metaphors, streets made of gold. If we actually were using gold to pave our streets, I think we'd be quite annoyed, because I don't know that gold makes a particularly good paving material. But, so you have all these, they're almost parabolic, but they're very
but they're very foundational. But the sense is often that, and the Apostle Paul says it himself, I can't talk about this. And so again, I just want us to be conscious of the tools that we're using all the way up and down the chain as we talk about the relationship between these things, because I bet we're not going to dispense with any of them. And so then the question is, well, what exactly are we, what are we desiring in the midst of this conversation? And that is always sort of my suspicion that what we desire is mastery, because we, quite with good reason, wish to lay things out better than what they have been. But of course, better is also a complex thing. So anyway, I'll shut up for a while again.
I'll just answer your point quickly and let Mary talk. I'm not proposing any kind of exclusivity around dialogue and dialogos.
No.
What I'm challenging is what is increasingly to my ears sounding like an exclusivity claim for narrative. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm not proposing a counter exclusivity. I'm trying to show that there's things outside of narrative that are important, and narrative depends on them and interrelates with them together. That's my challenge. Okay. So I want to say clearly, I'm not proposing an exclusivity. I'm proposing something other than narrative, because I'm trying to challenge what sounds increasingly to my ears like an exclusivity claim for narrative.
Okay. Well, first of all, I do want to say that I was not making an exclusivity claim for narrative. The question was, what is the thing that determines the meaning? That was the question. Like, does the narrative determine the meaning of the dialogue within it, or is the dialogue something that is determining the meaning? That was the kind of the initial, and this was bouncing off of the conversation that you had with Jordan Hall on this topic, where the two of you discussed like a hierarchy of meaning between narrative and dialogos, and you put the dialogos at the top. But I want to come back to what you just said a few minutes ago about the Socratic dialogue and what Socrates was, and these are your words, trying to accomplish. Which is what? What is when you say that in these dialogues, he's trying to accomplish a bringing of someone to someone? That's a teleological statement right there.
Sure.
So you haven't divorced dialogue and teleology, and therefore you haven't divorced as a separate thing sitting above it, narrative and dialogue.
Well, I'm not trying to claim that Socrates is ever operating non-teleologically as a cognitive agent. I think living things and cognitive things, especially, that was my invocation of animals, they do operate teleologically. That's the difference between a paramecium and just a self-organizing tornado. So I'm not claiming that Socrates isn't operating as what he is in that situation as a moral agent. I clearly said that I think moral agents have to be capable of teleological functions and even a narrative. And Socrates is willing to use narrative when he tells the parable of the cave, right? It's called the allegory of the cave, but it's not, it's a parable. And by the way, Paul, the parable of the cave is you go both up and you come back down, right? So that's in Plato too. And so I'm committed to that very strongly. But what I'm saying is what Socrates is doing in the dialogue is he's trying to get people to a place where they abandon the narratives that they have identified with. And what he's often doing is he's trying to induce a state in them in which they are thrown into aspects of their cognition that aren't available to them in a narrative fashion. That's what I take it as happening in things like Socratic aporia, the Zen koan, the Sufi parable stories, right? They're trying, and I would argue, and you guys may not agree with me. I get that, but I think that's what very often you see Jesus doing in the parables, because a lot of the parables just are not open to a moral interpretation. Like the parable of, what is it? The parable of the laborers, where the ones at the beginning of the day agree to this wage, and then the ones come at the end, and the ones at the end are pissed off. And then Jesus says, "And the kingdom of God's like that." And you go, "What the heck is that supposed to mean?" Right? And what I take it to mean is he's trying to blow you out of that framing and say to be in the kingdom of God is to not be in that framing where you're always keeping track of everybody and measuring and what's the story going, and get out of that. Right. And the same thing with I take it the parable of the prodigal son. It's not about God forgives, he's the father. No, because justice does matter to us. Right. And we don't have a nice clean algorithm for that, but somehow you can get to a state, the kingdom of God, I think that's what Jesus is pointing to, in which somehow justice and compassion are interpenetrating in a way we don't right now understand. That's what I take them to be doing for us. And so, again, I'm not saying that we don't speak, right, and we're not acting in a teleological fashion. But what I'm saying is we're not always speaking about or directing our actions towards a narrative purpose. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I want to make the case that none of these dialogues between anyone, between you and Jordan Hall, between us, none of them, that the dialogue itself cannot rule the meaning. It has to be the narrative, even in the sense that what we're doing in this dialogue is attempting to come to some point, even if it's a point beyond narrative, that's still an intention, and that's you have not made the case that the dialogue is what is ruling the meaning. The narrative rules the meaning. And what I mean by that is, in order to interpret the dialogue, which you have just interpreted dialogues, in order to interpret the dialogue, you place it into a narrative.
I don't think I
cannot
did.
Interpret the dialogue just out there in the ether somewhere, disconnected from everything.
So, okay, first of all, I don't think the explanation I gave you was a narrative. It was an explanation, and it's not. I don't think it's correct to say that all explanations are narratives, because equals MC squared is an explanation. It's not a narrative, and
but it's not a dialogue either.
No, but if we're talking about dialogue as the governor of meaning, and you're saying that meaning depends on narrative, that's what I find problematic. And that's where, again, I go to the case of all of the organisms that don't have narrative, and they act on purpose, but they don't have narrative. Acting intentionally is not sufficient for acting narratively. All these organisms act on purpose. They do things that are meaningful to them. They're doing relevance realization. They're acting in terms of the meaning of things, but they're not doing narrative. That's what Bertrand Russell meant when he said, no matter how eloquently a dog barks, it can't tell you that its parents were hard, right? We're poor but hardworking. It just can't do it, right? But it doesn't mean the dog isn't intelligent. It doesn't mean the dog isn't conscious. It doesn't mean the dog isn't communicating with you. It doesn't mean that the dog isn't acting on purpose. It doesn't mean any of those things. All of those things can exist. All of that rich meaning making of a dog's life, a dog's consciousness. Let's do a bonobo's sense of self. They mourn the loss of their loved ones, right? All of this stuff, all of that happens without narrative. And to say that meaning depends on narrative, I think is too strong.
Well, I'm not saying that meaning in some cosmic sense depends on narrative. What I'm saying is that if you're talking about dialogue and narrative, I'm saying that the meaning of any dialogue is dependent upon the narrative in which that dialogue resides. And all dialogues reside in a narrative.
Isn't dialogue, or even implicit dialogue, the thing that transforms a chronology into a narrative? If there's no possibility of dialogue, you don't have a narrative. You only have a chronology. You just have a listing of events.
Okay, let me give you the.
I'm trying to propose to you that at the level of human discourse, dialogue and narrative are completely interdependent.
Right. Let me give you the example that I gave to Sevilla when I had my conversation with Sevilla, because I was trying to work this out and asking her what she thought about it. So the other day I walked out of my house and I walked along the edge of my garden. I was going to collect eggs from my chicken house. I had a little basket in my hand to put the eggs in. And as I walked along and I came to the corner of the garden, I noticed that in the lawn there was a dead mouse. And I paused and looked at the mouse for a moment. And then I went and I collected the eggs. And as I walked back, I paused and looked at the mouse again. And then I walked in my house. And what I was thinking about was, should I give this mouse to my chickens? Because normally if I had trapped a mouse, I would throw it to the chickens and they would happily eat it, because chickens are not vegetarians, even though it says vegetarian fed chickens or vegetarian fed eggs in the store. So, what I thought
They're
was,
dinosaurs.
what I was looking at was to see if I saw any signs of trauma on the mouse, because there's lots of cats around and stuff that might eat mice, but I didn't see any sign of trauma. And then it occurred to me, maybe the mouse ate something poisonous and that's why it died. And so for that reason, I would not give it to my chickens.
Mm.
Now, I'm telling you a story. First person, right? I. Now, my neighbor could be watching me from the other side of her fence, and she might say, I saw you walking along and I saw you stop and look at something in your yard, and then you went on and then you looked at it again when you came back. What were you looking at and what were you thinking? And I would tell her. We would be then in a conversation or a dialogue together. But her, if she was just telling what she saw, she would be doing it third person. I saw her do this. I saw her do this. It's when we get into dialogue, then it's suddenly, so to me, like, narratives are first person or third person, but the dialogue always has to be second person.
It sounds to me like what you were going to say. I thought the next sentence was going to be, it's only when I was able to enter into dialogue with somebody that it became a narrative. I
would say no, because I would say I would kind of say that there's always an internal dialogue. Otherwise, I wouldn't remember.
But then you're saying narratives.
I didn't mean internal dialogue. I meant there's always an internal narrative going on, right? There's always an internal. Otherwise, we wouldn't remember. We wouldn't be remembering what we did.
Mary, that's not true. But because you don't have a narrative for all your skills, and you remember your skills, true. Okay? Yeah. And you get into the flow state, and you can have hyper effectiveness, and you're out of narrative. So, I mean, I'm just trying to say, I don't think it's true that we're always in narrative. And again, I'm not arguing for the exclusivity. I seem to think what we're moving towards is like that it only be, because I think we have to conclude that animals can remember sequences of events.
Yes.
Okay. So simply being able to remember a sequence of events isn't to be a narrative agent. But when you're capable of entering into dialogue with another perspective, second person perspective, then it becomes a narrative. That's what I'm suggesting to you. You remember a sequence of events, but when you talk about it to your neighbor, or they talk about it to themselves or to you, then it becomes a narrative.
It seems in this to, I mean, the other minds, other agents is important to this whole progression.
Yes.
The baby babbling is, I mean, the baby babbling, to what degree the baby babbling is aware of itself as an agent. That's a question. The dog, to what degree the dog is aware of itself as an agent. And so it's interesting, because as I'm listening, I mean, part of the things that we're always doing with each other too is we're not just listening to each other's words as sort of a flat thing. We're always trying to mind read each other. This is fundamental for dialogue.
Yeah.
Because I want to get at not just the words that you're saying, I want to get at the intention behind the words that you're saying. And of course, this is a very tricky business.
Well, I want to say to that, and when I said this from the beginning, I mean, I think we clearly start mind reading before we have narrative, but I will acknowledge, and I've said before, I think narrative is something we learn as a psychotechnology that massively increases our ability for mind reading. Right. I think the primary function of narrative is mind reading.
So is part of, and I just to be clear that, I think you're exactly right that when Jesus uses parables, he does that to break narratives. We are narrative. One of the lovely things that Jordan Peterson talked about was he said, part of the reason we use stories, and I think part of the reason we use narrative, to go on from what he said, is because our narratives can die so that we do not.
Yes, yes.
And so part of the reason Jesus, and this is, I just this morning released my conversation with Jacob from the Discord server, who is a Hasidic Jew of sorts, and one of the real, we didn't talk about it too much in the video, but one of the real issues between he and I actually has everything to do with Jesus, because one of the things that Jesus does in the Jewish tradition is completely disrupt the messianic tradition and redefines what a Messiah is. And that's, I mean, if you understand that, you know, where that is going, and then look at the crazy things Jesus does, which of course culminates in his crucifixion, which he, you know, to get the language right, and this is difficult, which he participates in. He doesn't, he goes down to Jerusalem, even though everyone in the world knows that there's going to be a conflict, and which will likely end in his crucifixion. He participates in this in order to obviously to achieve other goals, which of course makes the resurrection vital in terms of the entire story. But, you know, so you see very quickly that so we have lots of narratives floating around, and in many ways what we're trying to do is get the narratives right. And so I'd say we're both using dialogue, which let's say is beneath, and an incredible part of achieving narrative developmentally. Let's say we first achieve dialogue before we achieve narrative, at least in our capacity to wield it, and then maybe, you know, dialogos beyond that. And when I listen to Mary, her concern seems to be, okay, meaning in narrative, that there's a degree of meaning, and we would agree that dogs act purposively, as do cats and chickens and mice and many things. You know, that's almost a pretty good definition of a living of animal life, plant life perhaps too, that it acts with a degree of purpose, even though it doesn't, we don't imagine it cognitively wields purpose the way we do, or employs purpose. So I hear Mary's concern in terms of it's nearly impossible for us to resist misconceiving of meaning without employing that narrative machinery. Partly perhaps that it's nearly impossible for us to conceive of so much without the exaptation of our visual machinery. It's as the kinds of creatures that we are, this stuff is just going to kick in because we desire to conceive of it so richly that all of this machinery comes to hand.
I want to acknowledge that, and if I've been neglecting Mary's concern, I apologize, Mary. I did state at the beginning, and I am committed to it, that our personhood is dependent on narrative in a very important way, and our ability as temporally extended moral agents is dependent on narrative. I acknowledge that at the beginning. And so all of those aspects of meaning that are ethically and personally relevant to us are going to depend on narrative. But and if it looks like I am trying to deny that, then I've misled you, because that's not my intent. That is not what I'm intending to do. What I'm trying to get at, what I think is important and vital right now, is what is the machinery that allows us to learn narratives, move between narratives, blow past narratives, restructure narratives, and open our eyes to narratives we have never considered before. And I don't think it's narrative machinery, because that's too circular, right? And it's not helpful, and it doesn't comport with the facts. So I'm trying to get at, what is it that we can reach down to, going right, and reach up to, that allows us to transcend narrative, because we are not suffering from a lack of narrative right now. That's not what we're facing. We're facing simultaneously too many narratives that are competing, and they're competing in an imperialistic fashion with each other. And then they're competing against the background of a scientific worldview that's non-narrative. And that's a horrible mess for us. We can't get our narrative lives, our personal lives, to talk to the scientific worldview, and we can't talk to each other because we're enmeshed in narrative. So my concern is to try and get at this machinery other than narrative. I'm not claiming that it is exclusive or that it can operate in us independently, right? At the personal level. I'm not claiming that. And but what I'm trying to get at is, what is it, right? What is it that allows us to access the depths and the heights? And because I think we need that right now. And so I want to talk about this stuff in a way that's going to allow people across, like we are, across religious divides, religious narratives, and even people, right, within the personal lives and then the impersonal scientific world to talk about it in a way that will allow for a bridging, because that's what I'm ultimately most concerned with. So
Mary,
I didn't mean to
What's
deflect
that?
now.
So Mary, I'm kind of curious about your concern here with respect to narrative.
I think my concern was prompted by John's conversation with Jordan Hall, where they were talking about this issue. And I was not the only one, because when I made my video, underneath my video were people saying, I saw that conversation and I felt there was something very wrong about it, but I couldn't put my finger on it. That's, people made that kind of comment.
Yeah, I agree.
So that was and I've made this, and this is not a criticism of you, John, nor of Paul, who I greatly appreciate. But there have been times, like one of my first conversations I had with Paul, I was talking about you and Jordan Hall, and I said, these guys are getting so meta. It's like they're floating up in the stratosphere, and it's like they're in a balloon. I want to pull the rope down, and I want to say, guys, what are you feeding people, and what are you eating? It's like I want to get right down to the bottom.
Totally. That's a legitimate point. Totally. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that.
So I felt like John and Jordan were doing it again, kind of like, well, we'll ignore all the narratives. We'll just ignore them. And we're going to sit here in our balloon of, in our meta balloon of dialogue, and somehow or another, just with this, we'll ascertain the meaning of things. And that was what it kind of felt like. I think it felt like that to other people. And so I wanted to bring the thing down more into the.
And you should do that, Mary. You should do that. I welcome that. And you do it in a loving fashion. And I appreciate that. That's why I respond to you. So again, I'm not going to justify, because I think what your criticism is apt. The explanation was, we were trying to talk about how it is that people move between paradigms in a Kuhnian sense, and right, and what is this non-paradigmatic thinking, and we were trying to exemplify it, and that's part of it. And then there was another concern, and a concern I have about Jordan Peterson, which is right, the concern I have about about hero narratives, right, and myth, is that they tend to build heroes. And I don't think we need heroes right now. I think we need communities. And I see narratives very good. Narratives are built around protagonists. They're great for building heroes. I think what builds communities is what we're doing right here, right now, which is dialogue and potentially dialogus, because I think we're getting into dialogus in various parts in this. And so that was my other concern. My two concerns I were trying to address was, it looks like we're going through a paradigm change, and what's non-paradigmatic thinking look like? Yeah. And then my other concern is, we got to get away from the hero mythology, or at least we have to get away from it being exclusive, because we don't need heroes right now. I think a hunger for heroes is something we should be very suspicious of. And that's where Jordan Hall's slogan, the next Buddha is the Sangha, that's what he's trying to point to. I think he's trying to say, we've got to stop doing narrative and looking for the hero or the superhero. We need to return more to what builds communities, and what builds communities are dialogue. And that was the John Dewey model of democracy. We can have different narratives. But we can still talk to each other, and we can still dialogue with each other and cooperate with each other. Yeah.
Well, and
so that's what we did it poorly. I acknowledge that, Mary. And yeah, I have a besetting sin of floating off into Platonic space. That's why. No, it's fair for you to laugh at me, but it's why. I mean, and I mean this sincerely. It's why I want and need to be in dialogue with you guys. I mean, you both know, and I hope you acknowledge that I take your criticism seriously, and I take them to heart. And I try to enter into dialogue, because if I don't have dialogue with you, and Paul set it up from the beginning, notice the different perspectives we're coming from, then I will tend to float off into Platonic space. So that's precisely why I do this kind of thing.
Well, and
paradigmatic thinking is a really interesting question, because can we think without paradigms? Well, part of, one of my long-term questions that are always beneath the surface for me is, what is matter for? How does the material, because I think you're exactly right. I mean, and I get at this always with my one eye, the scientific method. You cover one eye, you take personhood and ages, take all of that out and see the world through a different lens. And that's enormously powerful and extremely helpful for us. But then the other eye, which is persons and agents and moving. And so we want to see out of both eyes.
Exactly.
And then
I love that. By the way, I just want to interrupt just to say that's a very beautiful metaphor. That I hadn't thought about it that way before. Just continue, please. But I just want to say thank you. That was beautiful.
Well, one of the questions, what is matter for? And what is, when, of course, in Genesis 1, God creates the world. It is good. It is good. The stuff of the world is good. And I love how, Mary gets into this, because it's all of the stuff in the dirt that we had this debate in our family. Should you peel your carrots or not? And my sister's like, no, get the dirt into the pot. And I thought of Mary right there. But this, these questions of, okay, paradigmatic thinking. So we're always thinking with paradigms. It almost seems to be some of the, the elements that we need for thinking. But I really like what I've kind of come to in this conversation, where we have sort of dialogue beneath, and then narrative in the middle, and then these dialogos. And I love again, I just preached on John 1, and as I was preaching, I was thinking about, so I was a little annoyed I had to preach on John 1 again, because I've been there so often in the last few years. I was like, oh, is there anything new I'm going to find in John 1? So then I dug into Kittle, which is the Theological Dictionary of the New Testament, and dug into, logos and Lego and to gather. And I thought,
gathering together. Yeah,
that's right. Why? Well, what is that? Well, we're gathering, and I thought of, so much of the stuff I've learned from you, John, with combinatorial explosion and the world being too big. And so what are we doing with our logos? What does the logos do? I mean, the logos, and again, Peugeot would be terrific on this. The logos gathers. I mean, I mentioned to the congregation, there's too many things even in this room, but if you say, okay, what room are we in? They say it's the sanctuary.
They gather
just by that word. What they have done is they have gathered. How much have they compressed into that word? And of course, all of that compression is the meaning. And of course, narrative is just strung throughout there. People were married in that room. People buried their parents and grandparents in that. They didn't bury them in that room, but we had the service in that room. And so you get this power of the logos that takes this vast world and brings it to the space where our little conscious selves can commune with it. And so I very much liked how there's the construction and deconstruction and reconstruction of narrative. And I think we're going to have all of these elements continue to be at play in the process of, in the process of what? And I think, again, we're not going to lose narrative or discard narrative, because narrative is simply the way we can gather together events into far larger processes that have meaning and richness. I wanted to tell a story of, we were opening Christmas gifts with my son is in, and his girlfriend, and my other son and his girlfriend. And they had Secret Santa between my kids. I have 5 kids, and one of my daughters opened a gift, and she just started to, tears welled up. And because this was a little
sewing thing that he had bought, but the package wasn't good, and he had a 3D printer, and she's got a little Instagram page where she's doing sewing, and her Instagram page is lady trousers because she had made some trousers. And right in that moment, years of brotherhood and sisterhood and familyhood and matter and everything came in. And for me, I had 32 years of ups and downs in marriage and raising children, and everything rushed into that moment. And that moment was very non-narrative in that and we have this sometimes where it was a moment of joy, of deep joy, where I'm watching my children see each other at a deep level and connect with one another. And I was thinking about that moment and how in some ways timeless that moment was. It was very, it was very beyond time, but all the narrative came together, and I was, just so much theology and history and everything came together. And I was anticipating this conversation in that, because narrative is a constituent element of this non-narrative moment of bliss. And, those moments of bliss are so interesting because in the midst of it, they sort of feel timeless, but as a historical agent within it, I know it will pass. And so I see all of these elements as coming together and being fundamental to this glorious, mysterious thing that we experience now.
Well, I like that. And I think what I'm taking away, the way my thinking about this is changing, is I like the distinction, the way you laid out the levels, sort of dialogue, narrative, dialogos. I think that's what I was reaching towards. So I think that's, and then the idea that dialogue and narrative are probably relating together in a self-organizing fashion. They're mutually affording and mutually interdependent. I think that is, I think that's a more accurate way of thinking about that middle level, right? Or at least where the dialogue and the narrative perhaps do this with each other, if that meant anything to you guys.
No, it does. It does. It's heaven and earth. It's up and down. It's
yeah.
Can I know I'm looking at the clock here, and I don't know if we're keeping going or what, but I know we had a topic we wanted to get into this.
Well, I was going to propose we do another one of these, that we do a follow-up. We do a part 2. Sorry to interrupt, Mary, but I think that's what we should do. I'm going to right now invite the two of you. I think we're maybe moving towards a place where we could at least settle. I'm not saying we all agree totally, but I think there's been genuine dialogos. I think there's been genuine dialogos here. I think there's been insight. Well, for the rest for me, and so I thank you for it. But we want to move to another topic that is related to this one, and which is the issues around what Mary is calling parabolic knowing, and other people, like Jonathan, calls symbolic knowing, and things like that, and then how that might be relevant to aspects of brain function, self-organizing criticality that I've talked a lot about in my work on relevance realization. So what that next dialogos between us is not irrelevant to this. It follows from it, because it's a place for that bridging that I'm advocating for. I think could be very fruitfully explored. So I want to invite both of you guys. We'll set up a time, hopefully in the near future. I would like it to be in the near future. It's a request, where we do a follow-up, and then we go in with that being the main topic. When maybe we do a little bit of bridging and say, this is what we were talking about before. This is how it goes into this, and then we do that. Because I think we're pushing the limits of time here, and I feel much more settled about this. I mean, you guys afforded me what I wanted to do, which was and you challenged me. No, you didn't just afford me; you challenged me, because I wanted to clarify what I think my thinking was. I wanted to both clarify what I thought it was, but also come to clarity in what I was thinking. And you do both of those in dialogos, right? You're not only, well, this is my thought, you're not understanding me, but it's also, oh, geez, I am now understanding this better. It does both of those at the same time. And that's what happened for me. So I wanted to thank you both very much. But I want to invite you guys. Let's do one on sort of symbolism in general, and how that relates to perhaps self-organizing, criticality, relevance, realization, kinds of knowing, etc. Are you guys open for that?
Absolutely.
How do you feel, Mary?
How do I feel?
Yeah, about this conversation.
I think I would like everybody to do that. I said I would like you to do it too, Paul. I said how I'm coming out of this, and it would be good to hear from both of you how you're coming out of this.
Well, I feel good about it. I feel like I have more clarity about what John meant. I very much appreciate his perspective, and I feel like he heard what I had to say about it, and I don't think we fully agree, but I think we've come a lot closer.
Yes.
And it's been tremendously helpful for my own thinking. I am very anxious about getting into the second part of this. The part
anxious or eager? Do you mean eager?
Eager.
Right. Okay.
I'm very eager about getting into the second part of this, because it has what was for me some extremely exciting opening of my eyes to things when we talk about, especially the brain function stuff, and the way that relates to, I think, to the possibility that there is such a thing as parabolic knowledge. And so I'm looking forward very much to our next conversation.
Well, I am too, but I want to hear what Paul has to say too.
Oh, this is just fun. I appreciate both of you so much. I really do, and I learned so much from both of you, and I thought this was really helpful. Just to the differentiation between we're always talking about dialogos and dialogue, and sort of understanding, maybe how they how they interrelate, how they're dependent on each other, and to me, it's getting at, okay, well, how do they interrelate back and forth, up and down? How it's very interesting to say the story of Jacob's ladder, and it's not really ladder, Jacob's stairway. I mean, Jacob lays down in Bethel, and the messengers are going up and down and up and down and up and down, and I see this as really why do we do these conversations? Well, we do these conversations because we love the truth. We want to know the truth, and we want to, we pursue dialogue, and we aspire for dialogos.
Well said.
And in the meantime, we're telling stories both to illustrate, but also we're creating stories as we're doing it. So I think it's deeply satisfying. And of course, when I first ventured to stick my nose into whatever on earth Jordan Peterson opened up, I had no idea of the joyful fruit it would bring, and then the absolutely lovely, brilliant conversation partners I would encounter. And so I find this all deeply gratifying.
John's the brilliant one, and I'm the lovely one.
No.
Mary, do not for a minute. I do not for a minute fail to appreciate your brilliance. Almost every time after I listen to one of your videos, I always think, how have I missed any of these? Because I also really want to get into this parabolic knowledge, because I didn't understand what you were talking about at first, but but later on I contemplate, daddy is the knife, mommy is the fork, and I am the spoon. I think about that story, and I think, what's going on there? And so there's the wonder, and what is a child doing? What is a child seeing? And that to me gets into some of the Lewis stuff, that I think that child is seeing through to something.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's what makes all of these conversations exciting, is that we're not just building castles here, we are seeing through to things. And I think both the scientific, seeing through the scientific eye, and then the manifest image, we're both trying to see through to I think the glory that is in this in this existence that we are sharing.
Well, that was excellent. Much love. Thanks, guys, very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll reschedule and we'll do this again.
All right.
I'm going to start recording now. You guys can start recording when you wish.
All right,
Welcome.
I am recording.
Welcome everyone to Voices with Vervaeke. I'm joined again by my good friends Paul van der Klee and Mary Cohen. In a sec, I'll ask them to reintroduce themselves. For those of you who might just be seeing this video de novo, this is actually part 2. Maybe there's going to be a part 3. I'm kind of enjoying this whole process. It's nice hanging out with these two people. It's very nice. It's very refreshing and renewing. And so in part 1, we were discussing the relationship between narrative and what I was calling dialogos. In it, I will only speak for myself. I'll allow Paul and Mary to speak from what they got from part 1. One of the things I got from part 1 is an important realization that there was an equivocation in my work, and so I made a distinction between dialogue and dialogos, and I found that very helpful. And then I think we got into some very interesting and deep ideas about that, and that is going to lead us into a discussion today around proposals around other kinds of knowing. And so with that, I think that was neutral. I'm going to pass things to whoever wants to go first. Either one of you introduce yourself. Perhaps it'd be best if Paul went first, Mary, and then you can introduce yourself and then just go into your introduction.
Sounds good.
Okay.
My name is Paul van der Klee. I met John when John was doing his doing his Awakening from the Meaning Crisis videos. I was introduced by John to John by someone who had been watching his videos, who had also been watching my videos. I have a YouTube channel. I'm a minister in the Christian Reformed Church of North America. I pastor a small congregation in Sacramento, California, and for the last 3 years, I've been making YouTube videos and having stimulating conversations like these, and it's been, again, one of the most stimulating, growth-inducing experiences of my life. And so I'm deeply grateful to both of these individuals because they have both stimulated me and embraced me and helped me grow in some new and, I think, remarkable ways. And so I'm very happy to be here this morning.
And I'm Mary Cohen, and I started off getting involved in this by listening to some videos by Jordan Peterson, which directed me to Paul van der Klee, and Paul and I had some conversations. And then Paul started talking about John Vervaeke, and I started watching all of John Vervaeke's stuff, which has been quite a wonderful journey. And so I live in Georgia, and I'm a grandmother. I actually have some grandkids over here that I'm helping with schoolwork today, and they are under strict orders to start no fires and engage in no acts of mayhem while we are having this conversation. So hopefully everything will go well. All right, so John, you want me to kind of take it from here for a few minutes?
That's how I understood what your request was. Yeah.
All right, good. All right, so what I want to do here is kind of lay out my thoughts about parabolic knowledge. Now, I had listened with a great deal of interest to John's 4 P's of knowing, and I felt like something was missing, and I wanted to insert something else, and I was under strict orders that it had to start with a P, which constrained the combinatorially explosive possibilities of what I could say. And so what I want to bounce off of today is 2 concepts that are kind of interrelated in John's lectures. And I'll probably do a very imperfect job of laying them out, and he can come back afterwards and clean it up. All right. And this is particularly his lectures about brain function as it relates to what's that word you always use? The thing that you want to get to, right? The and I can't believe that I'm blanking on the word, but it's the relevance realization.
That's what you forgot of everything that John has.
That's right. That's the thing. We want to get to relevance realization, right? So he's talking about brain function and how it relates to relevance realization. And he goes through these two concepts that are related, and they are self-organizing criticality and small world networks. Right. And I'm going to try and work in deep continuity by the end of this. I hope I can. Okay, so this has to do with the brain function and the fact that our brain is adapted to make optimum use of its limited biological resources. And that involves trade-offs between efficiency and resilience. Okay, the brain has to do a lot of things, and it could do the things it does with maximum efficiency, but it would be vulnerable to failure because it would have single points of failure that would be very critical for it. Or it could do the things it does using a lot of redundancy that is highly resilient, but that would make it less efficient. Now, this trade-off between resiliency and efficiency shows up in the way the brain organizes its own neural networks. All right. Now, there is a science behind the way networks are organized. There's a science between the way the networks are organized. They can be organized with many connections between the nodes and lots of redundancy, so they're very resilient to any point of failure, but then they're less efficient. Or they can be organized with great efficiency and be vulnerable to points of failure and therefore less resilient.
Yep.
So what research into brain organization of neural networks has found is that the brain organizes itself in what are called small world networks.
Yes.
Small world networks provide the optimum balance between resilience and efficiency. Now, it isn't as though the brain just builds a single network and then it's done. The brain is constantly building these networks.
Yes.
All right. And when we say building, it's like, it's not really like we're talking about building a structure. What we're talking about is the way the neurons are firing together. Okay. So we're using the word building, just kind of an analogy. All right. So the neurons that are already in the brain, they're not building new ones, are firing in particular patterns. So it's the pattern that's being so-called built, right? And we call the pattern of the firing a network. And there are billions of them that are being created and dissolved and recreated every second in the brain. All right. Once they reach a certain complexity, they fall away and then they reconfigure.
Yep.
All right. Now, this falling into the disorder and reconfiguring, reorganizing is similar to self-organizing that we see in other natural phenomena. It's called self-organizing criticality because it reaches a level of organization that goes beyond its ability to maintain, and then it falls away and starts over. Okay. So some examples that John has given us are those of a tornado, right? Or you can think of it like you've probably seen little whirlwinds or something that they come up, they whirl around, and then they sort of dissolve, right? And then also the way that grains of sand at the bottom of an hourglass will mound up into a conical structure and then collapse, and then they'll do it again. So those are a couple of examples of self-organizing criticality. Now, what I want to do is relate this concept of small world networks and self-organizing criticality to parabolic knowing. By bringing into the discussion some brain research that I found out about that I think is extremely interesting. And now, part of the work I'm going to talk about, part of this brain research, John's told me was already part of his sources for his own lectures or his own papers, right? Okay, because we had a discussion about this specific researcher and the specific research. However, the part of it that I'm going to talk about is not the same part of it that John talked about. It's an extension of it. It's something he didn't go into in his lecture specifically. All right. So, but I hope I can bring it all together. And so what I want to do is kind of lay it out in a way that I think people can relate to the progression of the thought.
That was an excellent overview of my argument. Well
done. Oh, I did it right. Good.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, good. All right. So when we think about the brain and we think about the brain firing, you know, we think about those pictures we've seen of the, you know, of the neurons with the axon and the dendrites and the, all the little connections they have, and then the little, they'll do animations of it and they light up, you know, here and there. Okay, so that's what we tend to think about when we think of neurons firing. And of course, what's really in the brain is so packed and so so completely condensed in terms of its structure that you can never see it if someone actually were to lay out the way it is. You wouldn't look like anything to you because it's so packed, so tight. There's billions and billions of neurons. There's all this firing going on all the time. And so one of the original images we have is just this thing that you might think of it like the delta of a river stretching out and then making the connections and going like that. But it's really, if you were to think about the structure and you wanted to think about it in a big way that you could possibly put in your mind, it would be more like a forest, okay? So think about a forest only packed with the trees, like one right next to the other, which no forest could ever grow that way, but one right next to the other, and you'd have like small trees and medium-sized trees and tall trees and all their branches all connecting with one another. So you get that kind of image in your mind. You have more of an image of how the structure of the neurons and their connections is in the brain. All right. So, and the firing, it looks like if you were to be able to see it, which of course we can't, but there's models of it. It looks, at first, it looks almost like a random thing. Okay. But there have been some very exciting brain research projects that have tried to really understand and model the firing of the neurons and what's going on with the brain. One of the big projects in this has been something that was in Europe called the Blue Brain Project. Say that 3 times fast. So the Blue Brain Project, when I first ran across somebody elaborating a little bit about its results, I was pretty suspicious because it was presented in kind of a new agey way. We have found out that you are a hyperdimensional creature and brain research proves it, blah, 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 blah. You know? And I was like, yeah, sure. But they showed some images that I thought, let me go in and actually look at the papers and see if they're saying what these, you know, if there's anything to these images that are being shown. So at first I was still suspicious because it started off with like, we made a model of the brain and look at what we found. And I thought, yeah, it's like, I generated all these random numbers and lo and behold, there's a pattern, you know, so I was pretty suspicious that this was bogus. But as I went further in, I found out that they actually had not just done modeling of the brain structure, but they had actually looked at brains. Now, one of the brains they looked at is that of a roundworm, which is not much of a brain, but it can still show brain things, and rats, which do have more of a brain. So I thought, okay, there's something to this. So once excuse me, once I got into it and saw what they were finding in the patterns, I thought it was quite exciting, and I thought it really related to parabolic knowledge. All right. And so that's kind of what I want to show is how I think it relates. But first of all, what I want to do, if I can, is kind of show the paper. So I want to share.
I think I have to enable share screen on my side. Hang on a sec, Mary. I'm not sure because I'm the original host. There you go. I think that should work for you now.
That I can share a screen? Okay.
Yeah, it should work now.
Okay, so where's I'm trying to figure out where's
the green box at the bottom.
Share screen. Okay, yeah. I see it. Okay, so let me see if I can. So what I want to do is go into this, I think, and go here. Can you? Oh no, did I just close out what I wanted to close out? What I wanted to see?
All we're getting is we're getting your desktop.
Yeah. Let me do this. I can get it right here because I was just in it. And
be careful what you open up, Mary. You
came across this was by taking these, they recorded this firing of these neurons, right? And then after they recorded them, they applied a particular geometry to them. And or they applied a particular algebra to them, a topological algebra.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for the image that shows the actual forms that they found. Okay, I think this might be it here. Okay, is this it? Okay, this is getting close to it. So you see that when they applied the geometry, or when they applied the algebraic topology to the firing, they began to find these geometric shapes that are part of the structure that they could not see. Let me see if it's in this one. I had a particular image that was in here that was so good, and now I cannot seem to locate it. It was, I'm going to do one more quick search here in my history to see if I could find.
You can search in the document for figure, and that'll take you through the various figures.
All right. So if you look at the way my image of you guys is flashing, I hope it's not doing that to you. Okay, so this is what they located when they went, or what they discovered when they applied algebraic topology to the firing of the neurons. They discovered that as the neural network was being built, it starts with a simple geometry and builds up into these particular geometries that you see here. And these are called hyperdimensional.
Yeah.
Hyperdimensional polyhedrons, I think is what they're called, right? They're not anything that you ever see. Like if you ever walk out in the world, you never see these things, all right? Prior to them finding these things, I guess, in the brain by applying this algebraic topology to the firing of the neurons, I don't think these things were ever seen in a natural thing. They were simply constructions of mathematics, right?
Yeah, because they exist in multidimensional space.
Right.
That's why they're called hyperdimensional.
Right. So this is so the small world networks that the neurons are building are actually built from these hyperdimensional polyhedrons. That's like if you were able to see them, which of course we can't, and of course they're not stable. As soon as they get, to a certain number of dimensions, I think 11 is the highest one that they had, that they were able to find, they fall away and then they're rebuilt, right? So one of the scientists said it's as though the brain is building these elaborate sandcastles and then they're washing away over and over and over again constantly.
Yeah.
All right. So when I saw this, now I'm gonna stop sharing this and go back. Okay.
Yeah.
So we all kind of get the picture.
Literally.
All right. So when I saw that, I was really excited because I thought, this relates to parabolic knowing. And now I want to say how it is that I think that works. All right. So I could have called parabolic knowledge analogical, right? Because that's really what I was thinking about, was analogical. But like I said, I was forced to use a P, so parabolic was the closest one that I could make the connection to. But some of the guys that are on your is it a Discord you have? I guess.
I wondered why you didn't call it like poetical knowledge, because that's closer to metaphor and analogy, and it starts with a P.
Yeah, because that's true, but I was going for something that was more precise. I was going for a very precise logical construction that I felt would collapse the combinatorially explosive possibility space. And I would say poetic knowledge would do the opposite. right? Because it would open up, it would be opening up interpretation. It would be more, and I was looking for something that would bring things to.
So what you're trying to emphasize, sorry, I want to interrupt you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Go ahead.
That what you want to emphasize in the terminology isn't so much that it's like a parable. You want to get the idea, because the problem I have with parables is they do open up interpretations. That's what the history of parables has shown. You instead want to emphasize that the interpretation is getting sort of locked down in a very powerful way. Am I understanding you correctly?
Exactly. Okay. All right.
So that was one of my misunderstandings, by the way, about the word parabolic, because it seemed to me like parables go the other way. And so,
yeah, but I think what we're doing is my idea of parabolic is that laying side by side of two things, not how many things can I lay side by side, but that there's the one-to-one kind of thing. So now, then we got into the whole question of metaphor, and that was another rabbit trail. Okay. Because I want to talk about analogy, but what you did is you did talk about analogy in one of your videos. All right. And is the work of, what was it, Gertner or?
Diedrich Gertner. Diedrich Gertner. He's
Gertner.
considered to have sort of the best theory of analogy around.
Okay. But except that I'm not happy with her description of analogy, or what she calls an analogy, because I think she packs a whole bunch of different levels on it. Well, she's going into metaphor, that's why. Whereas the analogy, I would call something very strict. So it would be like this, okay? Okay, let me talk about what she said first and why I don't like it. So it's not that I don't like it.
You're becoming quite the cognitive scientist. This is very pleasurable for me.
Okay, so what I don't like about what she said was that it doesn't follow the logic of an analogy. In at least this is the one that you used with her. So the example that you used in your video that came from her was the one where there's an automobile accident and a car collides with a truck. All right. And somebody expresses it as the woman hit the man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So like the woman hit the man is used as like I would call that a figure of speech. The woman hit the man. We say that. Like somebody will get.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. I don't want to misrepresent Gertner. Gertner wasn't using that as an example of an analogy. She was just using that as an example of what higher order relations look like. It's not intended to be a model of an analogy. So
that's what I thought. I thought that's a higher order thing than what I'm focusing on, because what I want to focus on is the construction A is to B as Y is to Z. Okay. So that was the example that I gave when I was doing my video about parabolic knowledge, was the example of, for example, if I say, fish is to fin, or no, bird is to wing as instantly as fish is to blank, fish is to fin, right? Or you could even do bird is to wing as blank is to fin, and instantly it's fish. So it's like, this is the kind of construction that I'm talking about, this very precise kind of construction like that. All right.
Just to defend Gertner, doesn't she give an example like that?
I don't. She might, but I haven't read her. I'm just going kind of like by what you was in your lecture.
No, but what I'm saying is I gave another example that was like that. I just want.
Okay.
I'm just very careful to represent people, because she says, the solar system onto the atom, the sun is to the planets as the nucleus is to the electrons, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I just want to be fair to her, because she's not here to defend herself.
Oh, right. And I'm not. I haven't read her, and I'm sure she's wonderful. It's just that I'm talking about the precise example, that the example that you were using is not what the kind of thing that I want to talk about in terms of this analogy. When I'm talking about the parabolic knowing, I want to deal with this sort of this precise thing. The A is to B as Y is to Z construction. All right. So this is, this sort of thing, like we use an analogy test with children all the time and stuff like that. Like, dog is to doghouse as car is to garage, right? That sort of thing. All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to talk about that in terms of geometry. All right. And this is kind of like saying, what was my thinking about how I thought what the brain was doing was related to the parabolic knowledge. So I want to draw something. All right. So I have a little tiny whiteboard.
Oh, so you don't need to share screen then?
No, because
Okay.
that is, I'll tell you what, this technology stuff just messes with me big time. So I can't even get that cap on the marker. All right, so I gotta look at what I'm doing so I can hold this so that you guys can see.
Mary,
it.
do you have black? A black
I have
marker?
dark blue.
Okay, black is usually best. I learned that when I was doing Awakening from the Meaning Crisis.
Oh, really? I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think I have a black one. All right, I'm just gonna draw. I'm drawing a triangle, so I'm gonna then hold it up so you can see it. All right, so I drew a triangle.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Now I'm going to do something that, kids do all the time when they're doodling. You probably did it when you were a kid, right? You draw a triangle, then you do this, right? Right? Okay. See what I did?
Yep.
Now, okay. So when you're a kid and you're doodling like this, what do? Then you're going to fill up all the triangles, right? All right. So what I'm going to say here is that this is already an analogy. All right. So now in geometry, we'd call this a flip, right? It's similar because it's the same shape, but different size. So it's similar geometric shape, but it's flipped, right? Because the point is down here and up here, the point is there, right? You got that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But it's an analogy because look, so if I can write with this thing, it's kind of thick. Well, I'll just point at it. So we can go A is to B as Y is to Z.
Sure.
You could do that with all the sides,
Yeah.
right? And if I was to fill it up with a whole bunch of little triangles, which kids like to do that kind of doodle, right?
Mhm.
I would be doing that constantly.
Mhm. Mhm.
All right. But they're all analogies.
Mhm.
Every time that a new one is constructed, it's an analogy with the one that was there before. All right. Now, I want to talk about that with dimensions. So this is, you can see this, right?
Mhm.
This is a, we call this is a tetrahedron. Yeah, three
Looks
sides.
like it. Yeah.
It's a triangular pyramid,
Pyramid.
right? Okay. So now let's say that you were to take this and you want to add dimensions, more dimensions. This is 3 dimensions. It doesn't have a bottom though. I lost the bottom. But anyway, it's from my kids, geometry instruction stuff. All right. Now, so let's say you were going to add dimensions to this. All right. You could take each one of these sides and you could multiply them out to make them part of something shaped like this, and it would keep going, right? And you could add dimensions. If this was big, you could add the dimensions from the inside, right? You could go down, you could do it. You could make, like a model of something that was multidimensional, right?
Sure.
But each time you're doing it, you're doing that same logical thing. You're doing an A is to B as Y is to Z kind of thing, using the points, using the lines, the edges, and using the planes, right? Okay, so when I saw that geometric thing that they found in the brain, I thought, okay, that's what, now I want to be careful here because I don't want to fall into saying that the planets are doing calculus, which I know you would hit on right away. But I'm not saying that the brain is doing that as that the brain is thinking, okay, I have to build this next thing, so I'm doing this A is to B as Y is to Z thing inside, right? What I'm saying is that is what is happening. All right, even though I'm not attributing to the brain a self-knowledge of its own geometry. All right, so that is why I think that when I talked about the parabolic knowledge constraining the possibility space. The same thing's going on inside of the brain with regard to these neural networks.
Sure.
Because that A is to B as Y is to Z thing that the brain has to do, that function that the brain has to do to create the neural networks, collapses inside of the brain itself, the possibility space, because it's got these billions and billions of neural networks and connections it can make. But of course, it's trying to get to that small world network very efficiently. And I'm saying that this is how
Sorry.
no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
This relates to how it is doing it. So it's a parabolic function or an analogic function, just even with regard to this structure that's going on in the brain. Am I making sense?
Well, sure. I mean, I have questions, but that's why we're here.
So that logic that's going on in the brain collapses the combinatorially explosive nature of how many possibilities there are for the neural connections.
Well, I want to wait till you're done, Mary. Before
Okay, so now I have just a couple more things to say. So I feel like, or I think that this has implications for that you want to take your logic stuff all the way down into the chain of being, into the chain of life, right? So that deep continuity.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I thought about sponges, right?
Yeah.
So sponges, you can take a sponge and put it through a sieve, right?
Yep.
And it'll reorganize itself.
Mm-hmm.
It self-organizes.
Yep.
But it has 3 layers of cells. It has 3 different kinds of cells, which have to be placed into a certain configuration of 3 layers. Otherwise, the sponge doesn't work. So you put the sponge through a sieve, it reorganizes itself into smaller sponges, but all of those little sponges are organized the same way in terms of the layers of cells.
Yep.
And they have to be, otherwise it's not going to function.
Right.
All right. So you've made the criticality for it, putting it through a sieve. It hasn't dissolved itself, but when you dissolve it, it'll come back as sponges and it'll organize itself, and it'll still be that A is to B as Y is to Z organization, matching what it had before you dissolved it.
Sure.
All right. And then I wanted to think about movement. I wanted to bring the idea of movement in here. So they have found that there are these cells, they call them place cells in the hypothalamus.
Yeah, this is somewhat controversial, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm going to throw it in here anyway, just because I find it intriguing.
Well, it gets controversial when there are some people who make the claim that we have you might find this funny, Mary, we have a grandmother cell, a cell that fires just when our grandmother is present, which I regard as a ridiculous proposal. So there's a lot of variation on that.
Okay, well, the one I'm talking about is just that has to do with location.
Yeah.
So like if you put, I guess I've done these experiments with rats, you put the rat in a particular place and they can map like these, and the hypothalamus is like a simpler part of the brain, right? I guess, or a more old part of the brain or whatever.
It's
you would call
older.
it.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily simpler, but
Older.
older probably better. Older's
Yeah.
probably better.
And so you put the rat in a particular location, and as it maps the territory that you put it in, certain neurons will fire in the hypothalamus that they call place neurons. They say that the animal is mapping its territory. Then you take the rat out and you put another rat in there. And when the first rat is watching the second rat go to the same places, the same neurons will fire.
Yeah.
So so that again, it's like, it's one of those A is to B as Y is to Z situations, because the rat, it's as though the rat is saying, and I know the rat's not saying, and I'm not attributing logic to the rat. But it's as though the rat is able to say, I am to that place as this other rat is to that place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's making an analogy. I think this would also be involved if you want to get to real simple critters like the nematodes, roundworms, nematodes. We call them nematodes around here because we're very fond of soil biology. So the little nematodes that are, you know, they have to move. Anything that has to move to maintain the integrity of its movement is, it's, as it goes to a new place, it's still that same logical function of A is to B as Y is to Z to move its body. I think that becomes very complicated, but is still the same function when we talk about like animals that like, for example, a starfish, you cut off an arm, it grows a new one. Or when you deal with the bilateral symmetry of many creatures, right? You've got that same A is to B as B is to C function, but you got flip. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, well, there's a lot to respond to on that. I'll try and be as careful. First of all, congratulations, and I mean that sincerely. That was really good cognitive science. And if I'm making everybody do more cognitive science, then I've really succeeded in my ultimate secret agenda. So, which is not so secret, right? So that's very good. And I also want to commend, and again, I mean this sincerely, you guys taking seriously that cutting edge cognitive science is saying things that that even people who are within a religious framework should be paying attention to. And I think that's a very significant recognition, and I want to acknowledge that. I think that's important. It may be that actually those 2 points I just made are the most important things of this whole dialogue, but that doesn't mean I'm going to avoid the topic. But I want to upfront and say I think that's really, to me, that seems very important what you guys are doing, and I want to express appreciation for that. That's important. Okay, so so I want to go first to recursivity, because what you're actually describing is called recursivity. It's scale invariance. So a system is recursive as it does the kind of thing you said. If it feeds back on itself, and when it's scale invariant recursive, it feeds back on itself, and you see the same patterns. They're not totally identical, right? Because you're getting more triangles, for example, as you go up the dimensionality, etc. But that's the thing about scale invariance is you're not claiming that the two things are logically identical. You're claiming that there's shared principles of organization all the way through, right? Because if they were shared, there'd be no point in doing it, right? Sorry, if they were identical, there'd be no point in doing it. Just stay down here, right? So recursivity is, again, that, and Mary, I totally agree. Recursivity and where we can find scale invariance is how we do deep continuity as something different from reduction, right? Or different from my conversation with JP, right? Different from panpsychism, because panpsychism says, no, it's consciousness all the way down. Whereas deep continuity says, no, right? There's principles in consciousness that are continuous with non-conscious processes, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not trying to pull a fast one on JP. He knows I care about him. He knows I respect his position. I'm just trying to use a past history you guys are familiar with to make clear the distinction. Okay, and so what I want to say then is I want to zero in on 2 or 3 points. The first one I want to zero in on is the language of collapse, because my understanding of this literature is that it's only because the brain is doing self-organizing criticality and small world network formation that's why it forms these multidimensional complexities. So it's because the brain is doing SOC and SOC, self-organizing criticality, and small world network formation that it does this complexification. And that's also why it collapses, as you said, and builds back up, the whole thing. So the thing is, that's how it's scale invariant. The whole thing is doing SOC, and then all the parts are doing SOC, right? It's scale invariant all the way through. The whole thing is a small world network, and it's made out of smaller small world networks recursively. Is that okay? Because that's how I read this literature.
Yeah.
So what that means is that SOC and small world networks cause this complexity, right? So it's a result of them. Is that okay?
It's a cause and a result.
It's recursive, but the thing is,
so it's
we're not talking about stages. We're talking about types of entities. The complex polyhedral multi-dimensional things are built. They're made by SOC and small world network formation. Okay. Now you've agreed, at least in this argument, although I think you seem to agree more deeply, and again, very, very gratifying to me, that small world network formation and SOC are doing RR. They're doing relevance realization.
that's kind of what that's kind of what I'm thinking, that it's related. Well, I said that right at the beginning. It's related to the relevance realization.
Right. So the system is basically doing relevance realization, and then that's causing this complexification, right?
System is doing relevance realization.
So if I had a system and it wasn't,
if
it wasn't structured to pursue efficiency and resiliency, it wouldn't build these complex things, right?
Right.
Okay. So what that means to me then is, I don't think it's right to say the complexification is collapsing, or it's the other way around. It's because the system is capable of doing really sophisticated relevance realization that it produces this.
All right. I think we're in like a chicken and egg problem here.
Well, not really, because like I said, you did agree with me that if I don't have a system constrained to do SOC and small world network, it's not going to go into this hyperdimensionality thing. You're not going to see that.
Right.
Okay, so that's a causal dependence, right?
Okay.
So doing this is causally dependent on relevance realization.
Okay.
Right. Which
So
means
what you're saying, let me see if I can restate.
Yeah.
Okay. So in a way, if you take it down, I would take it down to the triangle that I drew.
Yeah.
So you would say at the very simplest level, we're already starting with a relevance realization right there to start to build.
Yeah. So in the analogy, it would be the ability to make a triangle and then map other triangles around to it and then map. Right. That's already doing it. And so what I'm saying is, and this is how I think about this a lot, because I try to be very careful, because I totally agree with the recursivity. I'm not denying that. But what I want to say is, you can't ultimately explain you can't use the complexity to explain how relevance realization occurs, because it ultimately presupposes relevance realization in its construction.
Right, and that's exactly what I wanted to say. Okay, so maybe what you're calling relevance realization is what I'm calling the parabolic not knowing, or what I'm calling, when I was doing this, I just said the analogy. The A is to B as Y is to Z construction.
Yes.
So I want to really constrain that real narrowly down to that, and not get into like poetry and
And I totally agree. Let's stay there. Let's stay there. You and I are in complete agreement. Let's stay at something that we can keep really sort of basic and fundamental. I agree.
Right. So, all right. So okay. So we're at the geometries that are being found in the brain is the construction of the small world network doing self-organizing criticality. Yeah. Now, when we're at the point where we were talking about why it collapses, or you said you didn't like collapse.
No, I didn't. I was trying. The point I was objecting to was the idea that the system is collapsing the combinatorial explosive space.
Oh, that part. Okay.
I think the causal arrow goes the other way around. It's precisely because it can do recursive relevance realization that it avoids combinatorial explosion in the construction of this complexity. Because the brain's task is to complexify itself in a way that tracks the relevant complexity in the world. That's
Yes. And that was what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get that whatever that thing is that the little child does, when the child says, is putting the silverware on the table and puts the knife down and says, Daddy, puts the fork down and says, Mommy, and then puts the spoon down and says, Baby, that thing that the child is doing is the same thing as when the brain is going from building that first, going from the simplest or simplice, however they say that, you know, and adding the next structure of the geometry to that neural network, because she's doing A is, in her case, and A is to B as B is to C with the daddy, mommy,
Okay.
baby.
So that's what I would want to say. So,
Same function.
right. But so what I'm saying is it's recursive relevance realization.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I see is recursive relevance realization is always mapping. You said, for example, movement. So I do the form and I have to map that into sparring, and then I have to map that into actually fighting on the street, God forbid. And sorry, I didn't mean that sacrilegiously. I mean, literally, I don't want that to happen, right? Right. Even when you win a fight, it takes a piece of your soul away, right? So there's mapping there, obviously, and there's mapping within perspectival knowing. I take on, you did this. I take on your perspective, you take on mine, right? And there again, it's your perspective, but it's not really your perspective, right? I'm doing this A and not A at the same time. Same thing with the fork for the child. She doesn't really think that's her mom. It's her mom and it's not her mom, because she wouldn't be happy if you got rid of her mom and just gave her her fork. She would go, oh, I still got mom, right? So it's A and not A, right? And that's the thing, right? And so the point what I'm trying to get at is, isn't that just a feat? I mean, so let me be really careful here. And I think you're in agreement with me. I think, so what we can do, and this is part of the argument I made, we can measure self-organizing criticality and we can measure general intelligence. And one of the piece of evidence for this whole theory is measuring this, it predicts this. It's highly correlated together, right? So what we're measuring is intelligence. And it seems to me that intelligence is the capacity to do relevance realization in which I transfer relations from one situation to another. That's problem solving. And then if that's the case, I think it's a category mistake to call that a new kind of knowing, because it's presupposed in your own examples by all kinds of knowing. You're pointing to intelligence rather than a kind of knowing. And I think that's a good thing. And if you say to me, do we know by being intelligent or activating our intelligence? Of course. But I don't think that's a separate kind of knowing. I think this is exactly right. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to do a jujitsu move on you.
No, I'm fine.
This is more fundamental. I think you're pointing to something fundamental, and I do think it's important. And I think the idea that we're doing recursive relevance realization and mapping, you even used mapping when you did the rats, right?
Right.
Mapping across domain, that is knowledge. That's what it is to know. I can't think of an instance of knowing where these things would be absent. Right?
Okay.
And therefore, it's not going to be a specific kind of knowing.
Okay. So I guess the point at which I was having a bit of trouble with what you were saying in your lectures had to do with this when you presented the concept of the combinatorially explosive nature of the possibility space.
Yes.
All right. And then the way that we come to any kind of conclusion, which we have to do constantly, right? It's going on in our brain all the time, millions of times a second, right?
Yep.
That it's happening.
Yep.
That when I'll give the example which comes from this woman researcher talking about and you use this example talking about the solar system and the atom, right?
That's Cedric Gantner.
Okay.
That's your favorite example.
So when you were talking about it, you talked about how does the conclusion happen? Mm-hmm. And you were talking about, well, there's, and you started to go through the whole combinatorially explosive nature of all of the differences and similarities between the atoms and the solar system, right? And the question of how did the person who came up with that illustration come up with that illustration?
Yep.
And you talked about, it would be impossible to search the possibility space.
Well, yeah,
to come to right? And it's always impossible to search the possibility space for anything, because there's always a combinatorial explosive number of possibilities of similarity and differences between any two things.
Yeah, maybe it'd be helpful to just do a quick things for people who are watching, right? So some of the criticism, not made by me, just by me. I mean, I've published these criticisms, but made by many people about Gentner's theory is, well, here's my data on the atom. What do I look for in all of my memory? That's recursive. That requires recursive relevance realization. Because what I have to be doing is doing this. I have to be sort of, because if I have exactly the structure in order to find the solar system, then I don't need to consider the solar system because I have the full structure. So you have to do this recursive relevance realization, kind of moving back and forth like that. Or in order to do it, out of all the levels at which I could describe the solar system, I have to zero in on the right one. I have to zero in on the right properties. I don't look to what corresponds in the atom to the color of the sun. And on the third planet, there's life. On the third electron, is there life? I know, and I don't do so you can see there's combinatorial explosion all over the place. This is why when we try to give computers the ability to map, we hit the frame problem. We hit combinatorial explosion.
Right.
So if you were to tell an AI person, well, you know how you give it intelligence? Give it the ability to do analogy. They're going to look at you like, of course. But that's exactly the problem, right? That's exactly the problem.
Right. I have no interest in assisting AI. But here is what I thought about that. So let me just say what I think about that, and we're gonna have to let Paul get a word in edgewise here at some point.
Yeah.
Here's what I was thinking.
I agree.
The whole thing with the solar system and the atom is that let's say the scientist came to the point at which he started to think of the electrons as in some way circling or orbiting the nucleus. The moment that he had a recognition of this, of being able to frame it in that way, he's immediately constrained down to a very small number of possibilities. Because if I say to you, hey, I've got something that, we've got a center and then we've got something circling in on the outer perimeter, what would be an example of that? I mean, the list of possibilities is going to go, well, let me see, is it a clock, with the hands going around? Is it like an axle and the rim of a wheel? Or, hey, solar system, planets going around the sun. I mean, really your number of things that you got to kind of mentally pass through to see that relationship is very tiny. Right. And it's the same thing with the bird is to wing as fish is to fin. Once I say to you, bird is to wing as fish is to, what are your possibilities? They're very constrained.
Yeah, I agree. But then there's a mystery. The mystery is, how does the original insight occur? And it can't be because of the analogy, because you're saying the analogy follows from the initial insight.
Because I think it's a relationship insight, not a thing insight.
I think all insights are pretty much relationship insights. I don't quite know what that means, what you just said.
Well, what I mean is that when I say bird is to wing as fish is to fin, the focus is not the thing bird or even the thing wing. The focus instantly goes to, and then now I'm going to throw out another P, as I talked about this with Mark and Manuel, and I said, if I throw this in, John's going to say she's promiscuously multiplying these P's, but it's prepositional. It's prepositional because it's the on, it's the in, it's the of, it's the to, it's that, right?
It's relational.
Prepositional, and prepositions, this was a point I made when I was talking to Mark and Manuel. Prepositions are not in the propositional space. Proposition, and this is one thing that you learn from teaching a child grammar. When you're teaching them how to diagram a sentence. You would know that I'd be a fan of diagramming sentences, right? When you're teaching them how to diagram a sentence, you teach them first all the prepositions. Cross those prepositional phrases out of the sentence. Then you can easily find the subject of the sentence and the verb, because the subject and the verb, neither the subject of the sentence nor the verb in the sentence are the predicate. Neither of them are going to be in the prepositions, prepositional phrases. So it's.
I thought you meant propositional at the end. But
well,
Mary,
propositions are made. No, they're not going to be in. What I'm saying is that a proposition is a subject and a verb, or a subject and a verb makes a proposition together. But the prepositions are not in that.
okay, okay. Well, I sort of disagree with that.
Okay, go, tell me.
Because first of all, wing to bird is not a preposition. It's a part-whole relationship. It's a functional relationship, and we don't have a preposition for that, which is one of the difficulties we have. Secondly, I mean, propositions contain all kinds of functional words, right, that bind things together. Logic is actually about, it's called formal logic. It's about all the binding relations, like and but and or and some and in, like it's all of those, right? And so if you take those out of a proposition, you don't have a proposition. Those are all the syntax markers, right? And if what you're saying is that what you want to point to is the brain maps relations by using prepositions and other relational markers. I mean, notice how a lot of the times we use prepositions as sort of stand-in metaphors when we're trying to find the relational term, like a structural functional relationship or a causal. If you read the Neoplatonists, they talk about the effect being in the cause because they're trying to figure out the relation, things like that. So again, isn't it the case that all knowing is mapping relations? I mean, I like, isn't that, I mean, I can't see what a kind of knowing would be. Again, right? I'm not mapping the actual, I'm not taking the movement I'm doing in my room and trying to replicate it when I'm fighting. I'm saying, as my arm was towards my television and my knee was towards my wall, now I need my arm to be towards his face and my knee towards his leg. I'm mapping relations. That's what you're doing. In fact, that's part of the knack about trying to get people to understand this. Like you tell them, don't practice in just one room, because then you won't be able to transfer it. You'll be looking from this distance from my hand and the TV. No, don't do that. Pick up the relation and how can you map it, right? All of this, I think, is every kind of knowing involves this kind of process.
Well, what I want to say about that, let's go back to the bird in the wing. What I want to say about that is the functional relationship is not what makes us instantly go to bird and thin. It's not the functional relationship.
Actually, there's good evidence it is. There's good evidence it is. That's the whole work of Mary Douglas, right? People look for structural functional relationships between the morphology of the animal, the way they move around, and the environment that they're in. That's what they're constantly looking for.
Okay, what about dog is to doghouse as dog is to doghouse as car is to
garage. Yeah,
yes,
that's a functional relationship, right?
But it's I think it's the inness. If I could do that to the word in of it, it's that inness. Okay, so if you go back to the geometry thing, there's not a structural functional relationship.
Yeah, there is.
That triangle and that there's just there
is a structure, which is a triangle, and there's the function of recursivity. It's a structural functional relationship. You see, and the thing is, I mean, in your cutlery example is a good example because it's just straight mapping of function, right? Mapping of relation.
Mapping of function is very interesting in the knife, fork, spoon
Yeah.
Because the now I've found this whole thing fascinating and instructive, but maybe the preacher of me wants to kind of pull back and say, okay, why are we talking about this stuff?
Although I do think I do think that Mary was making an important point about trying to keep this, at least initially, at a very, very basic and fundamental.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was, and so I wanted to play just in that field with Mary, because
Yeah.
I thought that was being fair to her.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I thought it was all wonderful. And so let me first say that Mary, I'm tremendously impressed at how you digested so much of John's stuff into this, and then went out and fed on some other things. That was your introduction was really quite amazing. I thought it was clear and concise and powerful. Now again, it's a little, I know this because I've listened to John's stuff and we've been in this conversation, and this is where we get into the question, okay, what are we doing here, and why is the religious non-religious relation here relevant? Why do we have interest in this? What's with all the P's? I really loved the way that this kind of laid out the deep mapping of the world and made it quite intelligible to me in terms of, if what we're doing deep inside is all of this modeling and unmodeling. You can see that in, I've had 5 children. Mary has been a close watcher of children. Both Mary and I have homeschooled, which is like so many interesting things in this world. Homeschooling is such a deeply rewarding thing to do, because I'm being a pastor, I'm homeschooling, I'm watching my children. So you get a chance, instead of going off to work each day and letting mom be with the kids, or even outsourcing this to childcare or schooling, you get to watch stuff with kids, and you sort of watch them develop right from the beginning. And we don't even realize we're watching, because so much of this, and I really love the way this conversation has unfolded, all of this mapping gets into us. And I've been talking a lot lately in my videos about first drafts, because it strikes me as a pastor, you sit down with a rather unhappy couple that have just stood up in front of church and pledged their undying love, and now a few years later they're at each other's throats, and it's like, well, what happened here? And so you begin to realize that there is they both have the maps of their parents' relationships, and they stand as opposed to it. So we have this question about how the world works, and I love John's pursuit of saying, let's get this down into natural, and I'll try to speak Canadian here, processes. Let's get down into natural processes here, because I like that actually better than processes. I think processes is a little more elegant. There's another level of relationality I just mapped. So let's get this down into processes, which as C.S. Lewis's miracles, they go on their own. And we see this with human beings, and actually winding all the way through this. And John, you mentioning JP and his panpsychism, which when I first heard it, I thought, oh gosh, where's my cell phone stand? That is no consciousness. But I have a better, deeper understanding of why people turn to that option, in terms of it's almost it's almost an alternative to, John, your relevance realization, which is this, okay, how do we do this? And then, Mary, what you've all laid out just gives me a vision of, okay, we're all absorbing this first draft. What does that mean? That we're all just absorbing this world around us and mapping it to an amazing degree with amazing efficiency in our minds. And, I just listening to both of you gives me in some ways what one might call a religious experience, because I am in this moment, I'll put it in religious terms, because those are the terms, of course, I've been formed by, just a praise of the glory of God at the
the manifest beauty and intricacy. And I don't find the natural perspective of things going on their own as threatening to this at all, because just like with doing science, you begin to say, wow, this is durable, this is pervasive, this is also lavished on, you know, the just and the unjust. This is given liberally to the world, that we've been given this astounding capacity to map. And I just, the image I have in my mind is just this continual mapping, and that little girl sitting with the place setting and the parents somehow seeing daddy is to knife and mommy is to fork and I am the spoon. That this mapping is just going on constantly, and we're always looking for relationships. We're always, and so mentally, I love this. What, you know, one of the things Jordan Peterson, one of his great lines was, you know, we have ideas so that our ideas can die instead of ourselves. And so we're, and when I think of this relevance realization process, I think of all of these maps that we have in our minds, and we're constantly checking them. We're constantly checking them. And so, and you guys have just given me this vision of what the world works and how relationality works. And I think in some of what we're doing is we're testing. So John gave us the 4 Ps when he came down from the mountain, awakening from the meaning crisis, and he gave us the 4
like
Ps.
that. I did not come down from.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. But you giving us the 4 Ps now, you know, the propositional. Well, what are we talking about? The perspectival, the participatory, the procedural. And Mary comes in with the parabolic, and I've been thinking about the proverbial. But even there, we're testing. We're mapping and we're using P's, okay? And we're mapping them, and I just think it's an amazing vision. I guess maybe the one thing I would want to throw onto this is, when I listen to both of you and I think about the religious valence and the tensions we have in religious communities about physis, as Lewis calls it, or natura, of things going on their own. I mean, why is the universe so alive to us? A thing that comes into my mind in my own mapping, again, goes back to Jordan Peterson's conversation with Sam Harris, because that, of course, enlivens this interesting religious, non-religious, anti-religious network where, I mean, Peterson, what he wanted to keep pushing on Harris was, look, we don't see the world as disembodied consciousness things.
No.
We are in the midst of this vast process. And when I listen to both of you talk, and I think about this, I actually think about a lot of the conversations going around with respect to intelligent design. Because when I am enthralled, when I am just excited by the vision that both of you have really laid out very nicely. I don't see a lot of disagreement between the two of you in this thing. And I see this capacity that we have of mapping. And okay, so how is the knowing and the mapping, and then the desiring, the seeing and the mapping and the desiring? I mean, how do all of these things work? And, you know, we have eyes to know and ears and skin to touch. I mean, we recognize ourselves as so far down the process and the capacity that you just see us having been formed. And I just see us in many ways as these astounding creatures that are heirs of, unbelievable sacrifice and care, and that we, to this point, we come from our mothers and we're ready to map, and we're mapping without knowing it. And so that's just the vision that I have of listening to you talk. And it's just been a privilege to sit here and watch both of you just, I in my language would be watch both of you tell of the glory of God. And I don't mean that offensively, John, to you.
No, you're not offending me. You're not offending me at all.
Because that's what I see in this process, that here we are at this point
fortunate recipients of astounding capacity that and that goes all the way down to we're mapping these tiny little relationships and we're trying them out in the world, and it just makes the world a living, beautiful, glorious place. So that's what I got in this, and I'm just deeply grateful for what you two have given us.
Well, thank you. I wasn't offended.
Okay.
In fact, I mean, the idea that we complexify in order to, and we complexify in an evolving way so that our complexification more and more conforms to the complexity of the world. Never perfectly, never finally, because it can't, because the world isn't finished, et cetera, et cetera. And that deep conformity, and then the deep participatory knowing, that deep conformity means there are deep affordances between intelligence and the intelligibility of the world. And that to me is the core of the Neoplatonic vision. And that's what I've been trying to, like what Jonathan Pajot was talking about. There's something about the way the world complexifies that's deeply analogous, and this is what maybe Mary's trying to point to the way our cognition is evolving. And if Mary, I'll let you speak, but if what Mary wants to say is that there's this deep analogy, I don't even know if that's the right word, because the Neoplatonists want to push it and they want to talk about conformity. Ultimately, because you want a relationship that allows for an at-one-ment and not just a mapping eventually. But again, I don't want to say too much. I'm trying to make space for Mary without putting words into her mouth. But if you're asking, do I think that is a beatific vision? Well, I definitely do. I definitely do. And I am motivated by that vision. This is what I'm trying to articulate this vision with this weird metaphysics of emergence and emanation, and trying to articulate, and then the participatory knowing is the ongoing dynamical conformity that can move up and down the emergence and emanation. I would call it Platonic eros. No offense, hopefully, right? That motivates me deeply and profoundly, and so. That's why I care about it. I mean, I don't care about it just because I'm a scientist with a theory. And I hope this matters again. I hope that my caring about it in this way makes me open and available to you guys in a responsive and responsible manner, because I do care about it beyond just here's the academic with his scientific theory. I think there's something more encompassing here. Mary sent me a very wonderful email about that. And I thank her for doing that.
One of my, we all come from we all have our things that are tugging at our heart.
Yes.
And for you, seeing people in a meaning crisis, this tugs at your heart. For me, my piece of this, and when you start talking about the deep continuity, that was very resonant with me.
Yeah.
Because for me, my piece of this is a feeling that we're just getting so disconnected from the natural world in every way, and that is damaging us. Like when my daughter talks to me about so one of my daughters came up with the nematodes thing. It's like, if we put something on the art, she goes, how's that going to affect the little nematodes? It's like we're being conscious of the soil biology. We're feeding. If I say I'm feeding the soil, I'm feeding life that lives in the soil. That's going to turn around and feed me. And so this sense of being connected in this to the world in this natural way is, to me, so important. And this is the thing, it's like, in a way, I feel like I'm at war with the AI, or the robot aficionados and all of that. It's like, it's because, and you said this in one of your lectures, it doesn't care.
Yes, that's
right. It's never going to care.
Yes,
it's not going to care about the nematodes.
No.
The robot doesn't care about the soil biology. It's not going to care. It's not going to care about us. It's not even going to care about itself to the extent that you could say it even has a self. It's not going to care.
That's right.
How do we get more caring into the world, especially the kind of caring that goes all through the levels of being, to all of the life. And I guess, that's what I want to keep dragging people back to. We had a reading, and we didn't actually read. We had 2 variant readings that we could have read for the Mass this weekend. And the one my favorite one that I was hoping it would be read was not the one that got read. It was another one. But there's a passage in Isaiah that says, "Why are you spending your money for that which is not food?" Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I want a sign like 10 feet with letters 10 feet tall in front of every grocery store that's with that scripture on it.
So I think I'm in deep agreement with you about this, and I want to say something here, and I've said it repeatedly, and I'm worried that, and I don't think you two are saying this, but I do hear it. I've tried to argue that the reason why the AI can't care is exactly the same reason as why it doesn't do relevance realization. That's the argument. I keep saying relevance realization is not cold calculation. Relevance realization is caring. It's about, if I find this more relevant than that, I'm caring. And the reason I do that is because I care about information rather than this information, rather than that information. That's what relevance realization is. Relevance realization is about salience. It's about affect. It's about motivation. And the thing is, the reason why I do that is because I'm fundamentally, I'm a being that has to take care of myself. And until we have robots that are autopoietic machines, if you allow me machine to be used in a very neutral term, autopoietic systems perhaps is a better thing, right? Until they're very much analogous to being living beings, we're not going to give them relevance realization. And that means we're not going to give them true intelligence. And I think what I'm seeing is, as we are driven for not always good reasons, I acknowledge that right now, as we're driven towards trying to make artificial general intelligence, AGI, we are more and more driven to trying to make these machines autopoietic, machines that take care of themselves and care about this information rather than that information. So I don't know. I don't know if the corporate and political structures are going to steer AI ultimately in a great direction. But I argue, I predict, I'll do a scientific and put my neck on the block, because that's what scientists are supposed to do at some point. I predict that if we try to give AGI to a machine, we're going to find that we're going to give it more and more the capacity to care and take care of itself, until it starts to look more and more like a living thing and not just a computational thing. I think that's what's coming. One possible variant. We might get quantum computing that does all this stuff for us, and quantum computing doesn't care, right? But that's not the kind of AI that I'm interested in, because that doesn't tell me anything about how minds work.
Well, I want to jump in here, John, on just a little bit of something that you said when you said, and this again maps theologically for me, because you say, I want it to take care of itself, and that, yep, I think in our cultural frame has sort of become one of these truisms that I don't think is yeah. But you're right, because the thing is, you certainly care about yourself. You ought to care about yourself, but at this point, you're a father, you're a teacher. The real, to me, a real question is, well, what exactly is yourself? Because totally. and the same with AI. Yeah. Because all the science fiction movies that we worry about are all these AIs caring about themselves at the expense of all of us creators here.
No, that's a totally good point, and that's what, insofar as you're trying to make artificial intelligence. I think if we want to make, and I've got it. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I got a video saying we shouldn't be just trying to make systems intelligent, artificially intelligent, because we have really good evidence that you can be highly intelligent and highly self-deceptive and highly self-destructive. Yeah. We want artificial rationality.
Right.
and ultimately artificial wisdom. And then would it even be artificial wisdom? That doesn't,
Right.
that doesn't
Right.
sound like it
Right.
makes sense to me anymore.
Because,
So I totally agree with that. And so one of the things I do in the arena of the ethics of AI is strenuously argue for stop just trying to make artificial intelligence. You want to make something that, and you know that I mean rationality much bigger than logicality,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
For me, the relationship, the aspirational relationships I have, and the relationships of caring for others, that they fall under that, because I think we're inherently distributed, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So the point I was just making is the paramecium is way different than any computer we have. The paramecium is because the paramecium is making itself and taking care of itself. So the paramecium cares about sugar and cares about various poisons and doesn't care about a whole bunch of stuff, precisely because it's a paramecium, right? And that's the deep continuity.
Yeah. And yet we have the deep continuity and the discontinuity.
Yeah.
Unlike, even I make this analogy all the time, the gorilla, the endangered gorilla in the jungles of Congo, in the midst of everything going on in this world, is not anxious for its survival.
Yeah.
I mean, Mary has lovingly bestowed upon her daughter a care for, and even the naming, the nematodes. I mean, you make them, and there's there's Mary's parabolic knowing, these tiny little creatures in the soil. And what is the soil? The soil is not just this inorganic matter and semi-mindless things worrying about their own survival. Now we have a creature who has, in a sense, mapped motherliness onto, these tiny little worms in the soil. And so here again, in terms of mapping, we see, we're a little lower than the angels here. And we're caring, for the beauty of the earth. We're caring for the soil, and we're caring for each other, and we're caring for ourselves because we're a part of this. And again, to me, what you two have done this morning is really in some ways connected heaven and earth.
Yeah. I don't think you can be, this is the more ancient version of rationality. I don't think you can be rational unless you care about the truth, unless you care about the good, unless you care about the beautiful. Yeah. And if you don't have that capacity to care, I can't give it to you. Yeah. This is the great Socratic point. I can't teach you to care about the truth because you won't listen to me. You won't believe me, right? Unless you care about the truth, I can't get you to care. Like once you got it, I can help you draw it out. I can deduce it from you. Right? That's the original meaning of educate. Same thing with caring about the good. Like there's no argument you can give a psychopath that will make them start behaving morally, because they just don't have that fundamental caring. Yeah, totally. And I think that's really fundamental. And if that's what you guys want me to acknowledge and say central is important, I'm totally in agreement with that. I think, but what I want to understand as a scientist is I want to see how your capacity, which we share with animals, because there's many animals that are highly intelligent, how the capacity for intelligence makes possible is in deep continuity, but not identical with that kind of rationality.
And again, I think the gorilla that is not anxious for his survival is some ways analogous to that, because here we are. I mean, could a gorilla ever, despite all of the intelligence and the language and things, what is it about us that we care for the gorilla in a way that the gorilla can't care for? And then you have the question, well, what on earth is a gorilla? Because we care that the gorilla be in nature, even though the gorilla might say, no, I kind of like you providing the housing and the protection and the food resourcing to me. The Life of Pi, the point that book made quite early on.
Well,
so
there's a book called Ishmael that does the same thing with the talking gorilla.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't read that book.
That's a good book.
So it's, and so again, it's because, we're running out of time, I know, but maybe they'll need to be third. So part of me again comes to this and says, okay, what's, because I've listened to Mark. I'm probably going to have him on to hear him a little bit more. I've got to know him a little bit better on the Discord server. What's the problem with John's 4 Ps? And I think John completely knows this. We're trying to improve them, and adding another P isn't necessarily improvement, but
there's a question of, okay, perspectival, participatory, procedural. Those certainly for me were a big upgrade from all of the people saying there's proposition and nothing else, because that's been a problem theologically as well as I'm sure in terms of philosophy outside the church. So
yeah, that was particularly relevant to the meme crisis. I mean, so there's two things, and there's two ways in which I'm trying to be responsible to that. One is, I think the question, and Greg Enriquez and Christopher Mastropietro and I are going to address it. I've taught a course and done work on the series that's coming out, The Elusive I, The Nature and Function of the Self. We're going to do a series, a dialogical series like I did with Greg on consciousness, but with the three of us, because trilogues seem to be really good, by the way. So I'm trying to respond to that. And then the other point you made, I mean, the point that concerns me, you're right. And I think some of the stuff I wrote in the email, which we haven't burdened the viewers with, which is good, about how it's making me rethink, especially how symbols work. This has been tremendously helpful. And Chris and I are getting very excited about it. So I wanted to thank this discussion. True Dialogos, I couldn't have come up with these points on my own. And so I'm genuinely and sincerely grateful about that. But there's a concern I have, and I've spoken to Mark about it, and I've spoken to a little bit Mary, right? There's a methodology. I have a particular thing I need to do. I need to have this so that people like yourselves who are interested in religiously, spiritually will go, yeah, I can link with that. But I also have to be able to point to the cognitive scientists and go, yeah, I can agree with that. And so there's a methodology I'm bound to, right? And so I have to be very careful about just adding things in that don't follow that very strict methodology. People can do whatever they want, right? I'm not trying, but what I'm trying to say is, if you're saying, well, we want to add it to this existing thing, it's not really fair to me, right? Because we set up taxonomies for goals. It's not fair to me if you, and I'm not accusing anybody, I'm stating a request. It's not fair to me unless that methodology is also adopted. You can do what you want. You can build other taxonomies, but if you want to add it in, you have to use the same grammar by which the other 4 Ps were created. And so that's been an ongoing concern of mine. Did that make sense? I mean, it's a request because if we add to this taxonomy and the cognitive scientists go, I don't care about that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Then for me, it's lost its functionality.
Right.
I think that's exactly, I mean, we're doing what we've been talking about the whole time. We've got these mappings, and you've got these mappings of 4 things. And what you're doing, John, and what Mary's doing, what I'm doing, I'm hopefully, is what we are saying, okay, well, we've got this little system over here of cognitive science. And I've watched this happen in theology forever. Oh, we have our Reformed theology, we have our Reformed dogma, and our whole system works really nicely together. And then someone comes along and says, yeah, but I've got this in my life, and this doesn't map onto this. And so, you can hang your Reformed dogma. And so what we're doing is we're doing just like the little child with a knife, fork, spoon. We're doing just like the little, multi-dimensional structures in the brain. We're expanding, we're collapsing. We're doing we're doing all of this as we're doing this here too. So I see it all as part of a whole.
Well, that's great. I mean, and I'm very grateful about that. I'm also cognizant that you and I have been talking for quite a bit. I should let Mary speak. At some point, maybe we would want to talk about, I don't know if we want to do the methodology arguments. That's probably boring for viewers, but I'm very interested in maybe going to the topic that might be, I have a wonder. It's not a suspicion because that attributes malicious motives to you guys, right? I'm suspicious. That's not quite right. But what like you guys, I think it's fair to say and this is where Jonathan is, you deeply care about the symbolic aspect of things. And I think part of why this is happening is you're trying to, and I share this project with you about trying to ground the symbolic aspect. And Paul, you do a lot about this, criticizing metaphorical truth. And because the problem with what's happened is symbol has become a language that's somewhat dismissive. to my mind, to my hearing at least. When we say, oh, it's symbolic, that's like, well, it's only metaphorically true, and right, and there's nothing really. It's almost like they're saying it's ornamental. It's ornamental, and it's not really. And I take it that what one of the concerns you guys have, and one of the ways we can express Mary's caring, is you want to care about. You have a caring about that there's an aspect of reality that is being vouchsafed to you by this symbolic way. Is that, am I reading you guys correctly? Because if it is, I want to be responsible to that, because I agree. I think it's very important.
Well, I think that the symbolic is about levels of reality and how they connect to one another.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. And it goes all the way down and it goes all the way up.
Yes.
And, you know, that's something like Seville is exploring Persig's idea of different levels of reality and how they're connected. And Jonathan Pageau is talking about it, you know, delving into the early church fathers and how they connect levels of reality and what they see, you know, and all of these things. And, you know, there's the Jungian archetypes and all of that. It all, but it's all expressing the reason why there are so many languages of it, and the reason why there are so many different approaches to it is because it's so big.
Yeah.
But it's also real. I mean, there's always a temptation, and I think this is the great scientific temptation, is to get as much out of the way as possible so I don't have to deal with it, so I can do this little thing, which leads to people saying one of the problems with the scientists is that they're knowing more and more about less and less, right?
Yes, yes.
You know, we want to get it narrowed down. And then out of that narrowing down comes, you know, because of the power of science as expressed in technology, then it gets this authority to dismiss all this other stuff, which is one of the things that's led people into the meaning crisis.
I agree.
So I think what we're trying to do is, you know, let's get all that other stuff out there. If it connects to the scientific, and there's a scientific way to either explain it or analyze it or something, that's fine. But just, we want to stand. I think one of the things that's happening is we want to stand against the reductionism.
Sure.
Because if we don't, we'll never capture the meaning, recapture the meaning.
No, I totally agree. And I mean, you guys have heard arguments. I'm against reductionism. I argue against it. Reductionism is ultimately absurd. It's self-defeating. And I think we're in agreement. I mean, and that's why JP and I keep having such fruitful discussions. And I like the idea about, you know, the symbolic as the way in which we try to map between ontological levels. And you know, I think insofar as you think that symbols are resisting reductionism, I think I think that's really interesting. I think that's right. And I think the trick that maybe I'll say one thing and then give you guys a chance to close, because I should get going. The trick for me is sort of, you know, there's a Scylla and Charybdis here. And one of the reasons why I'm so attracted to deep continuity is Evan Thompson, my friend, idea of deep continuity is it steers between them. Reductionism gets, and the problem with reductionism is to be consistent, you have to say that only the very, very, very bottom level is real and everything else is an illusion. And that's just so deeply problematic. It's just so deeply problematic. If you say, no, there's ontological realness, not just how we think about it, but reality itself, right? But the problem with that, and I can see it in Paul's work, right? The problem with that is if you're not careful, it fractures into dualisms and multiple layerisms that are equally destructive of meaning. And the reason why I'm so attracted to deep continuity is it tries to steer between reductionism and dualism in a powerful way. And so one of the projects I see myself engaged in is trying to get the symbolic world into deep dialogue with deep continuity. Can we understand symbolism in terms of deep continuity? That's why I was so fascinated by what Mary was doing at the beginning, She was invoking deep continuity and then trying to, no, sorry, that makes it sound like she failed. She was, right, mapping that symbolically, right? She was mapping it into symbolic activity and behavior. And I think beyond our disagreements, I think that move that Mary made of there's some deep relationship of mutual affordance and mutual support between deep continuity and a way of understanding human symbolic behavior, I think that's deeply right. And I've been trying to argue a similar thing, but I'm not trying to take anything away from Mary either. I'm saying I feel like that's a point of deep convergence between the two of us.
So let me ask you a question. Deep continuity starts at the human and goes down. What if we wanted to have a deep continuity, but we want to go the other direction? What would we call that? What's the opposite of deep?
That the problem is it's used both ways, which is unfortunate.
Oh, it goes both directions?
Well, sure.
Okay. Once it goes both directions, then I'm good. Then I'm good with it. I just don't want to put us at the top of the mountain.
No. I wouldn't do that. I mean, we probably differ about how deeply up it goes. Although I'm not sure because, I'm a non-theist in certain ways. And I take serious mystical experiences. But a level I think is becoming relatively non-controversial within cognitive science is you go up from individual cognition to distributed cognition, which I think is, you guys are committed to that. You're committed to the ecclesia, having a life of its own above and beyond the individuals. And this is so there's deep continuity between individual cognition and distributed cognition. So that is at least, I wouldn't say everybody totally agrees with that in the world of cognitive science, but that is a deeply respectable move to make. So that's a deep continuity up that I think is widely acknowledged now.
Okay, that's getting somewhere. I like it.
Well, and I think, to me, I watch the reductionism happen, but then there's a whole lot of other smuggling going on.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to say, well, where are you getting that from? Because that's not all of this stuff down here. You've scaled up, but you're not saying, oh, by the way, we've just scaled up and we're looking at distributive cognition. So no, and John, you have to, and I know a lot of the explaining you do for the sake of the audience, but you have to understand that you are deeply trusted. I speak for myself by me. I mean, I've never in all of my conversations with you, you're a man of deep integrity and deep care and concern. And so I'm not at all anxious about you in any of these things.
Well, I just thank you for that. And I appreciate that. That was a gesture of love and I reciprocate it very much to both of you. But what don't hold me out as some singular exemplar, right? There are many people like me.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so, right, especially within cognitive science, especially within 4E cognitive science. So there's a huge scientific community that is talking this way, the way, at least where there's significant overlap between the three of us, and doing just tremendous. That's why, again, the work of Evan Thompson, like his work is just mind-blowing. And so I just want it to be clear. I understand that I've sort of taken on the role of the voice of cognitive science within the internet, and I'll try and live up to that responsibility as honorably as possible. But I do want people who are like, there's lots of people talking this way, and and I know many of them, and they're people of integrity as well. So I just want to make that clear too.
Same for pastors.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people. You're the only pastor. No, I'm just the one right here on the YouTube channel. There's lots more out there. So we all have our little ecclesias out there functioning, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and one of the functions of this is to get the ecclesias to talk to each other.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Yep.
It's not just us talking. If we're properly humble, right, we are also making those ecclesias present to each other.
Yep.
Which I think is an important responsibility that needs to be discussed a little bit more in this corner of the internet, or maybe in the internet as a whole. But guys, I should get going. I want to give Mary a chance to say any final.
I think everything's been covered. I really appreciate your listening to me, even if anything I expressed was kind of sloppy from the cognitive science perspective,
wasn't.
but I do appreciate it, and I think it's been a great conversation. So maybe we'll just talk through emails about when we're going to speak together and what the topic might be. So
Sure. Like I said, I'm happy to make a part 3. Trilogies are really good. It's what we've learned from Lucas is don't go beyond the trilogy, right?
yeah, but what about the profit motive?
Yeah. Take good care, my friends.
Thank you both.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.